Please be seated. Members, before we begin today, I want to extend a warm welcome to the Camcolia of the Dáil Éireann, Verona Murphy TD, who is on her first official visit to the Parliament buildings and is present in the Speaker's Gallery. I know she's used a more robustious outfit than we have here at Stormont, but that doesn't give any excuse for you to start misbehaving today, and I'm sure you'll all be on their best behaviour. But we do sincerely welcome you today and thank you for your attendance. First item on the order paper is member statements, and I call Pat Sheehan.
John Corla. Tá tús curtha ag peladóirí agus omaníthe aintrama ar a bheachtas sreithe náisiúnta agus tá clutha críomhólú le hamirt sawala a gunne curry na haireann ar dwacha. Bhí clutha na críomh le hamirt an onad baile aintrama park bheith asman siú card and a ait sin imrian fornia aintrama a bark I Corrigain. Ach tá fáibán nó níl park I Corrigain mór go leor don rastal
or to attend so many people.
Unfortunately,
instead of tackling playing the Irish champions, the team and management and board of Antrim will have to campaign to get Casement Park built. This would leave Antrim team greatly at a disadvantage. Antrim games should be played in Antrim, in County in Ulster. Should be the case. That will not be a problem if Casement Park was ready. Another year, another season, another year of competing for Casement Park. There's more at stake with Casement Park than a GAA playing field. It's a community centre. It's a name for young players to aim towards playing in Casement Park in the future. The Euros were to be played in 2028 in Casement Park, which excited people of the district. Such an important game was to be played, and it would be great economic advantage to the community. It would have progressed, it would have helped the constituency, it would have created jobs and drawn concert goers and sports fans. But those promises have been failed, and it has just shown that agreement with the Irish language, culture and sports is merely lip service. We have to have Casement Park must be developed and must be done as quickly as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I want to welcome the Prime Minister's resolute commitment to the Ukraine, as demonstrated by the announcement of a 1.6 billion support package, which includes the provision of over 5,000 air defence missiles to be manufactured right here in East Belfast. This initiative not only reinforces our dedication to international peace and European security, but also carries significant implications for our workforce here in Northern Ireland. The ongoing conflict in Ukraine is not a distant concern. The overwhelming support for Ukraine has been clear right across our communities and indeed the UK since the beginning of this conflict. The missiles destined for the Ukraine's defence will be manufactured by Thales in their Castlereagh facility, and members will have noted it is projected to create 200 jobs and sustain hundreds more, invigorating our local economy and reaffirming Northern Ireland's pivotal role in global defence manufacturing. Something I welcome both as a constituency MLA and as Deputy Chair of the APG on Aerospace, Defence, Security and Space, established and chaired by my colleague Steve Aiken. Thales' presence in Belfast has long been a cornerstone of our own defence industry. The company's expertise in producing high-precision weaponry, including the renowned Starstreak and lightweight multi-role missile systems, has positioned it as a clear leader in the defence sector. Perhaps none of their products have been more renowned than the NLAW anti-tank weapon that became such a symbol of Ukrainian resistance in the early stages of the illegal Russian invasion. Something I know gave local communities significant pride, knowing Belfast's contribution in opposing tyranny. The recent surge in demand has led to a doubling of production at Thales Northern Ireland facilities, with expectations of further growth. The collaboration between Thales and the UK Government exemplifies the synergy between public commitment and private industry. The Government's strategic investment not only bolsters Ukraine's defence capabilities, but ensures the sustainability and expansion of our local industries. The partnership highlights the indispensable role that our skilled workforce plays in addressing global challenges. For the employees of Thales in Northern Ireland, this development is testament to their dedication and world-leading expertise, which contributes to the defence of sovereignty and preservation of peace on an international scale. Their products are symbols of the solidarity with the people of Ukraine, embodying our collective stand against aggression and our support for democratic values. Moreover, this initiative serves as a catalyst for economic growth within our community. The creation of new jobs and the reinforcement of existing ones will have a ripple effect, benefiting not only those employed directly by Thales, but also the broader local economy. The Prime Minister's statement underscores a broader vision for Europe's security architecture. His determination to assemble a coalition of willing nations to support Ukraine, while underlining the necessity of US backing and continued cooperation with our closest ally, is welcome. There is a need for European nations to contribute more significantly to the region's defence, perhaps greater need for those who have freeloaded under a guise of neutrality for so long to pay more than lip service to defence of democratic values. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Conor Egan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am rising today to speak of the absolute necessity of expanding the scope of the pending Southport public inquiry to include Northern Ireland and other nations across the UK within its terms of reference. What happened in Southport last summer was evil, senseless and incomprehensible. We all must learn lessons to ensure a tragedy like that never happens again. 3 little girls, Alice De Silva Aguiar, B.B. King and Elsie Dot Stancombe, were horrifically murdered and 10 more injured by an individual who had previously been referred to the anti-extremism programme Prevent 3 times. It is clear there were failings and a public inquiry is needed. As well as this individual case, the inquiry will look at the wider issue of youth violence and extremism, and that is a challenge which is sadly common across the UK. The online world is constantly growing and uncontrollable, filtering in extremism and facilitating actions of violence across all our communities. Entrenched attitudes of racial hatred and social media misinformation have reached the phones of our young people. There are no borders in online spaces and currently very few ways to police and stop the spread of this toxic content. Youth violence and extremism also has unique characteristics in Northern Ireland, where we see our local young people being groomed into violence and wider criminality by paramilitary gangs. This is also incredibly relevant to the Executive's strategic framework on ending violence against women and girls, as the online world is driving the very violence that we are all dedicated to tackling. It would be an incredibly worthwhile exercise to extend the scope of the pending independent public inquiry to include Northern Ireland as well as Scotland and Wales, so that we can collaboratively develop a holistic approach to these major challenges. Alliance's MP, Saoirse Eastwood, has written to the Westminster Home Secretary last week to make this clear, and I reiterate this call today.
Dr. Aiken.
Very much indeed. Mr. Speaker, before I start, may I make a declaration of interest as Chair of the All-Party Group on the aerospace, defence and security sector. Mr. Speaker, last week in the Oval Office we saw a dramatic but long-signalled change in our geopolitical world. The certainties about our transatlantic relationship, first established 82 years ago between a boiler-suited Prime Minister with his US contemporary, are, I'm afraid, no longer there. Probably rightly, the US has also been complaining that Europe has been ignoring its own defence and security for far too long. As good Europeans, we cannot ignore that reality. On Sunday, the Prime Minister made clear that we are at once-in-a-generation moment for the security of Europe. While we must all wish him well in his attempts to create a peace deal between Russia and Ukraine, it is difficult to see how this could lead to a peace that dictator Putin finds acceptable. No matter the Prime Minister's laudable peace efforts, we're going to have to rearm, as is the rest of Europe. We know from history that the failure to deter means a much heavier price later on. For us here in Northern Ireland, we will have our part to play. The welcome announcement of the £1.5 billion plus order for Thales is a great start. For our industries, we have capacity and capability that will be needed. For our R&D sector and everything from cyber, AI, novel materials, there is much we can and must contribute. for food and energy security will also have a strategic role. We will also continue to serve with pride in our armed forces, placing ourselves at the forefront of deterrence. But our executive cannot be in a half-in, half-out. It is regrettable that Sinn Féin and People Before Profit are outliers in condemning Russia's attacks on Ukraine. Instead, Sinn Féin and Irish's far-left MEPs have bizarrely been blaming the West when they should have been blaming Putin. Our own Economy Ministry and InvestNI must be promoting, not throttling, investment in our defence and security sectors. Remember, despite what these parties think, Russia threatens us all, regardless of identity. It is noteworthy, Mr. Speaker, that Ireland, now recognising the threat, is now looking to invest in undersea cable protection with the Royal Navy. It's at last building an air force which has actual fighter aircraft and is becoming more closely integrated with the European defence structures. For this, the Irish Government should be applauded by all parts of this House, as the security of the Republic of Ireland is also our security. Finally, maybe we should look forward to a joint statement from the First Minister and Deputy First Minister, all the executive parties and the opposition leader on supporting the Prime Minister's initiative and welcoming the need for increased defending spending across all these our islands. Mr. Speaker, Slava Ukraini.
Thank you. Sinead McLaughlin.
Speaker, and can I welcome Verona Murphy into our Assembly today. Today marks the beginning of Endometriosis Awareness Month. This is an issue that is really close to my heart. 1 in 10 women will be impacted by endometriosis. That roughly translates to 1.5 million women in the UK, and it could be anything up to 50,000 women here in Northern Ireland. Yet many are unaware of the condition and the profound impact that it has on their lives. 9.5 years, that is the average time it takes for a woman to be diagnosed with endometriosis. There is only one specialist endometriosis clinic in Northern Ireland, which is held once a month. Given this, it comes at no surprise that it takes so long to be diagnosed. How can there only be one clinic once a month for a condition that is actually widespread and progresses so quickly? Women's healthcare in the North is shocking. Women are expected to deal with endometriosis and other gynae conditions with little or no support, often being told that it can't be treated or that doctors aren't sure what is actually causing the pain. Women in Northern Ireland deserve better. I have had many constituents reach out to me to detail their experiences in healthcare, and frankly their stories are deeply upsetting. One of my constituents cried sorely as she spoke of her delayed treatment for her diagnosis, which has prevented her from ever having a child of her own. And the really sad part of it is that a timely diagnosis and treatment would have not made that outcome inevitable. To know how the health system has let them down is actually painful, and the consequences of these experiences are often long-lasting. The impact on their loved ones' lives, their families, and it must not be understated. I have met many women that have had to actually give up their successful careers due to the vicious nature and the spread of this disease to multiple organs in their body. The lack of women's health care in Northern Ireland has resulted in some seeking private health care, and that is not right. Women should not have to choose between financial strain and accessing gynae health care because our health system has failed them. That is why women's health care needs to be a priority. This month and beyond, I urge my fellow members to continue advocating for better health care for women in Northern Ireland by raising awareness of the difficulties women face day in and day out. As we mark Endometriosis Month, I urge ministers to support women to be diagnosed, treated for this debilitating disease in a timely manner so that they can move forward to have fulfilling lives and with good health outcomes.
Claire Ferguson.
I want to speak today on an issue that is very close to my heart as a mother, a sister, an aunt, a grandmother, which is the issue of child mental health and access to services. If any one of us review the child and adolescent mental health statistics, We can see it is just not acceptable. Consistently, we have over 2,000 children and young people are waiting for an initial assessment, and over 1,200 waiting way past 9 weeks, sometimes 6 months, sometimes a year. In the Western Trust area, in the recent statistics there for the 31st of December, 513 children and young people across the Western Trust are waiting on an assessment. This was 372 the year before. It's not getting any better. Additionally, almost 70%, that is 353 of the 513 of those referred to CAMHS, are experiencing unacceptable delays in accessing support, with waiting times exceeding the 9-week targets. Whilst I have written to the Minister for Health to ask for his assessment of these recent statistics, I'm sure that he will share mine that any hold-up in this regard is deeply disappointing. The outworkings of these can have very significant consequences for those children and young people who are waiting for help. I, on a regular basis, are speaking to parents and grandparents who are watching their loved ones struggle, whether that's anxiety, panic attacks, low moods, dealing with bereavement, trauma, emotional difficulties. For young people in crisis, immediate interventions can be paramount to ensuring their recovery. Equally, any considerable delay can discourage them from continuing to seek further much-needed support. Imagine after building up the courage to finally ask for help and you're told you have to wait, maybe months on end. We know too many young people as well that are now presenting with high levels of complex need, and they deserve effective treatment in a timely manner. We have a duty to alleviate their suffering and support them to continue to flourish in education, support, volunteering, employment, building relationships and life more generally. What I would like to mention is in the fact that whilst the mental health strategy running up until 2031 does commit to promotion of acting early and preventing mental ill health and to providing the right support at the right time, I think we should all re-emphasise today the importance that we need to get to grips with the existing delays that are continuing to happen. And I would call on the Minister that we should ensure no child is left behind. Much support is needed, and we need to ensure that we need to get the right care from the right person at the right time to support our children and young people. Thank you.
Alan Robinson.
Mr. Speaker, just a short note from me today from this House, wishing good luck to Limavady Grammar School, whose first rugby team go into battle, pitching themselves against Ballyclare High at the Kingspan Stadium this Wednesday in the Danske Bank Ulster Schools Bowl final. The road to the final wasn't easy, having battled it out with friends in the semi-final, eventually winning the contest 12-10 and a 27-21 win against Portadown in the quarter-final. My understanding is that few, if any, tickets for this game remain. Such has been the response from the pupils of the school, with supporters buses set to be packed out. I want to congratulate the team and its coaches for getting this far. Well done to all the boys. Enjoy this very special moment in your lives. They should all be very proud of themselves. And from the Northern Ireland Assembly, Parliament buildings, I want to wish you all the very best for your big day on Wednesday. And I do hope that you bring the trophy home. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I want to take this opportunity today to correct the record and respond to comments made during last week's private renters debate by my fellow member for North Antrim. During that debate, Mr Gaston claimed that so-called uncontrolled immigration is driving up rents, particularly in deprived areas like certain parts of North Antrim. That claim is completely false, and it is vital that this chamber does not allow misinformation to go unchallenged. So let me put the facts on record, because the most recent census data is clear. 86% of all housing in Northern Ireland is occupied by people born here. In North Antrim, that figure actually rises to 88%. In the private rented sector, 72% of tenants across Northern Ireland were born here, rising to 73% in North Antrim. In social housing, 88% of tenants across Northern Ireland were born here, rising to 89% in North Antrim. In owner-occupied housing, the picture is the same, 89% across Northern Ireland, rising to 91% in North Antrim. If immigration was truly driving up rents, we would expect to see a much higher proportion of private renters being migrants, or clear links between migration hotspots and rising rents, and that is simply not the case across the entirety of the province. The latest official data shows that net migration represents just 0.3% of our 1.9 million population, a tiny fraction. To describe that as uncontrolled is wildly misleading. To suggest that a small number of people could cause a housing crisis is simply not credible. The answer to what is driving up rents is no mystery. It's a chronic shortage of social housing, rising construction costs, delays in planning process, water infrastructure that simply cannot support new development, and of course the growing Airbnb effect, where properties that could house families are being instead turned into short-term lets, something we see right across North Antrim. That is the real housing crisis. Mr Gaston also conveniently ignored the positive contribution that people from other countries make to our society, particularly in North Antrim. 900 migrants work in health and care roles, filling essential vacancies that keep services running. Over 180 migrants in North Antrim work in education, helping to teach our children. Migrants play a vital role in agriculture, hospitality and local businesses, keeping North Antrim's economy afloat, and I thank them for that. The live reality is that racist incidents in Northern Ireland now regularly exceed sectarian incidents. In 2023 alone, there were over 1,300 racist incidents compared to 1,091. That is the power of misinformation, demonisation and the othering of our fellow human beings. Blaming immigration for a housing crisis is not just wrong, it's dangerous scapegoating, and it's a deliberate distraction from the real work that this Assembly should be doing. Mr Speaker, the truth is straightforward. Our housing crisis won't be solved by blaming migrants. It will be solved by better decisions, better investment and better government. Thank you.
I would like to welcome the Speaker of the Dáil Éireann to the Assembly today. Speaker, today marks the beginning of Seachtain Gaeilge, a fortnight of vibrant events celebrating the incredible strength of the Irish language and its importance it has in our society. The language continues to flourish, and every day we see its visibility around us, something that would have been unthinkable even a short time ago. Interpretation and translation services here in the Assembly, traffic and street signage in parts of the Gaeltacht Quarter, Act na Gaeilge, announcements as Gaelic on public transport, Council's Irish language strategies, and the Commissioner due in the time ahead. Those are just some of the steps that we have made as a society. Irish medium education is the fastest growing sector in education, with record numbers of children choosing to learn through the language, in spite of the range of challenges faced by schools and teachers every day. However, the Irish language has grown well beyond the realms of education, and we are seeing an ever-increasing use of Irish in the arts, in sport, and in our communities throughout the island. During Seachtain na Gaeilge, I would encourage everyone to enjoy the large celebration of Irish language and culture, and to take part in local events. Those who have organised events to concede with Seachtain na Gaeilge are to be commended for their work. Let us keep moving forward with the Irish language to ensure that the energetic revival of the language can continue at pace throughout the island. However, that must include fair funding. Thank you.
Mr Speaker, on the 22nd of February, news reports came through of over 70 Christians murdered, beheaded in the Democratic Republic of Congo. According to multiple groups that monitor terrorism and persecution, Those reports said that the 70 Christians had been beheaded with machetes or large knives. And this was done by Islam militants in the Democratic Republic. Yet the world remains silent on this slaughter. The 70 Christians were rounded up from the Allied Democratic Forces, a group said to be affiliated with the terror group Islamic State or ISIS, according to Open Doors, which monitors Christian persecution around the world. They were all reported freely from the Maibaya or in the Luberio district and were forced out of their homes in the morning of the 13th of February, with the rebels telling them to get out. And yet the world remains silent. They were taken hostage and moved to a small Christian church in the village of Kasanga. There, inside the building that had until then been considered a sanctuary, they were first of all tied up, and then all 70 of them were beheaded. 70 men, women, and children beheaded, and yet the world remains silent. A coordinator of a local community protection committee is quoted by the Global Fighting Against Terrorism funding organisation as saying 70 bodies were discovered in the church. They were found tied up, and yet the world remains silent. While I am an elected member of this House, I will continue to raise these issues and highlight the ongoing persecution against Christians in so many parts of the world. We simply cannot remain silent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over this past few weeks, we have discussed in this House the deaths of 4 IRA terrorists who set out with murderous intent to kill police officers. Well, today I want to talk about the carnage such gangs created in police families. 40 years ago, on the 28th of February 1985, the Provisional IRA launched a despicable mortar bomb attack on the police station in Uri. Their attack killed 9 RUC officers and injured over 40 others. This would become the highest death toll ever recorded or suffered by the RUC. A 50-pound mortar bomb off the back of a lorry on top of a porter cabin where serving officers were having their lunch. The 9 dead officers ranged in age from 19 to 40, 7 males, 2 females, 7 Protestants, 2 Catholics. John Dowd, Dennis Price, Alexander Donaldson, Paul McFerrin, Ivy Kelly, David Topping, Jeffrey Campbell, Sean McHenry, Rosemary McGuckin. Officers killed while serving our community. These are the type of actions that the First Minister Michelle O'Neill said there was no alternative to. These are the type of officers who to this day face the trauma, 40 injured, people that set out to do a day's work to protect communities, killed. We can't go silent, folks. We can't allow the narrative to be rewritten. These officers set out to protect life. They stand in stark contrast to the cowards who attempted to take theirs. It wasn't the only attack. After that successful attack in Uri, the IRA carried out a further 9 mortar bomb attacks. The scale of loss for the policing family was hugely significant. Men and women that signed up to protect the rule of law, we must never fall silent in honouring their memory. We must never allow the narrative to be rewritten, and we must always mark their sacrifice. Over 300 officers killed in the course of the Troubles. never forgotten.
Timothy Gasson, you have 2 minutes, Mr. Gasson.
Mr. Speaker, last month we learned that the Information Commissioner's Office has ruled that the councillors behind the illegal call-in to stop the flying of the Union flag at war memorials in North Down and Ards will not be named. My message to those councillors is simple. If public representatives are not prepared to be named when it comes to decisions, then they shouldn't be entrusted by the electorate to make them. Transparency and accountability are essential to building public confidence, and by allowing their names to remain hidden, it further erodes the trust the electorate have in their elected representatives. I also want to highlight some facts about the Executive Office and their commitment to respond to FOI requests. In the aftermath of the meeting of the TEO Committee, when the First Minister was provided with questions in advance and then Ms O'Neill was shielded from further questioning during the meeting by the Chair, I lodged 2 FOI requests. One asked for all information relating to the meeting between the First Minister and the Chair of the TEO Committee. The other requested information on the decision to request that meeting. This was back in November 2024. In the case of the first, I was promised a response by the 16th of January. The other request has simply been ignored. In neither case has the TEO provided any of the requested information more than 3 months later. It's important to remember FOI requests should be dealt with within 20 days. Whether it's a council or the First and Deputy First Ministers, it's time for openness and transparency throughout government in Northern Ireland.
Thank you, Mr. Gasson, for sticking to the time. Next item on the order paper is a motion to suspend standing orders 10 brackets 2 to 10 brackets 4. Clerk, please read the motion.
That standing orders 10.2 to 10.4 be suspended for 3rd of March 2025.
I call the First Minister to move the motion.
I beg to move.
Before we proceed to the question, I would remind members that cross-community support is required in this instance. The question is that the motion stand in the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Called if any no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed. I'm satisfied that the cross-community support has been demonstrated. The next item in the order paper is a motion to approve the programme for government. Clerk, please read the motion.
That this Assembly approves the Programme for Government 2024 to 2027 as agreed by the Executive.
I call the First Minister to move the motion.
I beg to move.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 4 hours for this debate. The First and Deputy First Minister will have up to 40 minutes to divide at their discretion between moving and winding the motion. The Leader of the Opposition will have 10 minutes. All other speakers will have 7 minutes. I call the First Minister to open the debate on the motion.
And can I also take this opportunity to welcome Verona Murphy, Can Corlia of Dáil Éireann, to the Assembly today on such a significant day, because today is a significant milestone for the Executive as we bring forward the finalised programme for government. On taking up office, we promised to create hope and opportunity. We pledged to work for everyone and reassured people that we would be on their side. We said we would work together and show that power sharing could succeed, and that under our leadership this would be an executive of partnership and an executive of progress. The 3rd of February marked 1 year since devolution was restored, and I took up my position as First Minister. Similarly, I commented on that day the challenges so many families face throughout the North are the same, no matter where they come from, what they believe. But it's those shared problems that we have to focus on. It's those shared problems that are blighting too many lives, and that we can work constructively, urgently together to improve. I also said that as an executive we won't always agree on everything, but there are many things that we will agree on, and those are the things that we should focus on. We agreed that families need support to deal with the cost of childcare. We agreed that our teachers need support and our public sector workers need properly paid. We all agree that drugs destroy communities and the police need resources to put the dealers out of business. We all can agree that it is that economic prosperity that is the game changer for every community. These are all major issues facing our society and that we are committed to tackling head on, and that is why they are now reflected in the programme for government as our priorities, a programme that sets out what matters most today. I believe the programme for government shows what we need to prioritise in order to make this a better place to live, work and invest. But we know that to do this we must invest in and improve our public services. Mr Speaker, every member of this chamber is aware of the challenging financial context in which we are operating. Budgets are exceptionally tight, and that is why reform and transformation is central to this programme for government. And I am pleased to say that good progress has been made to lay the foundations for that transformation. We have established a new delivery unit within the Executive Office to provide support to the Executive in reforming and transforming our struggling public services. This work is underpinned by a £235 million transformation fund, which will make much-needed investments to deliver better, more accessible and efficient public services. The programme for government does not just belong to the Executive. It belongs to each and every one of us here. We want this plan to deliver for everyone, which is why the consultation period was so important. A total of 1,400 responses were received. This is a greater response than in any previous for government consultation. We are grateful for every individual that took the time and every organisation that took the time to respond. Your feedback has helped to strengthen the programme for government because we have listened to what you had to say. As a result, we have introduced targets and annual objectives, which will be updated each year aligned to our budget. We have stepped up our commitments to all communities and are doing more for older people and rural communities. As well as our 9 priorities, we recognised the need to build new foundations and improve our infrastructure to facilitate delivery. By investing in water and wastewater, roads and transport, we will encourage businesses to invest, enable house building and support greater energy efficiency and affordability. These investments will also improve our sporting infrastructure, help to create a healthier society and attract world-class events. All of us in the Executive agree that our obligations do not end with this mandate. To realise our vision of a brighter future, it's vital that we lay the foundations needed for longer-term improvements. Shaping a better tomorrow is an important part of the programme. Within this, we had set 3 long-term missions: people, planet and prosperity. These missions are underpinned by an overarching and cross-cutting commitment to peace. These missions provide us with a drive and ambition for the future and a lens through which to prioritise and to ensure that we deliver improved well-being, long-term sustainability and a thriving economy. We believe that this programme for government reflects the shared ambitions of the Executive, and I commend all Executive Ministers for the commitment and collaborative approach they have taken to the development of the agreement of this programme. The public are relying on each of us to act in their interests, and I do hope that this programme for government shows the public that we are willing to work together to do right by them. And as we now continue the vital work of delivery, we want to be open about how we're doing. And that is why we have developed a wellbeing framework which looks at progress under our missions of people, planet, prosperity and that cross-cutting commitment to peace. We're committed to improving wellbeing or quality of life for everyone across our society. By keeping track of this information, we can always understand where we're at, monitor our progress and address the things that matter most. We will update our actions on an annual basis. We will keep everyone informed about the budget position, and we will also publish annual reports. We will be open and transparent about the progress we are making, and we will also take every possible step to ensure this programme is delivering what we set out to do. So we bring this programme for government to the House today as another step forward in our efforts to improve people's lives. It is about making a positive difference and making things better for people. We will not be found wanting when it comes to doing everything we possibly can to deliver for people today, but also into the future. Because ultimately, for all of us elected here in this chamber, politics is about people. It's about working together to make that real and positive difference in people's lives, in families' lives, in workers' lives, in communities' lives. It's about ensuring that no one gets left behind. I will always do everything that I can to support you all in that endeavour. We face tough challenges ahead, no doubt, but we know that.
But together we can make a real difference in improving people's lives. Together we can build a future for all who call here home. No matter what your background is or where you come from, this executive will have people's backs, and we will do everything we can to keep leading. And certainly I'm committed to delivering positive and leading positive change. So now we need to work together as elected representatives, as members of this Assembly, and across our whole society to get on with the job of delivery. We welcome all contributions from members here today, and we look forward to working in a collaborative fashion with you all in going forward.
I call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. Can I also associate myself with the welcome to the Concordia Verona Murphy. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, more than 1,000 days since the election, nearly 400 days after the Executive was formed, we have the first programme for government since 2011. I was in my 20s then, I'm in my 40s now, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, to give you a sense of how long we've been waiting. For too long, our politics has been defined by either absence or improvisation. When the institutions weren't collapsed, they were cobbled together, then held together by the coincidence of passing party political interest, rather than the common good. For half a decade, there was no devolved government, and for none of that decade, there was an agreed programme for government. The absence of a programme for government was both a symptom and a cause of dysfunctionality. So in agreeing this PFG, the Executive has made progress on the shamefully low bar that was set. When the SDLP entered opposition, we were determined to be constructive, and we have fulfilled that pledge. To the extent that the final PFG contains slightly more clarity on certain interventions and targets, it's clear that the presence of an official opposition has been a force for accountability. But, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, despite the desire of this Executive to be garlanded for simply existing, you do not get a passing grade for showing up to the exam hall. This document contains aspirations we share, but it is far short of the kind of clear, targeted plan that the people of Northern Ireland deserve after so many years of failure. And it has to be said that in the First Minister's remarks, warm though they were, I didn't hear a single clear target. On days like this, we need to keep sight of who and what matters, and how we work to make life better for the 1.9 million people we serve. After the PFG fiasco last week, someone got in touch on social media to say they had been red flagged for referral to a consultant gynaecologist a year ago. When she phoned recently to ask how long the waiting list was, she was told that it could be years. She and the other hundreds of thousands on waiting lists aren't obsessed with the mechanics of politics or process, but they do deserve a clear sense of how people who sought and achieved power intend to use that power to improve their lives and the services they rely on. This programme is better than nothing. It's a modest improvement on the draft, but it's a missed opportunity. It's nowhere near good enough. I say to the First and Deputy First Minister, and indeed all ministers, is this it? Now, as I said, I want to acknowledge where the PFG offers more clarity in its final version than its draft. On social housing, it promises to have started work on at least 5,800 new homes. That may be modest and far short of the kind of trajectory needed to deliver the 100,000 new homes promised by previous Sinn Féin Communities Ministers, but it is at least time-bound and measurable. We also welcome the commitment to create a delivery unit. We will, of course, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, need to see delivery from the delivery unit. As a constructive opposition, the key theme of our approach has been asking those with power to take responsibility rather than shift blame. On the economy, the PFG said it prioritises low productivity, but it does little to address it. Delaying and curtailing Phase 2 of Belfast Rapid Transit. No plan, despite what was said by the First Minister, no plan to increase investment in wastewater infrastructure. And on improving the quality and conditions of work, the Executive is already backsliding. Despite big talk on good jobs, the target for 2027 is simply to have considered the introduction of an employment rights bill. On the collapsing health service, it is remarkably vague. It promises at least 250,000 assessments or diagnoses this year, but then says a few paragraphs later, well, there were 260,000 last year. How will waiting lists and waiting times reduce when the number of people being seen is flatlining or even decreasing? All too often, in lieu of an actual target, this PFG promises another plan or strategy to follow at some point. The backlog in special educational needs, they'll produce a plan. Perhaps that plan will have a target. And too often, the target is not a target or even a policy or a law to be passed, but a post-dated promise for a further plan at some point in the future. Too often, this document is a Russian doll of more documents and more verbiage and more plans. The PFG, for example, promises to implement the Lough Neagh Action Plan, but that plan was mostly not action, but rather scoping exercises and reviews. Most frustratingly, the promises on reform and transformation on public services have utterly lost momentum, and this document completely fails to set out any clarity or ambition on how public services are to be reformed or how the associated bodies, including the Public Sector Transformation Board, are going to work. And by the way, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, it's still an interim board. Each of the parties in the executive sought power and now have it. Yes, constrained by coalition. Yes, limited by finances. But those things are true of virtually every democratic government in Europe. The test of governments is not how well they describe problems, but how they use the power they do have to improve people's lives. Sinn Féin sought and received an historic mandate to lead an executive, but now there is precious little to show for that beyond symbolism. Having had the Finance Ministry for half a decade, they have made zero progress on devolving fiscal powers, despite constant complaints about our current funding model. The budget section in this document is one page. I'll hold it up for those who want to see it. One page without a single table or chart, and no clarity on whether any of the promises, such as they are, will be funded. And there are no promises or pledges on fiscal powers in the PFG, despite being told repeatedly by finance ministers that they want to devolve more fiscal power and that too much power was in London. And it goes without saying, we have a 10-year rates review cycle which appears to never be ready to report. And, critically, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, this document contains shockingly little on cross-border public service delivery, despite lots of words about that. When you compare it to the Southern Programme for Government, as some have done, including in this chamber, there is barely any reference to the transformative potential of greater cross-border provision. Indeed, one of the most significant mentions of the Shared Island Fund comes from a DUP Minister's Department. On page 85, the prosperity section of this document appears to put two entities which emerged from a secret DUP Tory deal, the East-West Council and Intertrade UK, on the same footing as the North-South Ministerial Council, the British Irish Council and Intertrade Ireland. Those are bodies agreed in multi-party talks and enshrined in treaty. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, just as Van Morrison is back playing the blues in Belfast, the DUP appears to be back playing its old tunes, and not just in relation to international politics. Blocking executive papers, stalling progress on Casement Park and the Irish language. The Deputy First Minister is shaking her head. Perhaps she can clarify for me on this in her remarks later on. The Alliance Party also won an historic endorsement at the last election, campaigning heavily on the need to reform Stormont and prevent repeated collapse. And there's a lot of agreement between our two parties. It's a vital subject, but they appear to have made absolutely no progress. Perhaps they made no attempt. No progress whatsoever at getting the issue into this programme for government. Earning power, taking office, has to mean taking responsibility and being held accountable for it. We make no apology for being a constructive but robust opposition. Given the First Minister's party is fighting a battle over the rights of the opposition in the Oireachtas, she will surely agree that opposition matters, and if the Irish people deserve it on one side of the border, they deserve constructive opposition on this side of the border. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, our job is to speak for the people and demand better. They've been failed too often. They deserve delivery, not empty words. They need to be confident they can access healthcare when they need it. They need to know their children will be supported to achieve their potential, that there will finally be some attempt to restore our degraded environment. This document does not deliver for them. It isn't just a day late and $1 short. It's 1,000 days late, and there's no budget at all. Every day in this chamber and outside, the SDLP will speak for the people who have been let down for too long, even if it makes others in this chamber uncomfortable. We will hold others to account for the power they have sought and received. We will insist on the executive and its parties taking responsibility, not simply shifting blame. Our people deserve so much better, so much better. We will be speaking up for them every single day and demanding better than this late, limp, listless programme for government.
I call Paula Bradshaw, Chairperson of the Committee for the Executive Office.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. So I rise on behalf of the Committee for the Executive Office, and I thank the First Minister and Deputy First Minister for bringing this motion to the Assembly today, and also for the pre-briefing that the Deputy Chair and I had with them earlier today. So I welcome the publication of the Programme for Government 2024 to 27. This is a long-awaited document. It is more than 10 years since the last Programme for Government, and the Committee has sought to engage in the development process. In October 2024, the Committee wrote to the other statutory committees for views on the consultation on the Programme for Government. The Committee received responses from the Committees for the Economy, Agriculture, the Environment and Rural Affairs, Justice and Infrastructure. The Committee for Communities agreed to give individual party responses. The Committee also heard evidence from the Department on the consultation responses and from the Older Persons Commissioner for the Programme for Government, and the Committee also received written input from the Youth Assembly. The Committee collated these responses and submitted them to the Executive Office to inform the development of the final Programme for Government. The other statutory committees will speak for themselves, and the Committee has not yet had the opportunity to meet to discuss this final PFG, so I will confine my remarks to a number of high-level themes from the Committee's work on the consultation. In terms of monitoring and reporting on the PFG, the Committee was keen to stress that progress has to be measured with relevant indicators, using data with a firm baseline which may be comparable to other jurisdictions. There is also a need to ensure that reporting is based on progress on indicators towards targets for the priorities set out in the Programme for Government. And then looking at accountability and transparency, members thought that the PFG should tie ministers to outcomes and that the PFG should be linked to the budget. Linking the budget and PFG is a challenge, not least because of the differing timescales, and the Committee will be exploring with officials how this may be achieved. The Committee was of the view that a full equality impact assessment should be produced together with a report on the consultation responses, and requested that it be provided with a copy of the report so that it could be circulated to Assembly committees before the final PFG was considered. We will be following up on these issues as part of our scrutiny of the PFG. Finally, the Committee was of the view that the targets in the PFG should have been set with through engagement with the relevant Assembly committees. The Older People's Commissioner and the Northern Ireland Youth Assembly raised the issue of representation of older people and young people, respectively, in the draft PFG. Among other things, the Committee will be exploring how the Executive plans to make the PFG accessible and meaningful for everyone in Northern Ireland. The Committee will now begin its work on the PFG, and as a first step is receiving a briefing from the Department at our meeting later this week. The Committee looks forward to playing its part in scrutinising progress on the actions of this document as they unfold. We will examine the indicators of progress and seek meaningful outcomes for our communities. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I'd like to make some remarks as an MLA for the Alliance Party. So firstly, as I said, I do welcome the publication of this programme for government, and I would like to put my party's appreciation on record for the community and voluntary sector stakeholder organisations that responded to the consultation. We appreciate that these can be timely matters, but it is really important that we recognise the effort that they have put in. We need to be clear that we need to maintain a system of government that is fit for purpose in this post-agreement era, and whilst we recognise that there are maybe some underwhelming factors within this programme for government, we do have to acknowledge that this is a mandatory coalition, and so we submitted our own consultation response to it, and I think that it's right and proper that people can see where we would have gone further in certain aspects of this final document. So let me be clear that the programme for government should not and must not be the height of the Executive's ambition. It sets out a bare minimum of what the public should be expecting, and it should not be regarded as a composite list for ministerial delivery. In terms of reform, we recognise the three overarching missions are important, but again, in our consultation response, we did stress that we felt that peace and peace building should have been more integral into all aspects of the document. We welcome the introduction of the delivery unit hosted within the Executive Office, and like my South Belfast colleague, I look forward to hearing more about what that delivery unit is going to do and how it's going to influence how reform and transformation of our public services will be taken forward, agreed, and most importantly bedded in. So, Principal Deputy Speaker, we cannot hope for a shared society without reforming our public services, but we also need to see that we see a reform of the institutions here, and so we will continue to push for that within the Executive, because we do feel that if we are going to actually deliver for our communities, then we need to ensure that our way of governing here is reflective of our changing society. As regards the issues related to the Executive Office, we very much welcome the work on the mother and baby institutions. We would have liked to have seen written on the face of the document the memorialisation programme for the historical institutional abuse victims and survivors, and also recognition of the ongoing issues for victims and survivors of the Troubles, not least with the ill-fated Legacy Act. So just in closing, Principal Deputy Speaker, we will keep pushing for meaningful delivery above and beyond what is set out in this programme for government. We do not want to see our society continued to be defined along sectarian lines. We do recognise that we are a diverse, multicultural society now, and that the programme for government needs to deliver for everyone, regardless of their background. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. I call Philip McGuigan.
Príomh Las Cairn Agus Arcade Dulcis. I want to begin by welcoming the publication of the Executive's Programme for Government. I think this is a positive step and demonstrates collective commitment to delivering better public services for all citizens right across the North, because public services will mean better outcomes for people, which is why there was such a good response to the consultation. I want to thank those individuals, groups, sectors who did respond to the consultation. I'm speaking today as my party's health spokesperson, so from that perspective within the programme for government, I welcome the narrative that key to achieving better health outcomes is a focus on preventative measures to keep people well for longer in the first instance, combined with early detection and timely intervention when it is required. With over 500,000 people currently on a waiting list to have their first consultation with a specialist, I welcome that cutting waiting times is an executive priority, and that addressing health inequalities is recognised as being part of that solution. The executive commitment is evidenced by the significant proportion of the block grant, over 50%, that has been allocated to the Department for Health. That in itself is by no means a silver bullet solution. The current challenges within the health service are great and were discussed many times in this chamber at length, most recently during the recent budget debate. We are obviously here still dealing with the impact of the COVID pandemic on our waiting lists and the impact that has had. We have a growing demand and need for our health services, coupled with workforce and capacity challenges. And we have an ageing population with co-occurring and complex needs. But despite these difficulties and pressures, we must do all within our power to reduce the unacceptable waiting lists. As I said, 500,000 people, a quarter of our population here in the North, are on a waiting list to have their first consultation with a specialist. That figure is unacceptable, and we need to see action in the year ahead to start turning the corner and reducing that number. That is especially needed for cancer waiting lists and services where urgency is key to treatment, key to outcome, and indeed key to saving lives. It's clear that tackling this priority within the programme for government effectively will require long-term planning as well as multi-year budgets to support the health service to deliver a consistent, high quality and sustainable level of care and to provide better health outcomes for our population regardless of where they live. So I welcome the commitment and the target to invest up to $135 million a year to reduce waiting lists by treating an additional 70,000 patients, and a further $80 million a year to increase elective care capacity through expansion of elective care centres and mega clinics, which will reduce the demand and capacity that causes our waiting lists to grow. As with any programme for government, there is always more that could be included and always more that needs to be done, even within the identified priorities. But there is, I believe, growing acknowledgement that the Executive simply doesn't have the budget or fiscal levers to generate finances at the level required. And we all know that the North has been chronically underfunded in the past, and the impact that has had on our public service. Indeed, we continue to be underfunded. As a devolved institution, our ability here to deliver for our population will always be constrained by decisions made in Westminster, where the interests of our people here will never be a top priority. It is my view that the only way to truly address the challenges we face in health or across all our public services is through constitutional change. This is a discussion which is gathering pace and one that can no longer be easily dismissed. In the meantime, this programme for government is undoubtedly a positive step forward. The achievements of our previous and current Finance Minister in securing additional funding from the British Government is a step forward and significant. And so too is the argument for maximum devolution of fiscal powers to the North, and that must be pursued. But our ambition for our people has to be more ambitious and based on us here having the maximum ability to shape our own decisions. And that is why the conversation on constitutional change is so important and must continue at pace. And that is the route map to truly addressing all of our public services and delivering better outcomes for all of the people that we represent.
Thank you, Philip. I call Deborah Erskine, Chair of the Committee for Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. And at the outset, I wish to declare interest. During my contributions, I will touch on unadopted developments, of which I live in one, and I am intending to bring forward a private member's bill. And I will also touch on the A5, of which my husband's family are landowners along the route. I welcome the opportunity to contribute today on behalf of the Infrastructure Committee. In October, we received oral evidence from DFI officials on the draft programme for government 2024-27. The committee heard that although the department does not have a lead on any of the 9 priorities in the programme, a number of these are particularly relevant of DFI's core functions, and that is to grow a globally competitive and sustainable economy, provide more social and affordable and sustainable housing, protecting Lough Neagh and the environment, and reform and transformation of public services. In responding to the draft programme for government, the committee highlighted the fundamental role the department will play as an enabler to the achievement of the priorities and in shaping a better tomorrow. Turning to planning, the committee has taken evidence from a wide range of stakeholders who have outlined their concerns with the length of time taken for applications to be processed. The committee welcomes legislation recently brought forward to provide councils with the power to publish planning application validation checklists, which is anticipated to reduce processing times of applications, but more needs to be done to support this key area to support the growth in our economy. It is apparent that delays can often be caused by the timeliness and quality of responses from statutory consultees, and therefore the committee urges all ministers, departments and their agencies who undertake a statutory consultee role to ensure they are well resourced with sufficient staffing and measurable processes in place to assure timely and meaningful responses to planning applications. Delivering an effective and efficient planning system will not only contribute to the economic growth, but will also support delivery of an appropriate housing supply strategy, key to the delivery of the programme for government. As members will be aware, the issue of unadopted developments is frequently reoccurring issue which can impact on the quality of our roads and their maintenance, our street lighting and water and wastewater infrastructure, which in the very worst cases can be problematic and an expensive burden on homeowners to undertake remedial works to meet the required standards or risk them being unable to sell their property. Water and wastewater infrastructure too are crucial to economic growth and facilitating the provision of more social, affordable and sustainable housing. Inadequate wastewater infrastructure impacts on the delivery of this, and whilst there are some initiatives to introduce contributions by developers, the committee considers that this will not be sufficient given the scale of the overall investment needed. The committee has taken a keen interest in capacity constraints, particularly with regard to wastewater infrastructure, and looks forward to receiving detail on how this will be improved. Both water and flooding risk management will be important factors in the achievement of the Executive's priorities. The committee is supportive of the Department's ambition to develop a new flood forecasting system. The Water, Flooding and Sustainable Drainage Bill will be introduced in the coming weeks. However, to date we still await its introduction, but given its objections, which are likely to seek to reduce pollution, strengthen resilience to extreme weather events, introduce more sustainable and environmentally friendly solutions to manage water resource and reduce and mitigate flood risk, it is important that the committee takes sufficient time to scrutinise these proposals. Turning on to our transport infrastructure, it is clear to the committee that a well-maintained, safe and reliable road network and public transport system will contribute significantly to the successful achievement of the programme for government priorities. Maintenance of the wider road network is of an ongoing concern to the committee, particularly due to the scaling back of an effective and well-funded winter service and potentially detrimental impact on road safety. Measures such as progressing delivery of the A5 will not only improve road safety and save lives, but will also create jobs and benefit to the economy. In addition, developing the rail network and providing more public transport for our rural and disabled communities are also essential to keep pace to support our economic goals. Turning to Lough Neagh and the environment, the committee is acutely aware of the importance of Lough Neagh in supplying 40% of Northern Ireland's drinking water and is concerned at the issues caused there with blue-green algae. Although not the only cause, pollution incidents from wastewater treatment works and septic tanks are key contributors, and this must be addressed. In addition, the commitments under the Climate Change Act will require investment. The committee has been actively engaging with the department and stakeholders to find out how this can be supported. The committee played its part in supporting the Vehicle Emissions Trading Scheme. It will be essential that the electric vehicle network is sufficiently developed to facilitate this, and I would urge that we look at options such as FTC as a means of borrowing to enable the private sector to support growth in our private charging network. Active travel is identified as a key indicator of the people mission of the programme for government. The committee looks forward to considering the results of the consultation on the active travel delivery plan. Reform and transformation of public services will require significant investment. However, the committee has heard the difficulties faced by the department due to budgetary constraints and the impact that this has had on its vacancy rates. So finally, the committee considers that the programme for government must be underpinned by robust and measurable milestones, and it would be helpful if the First or Deputy First Minister could set out what they consider the key infrastructural milestones to be and the assessments of whether these will be achieved in the context of the draft budget. This is particularly in the context of the investment strategy, which is coming imminently, and as stated in the programme for government, the Executive is committed to investing £26 billion in public funding in the next decade. So shaping a better tomorrow will require collaborative working and innovative approaches in working to shape a better tomorrow, both for the foundations of funding will need to deliver long-term improvement. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Robbie Butler, Chairperson of the Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs Committee.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. I welcome the opportunity to speak on behalf of the Committee for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. My comments are mainly in the context of the oral evidence session we had with officials on the 10th of October and subsequent response we sent to the TEO committee on the draft PFG. As the final PFG was issued to members on Friday, naturally the committee has not yet had a chance to consider it. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, overall the committee was supportive of the short, medium and long-term actions under the three headings of doing what matters most today, building new foundations and shaping a better tomorrow, with its three long-term missions: people, planet and prosperity. The committee was glad to hear that DAERA's 24-25 business plan had clear links to the draft PFG priorities and missions. And in our response to the TEO committee, we highlighted that there was an insufficient commitment to public engagement at departmental business planning level, and that we wished to see a public engagement strategy to connect the public with what is being delivered by the department. Regarding the first pillar, which was doing what matters most, we welcomed that protecting Lough Neagh and the environment was one of the 9 immediate priorities in the draft PFG and remains so in the final PFG, with a target of 2027 for delivering the Lough Neagh report and action plan. We will be discussing this further on Thursday at committee on our first evidence session with DAERA's Lough Neagh project manager. The committee has also been following the progress of the Small Business Research Initiative for shorter-term solutions to blue-green algae. At the stage of the draft programme for government, Phase 1 had launched and 5 organisations had been selected to develop a proof of concept solution. The committee hopes that the funding for both phases has been secured. To help reach the goal of net zero by 2050, the committee recognised the importance of the first environment strategy, setting carbon budgets and developing a climate action plan. However, we were concerned that the delay in the publication of plans potentially undermines the executive's position in addressing these matters. The committee looks forward to the development of an executive-agreed climate action plan, which is to be consulted on in 2025, and to see the detail of the cross-cutting steps to reduce carbon emissions and deliver across aspects in DAERA's remit, including agriculture, land use, forestry, waste and fisheries. We highlighted to the TEO committee in that response to the draft programme for government that the interventions in response to their environmental crisis, Lough Neagh, are part of the legal obligations, such as the delivery of an environmental strategy, and to be cognizant of that. The committee recognised that there are Assembly members who will be disappointed seeing no commitment to the introduction, however, of an independent environmental protection agency. The committee has concerns over delays in service delivery, for example, the processing of planning applications, and has advised that insufficient staff is part of that problem. So it is good to see the proposal of apprenticeship routes as one method of increasing staff resource. At NIEA, we will be requesting updates on the transformation of public services and on DAERA's share of the £235 million transformation fund. The second part, on building new foundations, members felt the focus on rural development was lacking in the draft programme for government. We held our meeting in Cookstown in November to hear from rural development groups and networks on their main concerns. Some members believe that loss of rural development funding post-EU exit continues to undermine support for rural areas. The committee will be keen to see the delivery of a new rural policy framework to build prosperous rural communities, and that this framework will be developed collaboratively with rural communities. Shaping a Better Tomorrow, which is the People's Mission. In connection to a just transition, we highlighted to the TEO committee that the Welsh model is underpinned by well-being to ensure that people are thriving as well as the economy. The committee looks forward to engaging with the Just Transition Commission and supporting DAERA to secure funding for a Just Transition Fund for Agriculture. And on Shaping a Better Tomorrow, the Planet Mission. In some cases, growing the economy is in opposition to climate change actions, and a balanced approach is absolutely needed. Some members highlighted that development of environmental commitments should be underpinned by legally binding targets. Although there was a high-level commentary on agriculture in the draft programme for government, we did feel and still feel that there is a lack of detail around some statements, for example, that they will support farmers to help make healthy local food more affordable. And given the emphasis on delivering multiple objectives from land use, the committee feel that there are opportunities and risks that need to be dealt with more strategically, potentially via a land use framework. Regarding Shaping a Better Tomorrow, the Prosperity Mission, the committee highlighted that there are rural, micro and small businesses that need support to thrive and to grow, and the committee will no doubt be considering if the final programme for government goes far enough in addressing rural affairs. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, if you don't mind, I'd like to make just a few comments on behalf of myself and my party. At the beginning of the programme for government document that we have before it, it is rightly noted that we can, what can be achieved together in the remainder of this mandate, and the First Minister has alluded to that. But let's take a moment to imagine what could have been achieved had we have had a full mandate to deliver. If we had stability, the continuity and the shared determination to make progress year on year. This being the first programme for government since 2011 is both good news and, frankly, a source of deep shame. It's good news because it signals progress, consensus and a collective effort to govern. It's a shame on all of us because it should never have taken this long. Imagine where we could have been had we have had successive, fully implemented programmes for government and an executive that worked through its difficulties rather than collapsing under them. We are in a slightly better fiscal position than in previous years, not because of the new investment or bold economic strategy, but largely because we have been underfunded for so long that any uplift sadly feels like relief. And while we may be in a better political position than when this place was empty, the scale of repair and transformation that is required is absolutely enormous. Those who choose political abstinence in this place must take a long, hard look at the consequences of their actions, not in the abstract, but in the lives of the people who have suffered from years of stagnation in this place. There is much to welcome in the priorities for the programme for government, but we owe it to the people of Northern Ireland to be abundantly clear and honest in regard to the pace of delivery, not so much just in the matters of progress, because people do not need political platitudes, they need results. They need to know when their lives will get better, not just how we plan to make them better. The legacy of this Executive and Assembly cannot be one of short-term aspiration. It must be one of long-term delivery. And that can only be achieved with multi-year budgets, stable and reliable government and a commitment to interdepartmental collaboration that delivers real value for money. And we must regularly review what we are doing, challenge inefficiency and refuse to allow outdated ways of working to hold us back. Let us not perform like assemblies of old. Let us do more, let us do it better, and let us do it together for everyone in Northern Ireland. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Colin Gildernew, Chairperson for the Committee for Communities.
Margaret, Prior Last Ceann Comhairle, and I rise today to contribute to this important debate on the programme for government in my capacity as Chair for Committee. However, I want to make clear at the outset the remarks I make do not represent an agreed committee position, including given timing, but rather reflect the concerns, comments and priorities that have been raised repeatedly in committee and by the committee members from across the political spectrum. If time allows, I'll also make some comments as Sinn Féin spokesperson. One of the most pressing concerns of the committee has been the lack of progress on key social strategies, including the anti-poverty strategy, the disability strategy and the language strategies. For too long, the North has lacked a coherent and resourced approach to tackling poverty. However, the updated programme for government explicitly commits the Executive to bringing forward an anti-poverty strategy. This is a welcome step forward and a direct result of the tireless campaigning of the Cliff Edge Coalition, the wider voluntary and community sector and indeed the committee, which has consistently called for action on poverty. The strategy must not be a box-ticking exercise, and the committee will scrutinise its development closely to ensure it is adequately funded, backed by clear timelines and delivers real and measurable outcomes for those experiencing financial hardship. The Executive has recognised that tackling poverty requires a cross-departmental effort, including addressing educational attainment gaps, health inequalities and housing stress. These commitments must now be translated into urgent action. Alongside the anti-poverty strategy, the committee has regularly pressed the Minister on the status of the language strategies and the disability strategy, which are all crucial components of a fairer, more inclusive society. These strategies have been subject to repeated delays, leaving many in our communities without the support and recognition they need. The disability strategy in particular is of crucial importance in ensuring that government policy actively removes barriers for disabled people, promoting their full participation in social and economic life. The failure to deliver this strategy in a timely manner undermines commitments to equality and inclusion. Similarly, the outstanding language strategies must be progressed as a matter of urgency to ensure that linguistic diversity is respected and promoted in a manner that enhances cultural inclusion. The committee remains clear in its expectations that all of these social inclusion strategies should not be sidelined, but must instead be central to the Executive's broader commitment to rights and equality. We have also repeatedly pressed the Minister and Department to engage proactively with the range of co-design groups who have contributed to this work to ensure their input is reflected. The programme for government acknowledges the urgent need for increased housing supply, particularly social and affordable housing, and the committee will certainly welcome the commitment to building 5,850 new social homes by 2027. Housing stress continues to rise, with more than 47,000 households on the waiting list. While the Department for Communities has set ambitious targets, delivery will remain the key challenge across a range of issues. Furthermore, the Committee has raised concerns about the fuel poverty strategy, which must be brought forward urgently. The cost of living crisis has left too many households struggling to heat their homes, and we must ensure that commitments in this area lead to real action. The loan to acquire Move On Accommodation Fund announced in the programme for government is a welcome step to support homelessness charities in securing housing solutions for those in greatest need. However, we must see greater ambition and long-term investment to tackle the root cause of homelessness. The redevelopment of Casement Park has been a long-standing issue, and while the programme for government includes a commitment to progressing this project, the committee remains concerned about funding and delivery timelines. Casement Park is not just a sports stadium. It represents a key investment in community infrastructure, tourism and economic development. We urge the Executive and the Minister for Communities to provide greater clarity on funding arrangements and delivery schedules. The Committee has noted and welcomed the progress that is being made in the implementation of the Sub-Regional Stadia or NI Football Fund programme. So, while the Committee welcomes the overarching ambitions of the programme for government, we remain concerned that key social priorities, particularly those within the Department for Communities, have not been given the urgency and attention they require. We cannot have a programme for government that fails to prioritise those most in need, that overlook long-standing commitments on social inclusion, or that delay critical infrastructure projects that will benefit community for generations to come. The Committee therefore urges the Minister and the Executive to ensure that these matters are not only acknowledged but acted upon with clear commitments and tangible outcomes. The Committee is also keen to undertake robust and effective scrutiny of these cross-departmental priorities. We look forward to continuing to scrutinise the Minister's approach to these issues and will remain resolute in advocating for the delivery of long overdue strategies and projects. Last Ceann Comhairle, now make a few brief remarks as Sinn Féin spokesperson for housing and communities. I want to start off by welcoming the fact that a programme for government has been agreed by Executive, which, as some members have pointed out, is the first time in over a decade that we have reached this point. The PFG contains many important commitments which will improve the lives of everyone in society, along with reducing waiting times, making childcare affordable, growing our economy and protecting our environment. I particularly welcome the high priority placed on housing within the programme for government. The housing supply strategy sets a target of 100,000 new homes in 15 years, and this is the scale of what is needed if we are to seriously tackle the current housing crisis. We need to see the Housing Executive building homes again, and this will require a substantial increase in the level of investment. It will also require the British Government to sign off on a new financial model for the Housing Executive, which will allow it to borrow the funds it needs to invest. Turning now again to the social inclusion strategies, and again I want to welcome the commitment given to deliver an Irish language strategy. Gaels have waited long enough to have their language given the status it deserves, and we need an Irish language strategy to enhance the provision and promotion of the language, as was agreed in the New Decade New Approach Agreement. There is great concern within the Irish language sector that the Minister for Communities is dragging his heels on this issue, and it was disappointing that he was unable to commit to a timeline for the delivery of the strategy at last week's committee meeting. In a similar vein, we also need to see the delivery of an anti-poverty strategy. The delivery of this strategy has never been more urgent, and I welcome the Minister's commitment to present a final draft to Executive before the end of this month. We need to see a much more proactive and forthright approach from the Minister, particularly in his engagements with the British Government around the need for a funding package for Casement. And I will conclude my remarks there.
Time's up. Thank you, Colm. I call Diane Forsyth, Deputy Chair of the Finance Committee.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and I speak today on behalf of the Finance Committee as the Chair focuses on his role as Leader of the Opposition. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I would like to start by thanking the First Minister and Deputy First Minister for their bringing this forward and for the words today in the Chamber. It's important for me to state that as this finalised programme for government was only published on Friday afternoon, the Finance Committee has not had time to consider it. It would have been helpful if time had been provided for committees to consider the PFG before this debate. However, we are where we are. Therefore, my speech will reflect the scrutiny that the Finance Committee undertook on the PFG when it was in draft. The committee was briefed on the Department of Finance's aspects of the PFG on the 2nd of October 2024. During the briefing, the Department of Finance officials highlighted that, as well as its financial oversight role with respect to the PFG, the Department has a vital role in other key elements under the reform and transformation of public services, the immediate priority. As officials have regularly reminded the Committee, the current and ongoing budgetary restrictions mean that this priority is central to this programme for government. Central to that is the work of the Interim Public Sector Transformation Board and its efforts to make recommendations to the Finance Minister on utilising £235 million of transformation funding over 5 years. The Committee has applied considerable energy to scrutinising this body and has further scrutiny plans. The Committee notes that the final PFG indicates that this work is now being led by a new Reform and Transformation Unit within the Executive Office. The Committee will seek clarification on the role of the Finance Minister and the ongoing scrutiny that the Committee is seeking to apply. Officials also informed the Committee that financial sustainability will be key to transformation. The Department's work with the Budget Sustainability Plan examines improvements in the budget process, including how best to connect the budget process with strategic decisions, including PFG targets. This has been a key ask from the Committee and has been highlighted by multiple stakeholders. The budget must be linked to the programme for government for both to be properly scrutinised by statutory committees. Only when the two are linked will there be proper clarity and transparency regarding executive and departmental priorities, and it will be much easier for members to see where budgets are going to better exercise their advisory role with respect to ministers. It's important to remember that the Programme for Government is a legislative requirement within Section 20 of the Northern Ireland Act 1998, which states the Executive Committee will seek to agree each year and review as necessary a programme incorporating an agreed budget linked to policies and programmes, subject to approval by the Assembly after scrutiny in Assembly committees on a cross-community basis. We have not yet truly arrived at a fully budget-linked PFG. Indeed, page 88 of this PFG is titled Funding for the Programme for Government. This single page describing the need for reform and transformation, as well as highlighting the difficult fiscal situation we find ourselves in. There's no detail around budget linking to the PFG, and that is disappointing. The PFG also references the interim fiscal framework, to which, again, the Committee has also applied considerable scrutiny. The interim fiscal framework was signed by the previous Finance Minister in May 2024, is expected to put the Executive's finances on a more sustainable footing, to allow delivery of the high-quality public services people expect and deserve. Work around this has entered into a new phase with the engagement of Professor Jerry Holtham around our relative need and the level at which our fiscal floor should rest. I indicated that the Committee received commentary on the PFG from various stakeholders, including Ulster University. They expressed a concern that the PFG focuses too much on immediate pressures and a restricted set of priorities. They suggest that a longer and more strategic view should be taken, with greater emphasis on prevention and early intervention. Like the Committee, they emphasise the need for a multi-year budget linked to the Programme for Government. Essentially, the building blocks to achieve the Programme for Government's priorities need to be more clearly identified alongside much greater cross-departmental working and budgeting. Work now needs to be done to make this PFG tangible for our communities. Our people need to see how the Programme for Government is making their lives better and is taking us forward. On behalf of the Finance Committee, I welcome the publication of this Programme for Government, and we will continue to play our part in scrutinising its delivery, as well as offering advice on how it can be made more effective. And I will speak briefly as DUP MLA for Southdown in welcoming this Programme for Government. And it's good to see that we are in a position where this is agreed in advance of agreeing the 25-26 budget, with a view to aligning the priorities and ensuring that budget flows through to them. I particularly welcome the priority to deliver more affordable, accessible, high-quality early learning and childcare, a critical priority for our working families in Northern Ireland and for ensuring that every child has the best start in life. And in advance of this Programme for Government being agreed, it was excellent to see childcare being identified up front as a key priority of the Executive and the Assembly, with £25 million being ring-fenced this financial year. And with this somewhat modest allocation, I am very proud that the DUP Education Minister, Paul Givan, progressed at pace and delivered in this financial year on childcare. It is critical that in this programme for government commitment, funding is able to flow. With that £25 million, the Education Minister delivered within 4 months of making an announcement the Northern Ireland Childcare Subsidy Scheme, which has put over £4 million back into the pockets of families here in Northern Ireland, with over 14,000 children registered. We've seen £7.6 million invested in existing programmes, including Sure Start, major expansion of preschool with an extra 2,500 children moving to full-time nursery school places from September 2025, and research has commenced and a strategy is progressing. Our DP Education Minister has proved he can deliver on this and he can make a difference on childcare. And under this programme for government, I would encourage progression and enabling him to have budget flowing, because if Paul Givan has more, he will deliver more for working families in Northern Ireland.
Thank you, Diane. I call Owen Tennyson.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and like other members, I rise to welcome this as a step forward. That for the first time since 2011, the Executive has agreed a programme for government setting out the vision, priorities and direction for the remainder of this mandate. It goes without saying, of course, that this is not an exhaustive list of everything that Executive Ministers will deliver over the next 2 years, nor should it be seen as the ceiling on our ambition, but rather the foundation from which we should all seek to build together. Nor is this a document that Alliance, or to be fair, any other party in this chamber would have written in isolation. It does, however, set out a series of positive proposals in a number of areas where there is consensus amongst the 4 parties within the mandatory coalition. On that note, Principal Deputy Speaker, before I turn to the substance of the document, I do want to address some points in relation to the process and how we got here. A process that was fraught at times with needless delay and which also at times lacked the spirit of genuine cooperation and collaboration which is referenced within the document itself. 4 months after the consultation closed in November, ministers from Alliance should not have had to ask for a summary of consultation responses, equality and rural impact assessments, nor should those ministers have had to ask for the final version of the document on the eve the Executive was due to meet to agree it. I don't wish to dwell on those challenges, but I do sincerely hope that those lessons will be learned and recognised, and that we can commit today to move forward together in a spirit of genuine collaboration and cooperation as we seek to deliver together. There is much in the way of positive progress in this programme for government, including important commitments which will improve the lives of everyone we represent. Commitments to tackle paramilitarism, speed up our justice system and enhance police officer numbers to build safer, stronger and more vibrant communities. And commitments for the first time to tackle the ecological crisis in Lough Neagh, ensuring that that issue receives the billing and the attention it deserves, alongside action to protect our environment and combat climate change. It is important to stress that, be it protecting our environment and improving water quality, be it building a vibrant economy, or delivering the social housing to which the programme for government aspires, does require progress in respect of infrastructure as a key enabling function, and I want to associate myself with some of the remarks that the Chair of the Committee made in that respect. So too is it welcome to see clear targets in respect of the number of participants in programmes raising awareness around the issue of violence against women and girls, given the particular scourge that that issue poses on our society, as well as cross-party commitments to childcare and to tackling health waiting lists. Of course, there are other areas where we would have liked to go further, be that in respect of exploiting the opportunities presented to us by dual market access, be it in relation to a greater focus on poverty, or, as the Chair of the Communities Committee referenced, the need to deliver on social strategies which are long overdue. And for our part, Alliance will continue to articulate arguments in favour of progressing with the disability strategy, the gender equality strategy, the LGBTQIA+ strategy and others. Of course, our ability to deliver in this mandate has been constrained both by the state of our public finances and by the fact that, again, we are operating in a constrained mandate. I want to turn briefly to a couple of comments that were made by the Leader of the Opposition. And I would gently say this. When you come to this chamber to point the finger at other parties, at least be consistent. There have been executives in the past that the SDLP have sat in where there has been no programme for government at all. And in fairness to the SDLP ministers that sat in those executives, I actually think they tried their best to deliver. So too have there been executives that the SDLP has participated in where they have voted against the programme for government but continued to participate in that executive. This is not, as I said, a programme for government that Alliance would have written. However, we are willing to give it a fair wind, because if operated in good faith and in a spirit of collaboration, I believe that we can prove to be successful as an executive. And I want the executive to be successful because the success of our people and our communities and our public services depends on it. So I will be supporting this programme for government today. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Owen. I call Pat Sheehan.
The publication of the Executive's programme for government is a hugely welcome step as we continue to drive forward delivering for people here. The programme for government is ambitious, and rightly so. It focuses on critical issues like delivering affordable housing, reducing childcare costs and cutting health waiting lists, and transforming special educational needs provision. As my party spokesperson on education and as a member of the Education Committee here, I will focus my remarks on our education system. For too long, too many children have been left behind. Educational underachievement remains one of the most pressing challenges we face, and tackling it must be a priority. Education, like the rest of our public services, has been starved of the vital and necessary investment it has required due to over a decade of British government austerity. And it's in that context we have to be absolutely sure that we are spending money properly and getting bang for our buck. Investment in education must be based on objective need. That means directing resources where they are needed most, ensuring that children from disadvantaged backgrounds, regardless of their postcode, have access to the same opportunities as everyone else. We know that poverty and educational outcomes are linked. Children growing up in deprivation are more likely to struggle in school, and without intervention, that disadvantage follows them into adulthood. We cannot allow that cycle to continue. The programme for government recognises the need to break it, and we must ensure that commitment is backed by funding and action. The Education Minister must make tackling educational underachievement a priority. Supporting children with special educational needs is another crucial element. For too long, families have struggled to access the assessments, resources and support their children require. It's not enough to acknowledge the issue. We need a system that delivers, that provides the funding, staff and structures necessary to give every child, regardless of ability, the chance to thrive. On childcare, childcare is not just a family issue. It's an economic issue, a gender equality issue and an educational issue. The emphasis in this programme for government on making childcare more affordable isn't just an ambition or an aspiration. It has already been backed up with action. Prices are coming down for families, but more can and will be done. The Education Minister has been given £25 million this financial year to deal with childcare, and next year he'll be getting £50 million. And that's a sign of the ambition of the Executive. No parent should have to choose between work and their child's future because childcare costs are too high. And no child should miss out on the early years support that high-quality childcare provides. While today is a good day and we welcome this programme for government, we must also acknowledge the reality. The Executive does not have the resources or the fiscal powers to invest in public services to the level required. For years, our public services have been undermined by austerity policies imposed by the British government. Sinn Féin has been clear we need proper funding for the North. Our finance ministers, both past and present, have made that case to the Treasury time and again. And we continue to call for the maximum devolution of fiscal powers so that we here in the North can decide how to invest in our public services and our people.
Thank you, Pat. I call Philip Brett, Chair of the Committee for Economy.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. And my first remarks will be made as Chair of the Economy Committee. The last time that a programme for government was agreed in this place, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I was studying A-level politics, so it's a pleasure that I get to make remarks on behalf of the committee. The committee did scrutinise the draft programme for government along with the Department's 24-25 business case and indeed their transformation bid. The draft programme for government indicated a number of priorities which the Department for the Economy would be in the lead, particularly to grow a globally competitive and sustainable economy. The committee strongly welcomed the Executive's clear commitment to economic improvement for all the people of Northern Ireland, evidenced by the prominence of the economic elements in the draft PFG. The committee welcomed the prompt delivery of some important supporting measures, including the return of the Skill Up programme, the new Apprenticeship Challenge Fund, the rollout of the Energy Efficiency CapEx Fund, and the 10-year tourism strategy. However, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, the committee is still awaiting the Skills Action Plan, the Renewable Energy Support Scheme, and the Circular Economy Strategy. In terms of the PFG Wellbeing Framework, the committee noted that economic progress is to be measured through a limited set of data based on economic activity and employment levels, numbers of exporting businesses, the Nation Brand Index and a R&D spending level. The committee was surprised that the skills measure wasn't focused on the missing middle at both level 4 and at level 5. And members remarked also that the data sets yet don't include multi-factor Northern Ireland-based productivity measures, although they are understood to be in development by the Department. Members therefore noted with some concern that the plan and very substantial changes to employment law being progressed by the Minister are unlikely to be informed by up-to-date Northern Ireland-based information. The committee also lately considered the draft budget for 25-26 by the Department and has yet to see any information on the impact of the proposed cuts from the Minister on skilled places, higher education, or arm's-length bodies, including Tourism, NI and Northern Ireland Screen. The committee hopes that lessons will be learned from the previous PFG experience, that the accountability and linkages to financial provision, including the investment strategy, will be clear and easy to scrutinise. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, that concludes my remarks as Chair of the committee. But turning to DUP Economic Spokesperson, can I warmly welcome the clear prioritisation of growing Northern Ireland's economy within the programme for government, both as the first priority set out in the document and indeed of one of the themes later on in the document. This party has been and will continue to be unapologetic in our clear desire to grow the Northern Ireland economy, to ensure that all communities, wherever you live in Northern Ireland, have access to the best possible jobs, the best possible opportunities and the best possible education. In relation to inclusion within the programme for government, this party has been to the fore in recent mandates in updating employment legislation. The former Economy Minister, the member now for Upper Bann, was key in securing bereavement leave for parents. The introduction of domestic safe leave in the coming years, again supported by this party. The substantial proposals being brought forward by the now Minister clearly do not have consensus across the private sector, and it is incumbent upon the Minister to engage with all stakeholders if we are to achieve support for the Good Employment Bill. If we turn then, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, to the investment zone funding, £150 million secured by Treasury by this Executive. 18 months ago that announcement was made and we have seen limited progress from the Minister in relation to this vital funding. and I, in my role as DUP economy spokesperson, will continue to champion the Minister to bring that forward. This party has always been unapologetic in wanting to grow the economy across Northern Ireland and ensure regional balance. But for me, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, regional balance does not just mean investing in one geographical location in Northern Ireland. It means that all communities, particularly those in Belfast, where I represent, who live in the shadows of factories and live in the shadows of large investments, but don't get to reap the financial benefit of being employed in those sectors. Our party will ensure that all communities, not just one section of Northern Ireland, benefits from regional balance. The test, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, of the words in the programme for government about supporting our higher and further education sector will be judged by the draft budget brought forward by the Department. All parties want to see the growth of the Magee campus, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, but that cannot be done at the expense of other university or further education institutions. The proposed and rumoured cuts of £10 million by the now Economy Minister to Queen's University will cost up to 1,400 university places, 300 academic posts, and could endanger City Deal projects. And this party will not sit by quietly, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, while that is allowed to go on. The Leader of the Opposition rightly pointed out DUP fingerprints on this document. And I'm very proud of that, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, because whether people like it or not, we are joint head of government. Our Deputy First Minister has been tenacious in ensuring that DUP manifesto commitments are delivered in this document. The non-inclusion of dual market access seems to be a matter of concern for some. They may wish to take that up, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, with the head of Invest Northern Ireland, who has made clear that to date no such opportunity delivery has come. And that's why it is so important in this document on page 85 that there is a clear commitment by this executive to engage with both Intertrade UK and the new ministerial arrangements secured by this party. The delivery unit will be key to achieving the progress that we all want to see. When I made my remarks in my maiden speech, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, the return of this place will be judged by our actions, not on our return, but under DUP leadership. I am no doubt that we will deliver. Thank you.
I call Diana Armstrong.
First Minister and Deputy First Minister for bringing this motion to the House today. I think there are many of us across this House who understand the significance of the programme for government, the importance it plays in our roles as legislators working hard to bring positive change to all our constituents and communities across Northern Ireland. However, there can be no doubt in anyone's mind that the ambition and commitments in this programme for government are not reflected in the budget, and it concerns me that many of these commitments may not be delivered, especially without adequate resources and long-term strategic financing through multi-year budgets. That being said, I'll be adding some positive commentary as my party's economy spokesperson and, more importantly, as MLA for Fermanagh and South Tyrone. The programme for government outlines a number of commitments and actions needed to deliver a competitive, productive and sustainable economy. It's essential that our economy is given the tools and opportunities to grow and prosper, and I think there are some positive avenues available in this programme that will deliver this. I particularly welcome and will be closely watching the developments of the Apprenticeship Inclusion Challenge Fund, the Skills Fund and the Tourism Strategic Action Plan, key areas and interests of mine that will help streamline and promote growth for the next decade. I think there is a growing trend and enthusiasm around apprenticeships. More and more young people continue to avail of them, and given that International Women's Day falls during this week, I think it is important to highlight that more and more women continue to avail of apprenticeships and train in traditional sectors where men were often the dominant participants. This fund, in my view, is necessary to bridge the growing skills gap in Northern Ireland. I have countless businesses telling me that they can't get the skills they need to grow. Investing in apprenticeships is an investment in our future, and I know many colleagues feel the same. In addition, the investment in the Skills Fund is a welcome commitment and will be the spearhead to deliver the skills needed to boost the economy and tackle low productivity by upskilling and reskilling the workforce, particularly women returners. The competitive nature of the jobs market and continued demand for specialisation in skills is holding many businesses back from expansion, as the workforce simply isn't there. As many of you may know, a passion of mine is the tourism sector. Growing up and being a representative for the Fermanagh Lakelands, I feel passionate about the forward-looking face of tourism and how pivotal it is in demonstrating all that is good about our country. That is why it's hugely welcome to see it highlighted within the programme for government, with an investment of £1.3 billion to stimulate regeneration and tourism across Northern Ireland. And that follows the publication of the Tourism Strategic Action Plan last month. In conclusion, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, the programme for government represents a positive step forward in outlining the commitments of this executive, but we must start to see delivery of and accountability for these commitments, and importantly, a budget framework that matches these targets. Thank you.
Thank you, Diana. I call Deirdre Hargey.
Thank you to First and Deputy First Ministers for bringing this. The publication of the Executive's programme for government is a welcome step. It represents a commitment of the four-party executive to work together in the interests of everyone within our society. And we're all too aware that we're working within an extremely tight financial situation that has been exacerbated by 15 years of austerity budgets by the British government. A fact that has been acknowledged across this chamber in highlighting the impact of austerity on our budgets and also the deficiencies on the level of need funding. But despite these challenging fiscal environments, having this programme for government is a good step forward in setting out executive priorities, delivering better public services and outcomes for our people. It's good to see key outcomes around ending violence against women and girls and safer communities. Feeling safe is an essential part of how we feel in our communities, our places of work and when socialising, and they are key quality of life factors for all of us. I'm glad that these important issues are being highlighted in this programme for government. The ending violence against women and girls is a critical area that's having an impact right across our communities, with devastating impacts in which we've seen over 20 women killed since 2020, and in many more cases where women and girls are being harassed, intimidated, beaten and threatened on a daily basis. The collective effort to prioritise this and tackle the root causes is important, and with a minimum of 100,000 participants to be engaged throughout this programme. A change fund where funding is being directed through our 11 local councils into our local communities with grassroots engagement, participation and ensuring impact happens at a local level. The ongoing work of the Ending Violence Against Women and Girls, domestic abuse strategies, the Power to Change campaign and the establishment of sectoral groups all contributing to the ending violence against women and girls and creating safer communities for all of us. Speeding up access to justice and creating safer communities are essential in determining how people feel and the impact on their quality of life. It's good to see the priority of expanding the use of out-of-court disposals and the use of community resolution notices. These will be an essential part of the work and are welcomed along with the business case and advancing and looking at sufficient policing numbers. Dealing with trauma, tackling hate and prejudice, reducing offending and reoffending are important areas of work that I'm glad to see in this programme for work. Early intervention and prevention are critical in tackling these issues, and the commitment of a joined-up integrated working and investment in digital capabilities are also critical in the transformation that we need to see. This work also needs to be underpinned by an anti-poverty and equality lens, as we know those who are most impacted are from working class and minority backgrounds. We know that this programme for work is not the final or exhaustive list of priorities for the Executive or indeed individual ministers, and nor should it. We will work to have a scrutiny role of ministers to ensure that we see delivery on the ground. But what this does is provide an important framework and a commitment of working collectively together to deliver positive change and outcomes in the interests of our whole community. Thank you.
Thank you. The next item of business in order paper is question time, so I therefore propose by leave the Assembly to suspend until 2 p.m. The sit-in is by leave suspended.
Order. Order. It's time for questions to the Executive Office. Start with a list of questions. Nicole Jerry Carroll.
Question 1.
Minister.
As I've publicly stated as First Minister, I have taken the decision not to travel to Washington DC over the St Patrick's Day period this year. Junior Minister Riley will also not be travelling to Washington, but along with Junior Minister Cameron, she will be travelling to Brussels to engage in St Patrick's Day events with key stakeholders, undertaking a programme of engagements that I'm sure both Junior Ministers will be happy to update members on after their visit. The Deputy First Minister and I are joining an NI Chamber Commerce Trade delegation to North Carolina next week, where we'll both be working hard to encourage investment here, to grow connections and to deliver on a prosperity agenda as outlined in the new programme for government. And you'll also be aware that the Deputy First Minister is travelling to Washington to undertake a series of engagements there also.
Mr. Carroll.
Thank you. I welcome the decision not to go to the White House this St Patrick's Day and to pay tribute to all the activists who put pressure on Sinn Féin and other parties not to go. Can I ask the First Minister why is she allowing the Deputy First Minister to go to the White House this St Patrick's Day, and would she join the calls to say that the Taoiseach and the Taoiseach both should not go to the White House this Patrick's Day?
Well, I've taken the decision as First Minister not to attend events in the White House this year. That's my decision. A decision I don't take lightly, but a decision I've taken as a principal stance because I believe it's the right thing to do at this moment in time. I think there are times whenever there's responsibility in all of us to call out injustice, and this was that moment. So I'm very comfortable with my decision, equally comfortable with the fact that the Deputy First Minister has a different view and will travel to be part of the White House reception and other events this year. That's entirely her call, and I'm comfortable enough with that decision. Also, I think when it comes to the Taoiseach, I think it's a different offering insofar as the Taoiseach is uniquely in a position where he himself will have the opportunity to engage directly with the US President, and that's an opportunity that he has to take because only he will have that opportunity to have that one-on-one time, and perhaps he can, and I hope that he does, take the opportunity to drive home the message, the depth of feeling that's felt right across Ireland in terms of how people feel about what's happening in Palestine. The recent commentary by the US administration in particular in terms of the taking of Palestinian lands, the removal of the Palestinian people off their lands, the fact that they have moved away from a two-state solution, which is a solution that we all want to see achieved, is something that he needs to be very firm on in terms of any engagement with the US President.
Gillian Armstrong.
Could I ask if it would be possible for a list of the invitations received by both the First Minister and Deputy First Minister in the week around St Patrick's Day? I know you've outlined that there are certain meetings that you want to have, but the invitations that actually came into your offices?
Sure. So the invitations that have been received to date include the Northern Ireland Council for Voluntary Action Leadership Forum, the Ireland Fund's National Gala, the US Speakers Luncheon, the Washington Ireland programme, the WIP programme, which members will be familiar with, the Ulster University breakfast event, and then just over the weekend, late Saturday night, the White House reception invite as well.
Stacey McLaughlin.
First Minister, given your answer there, do you regret going to the US last year?
No, I don't. I think that it's important that at moments in time that we take our opportunity to make a stance, and this was that time. And I think the fundamental difference is that the US administration have now moved away from what was a united two-state solution, which we all want to see, peace and security for the Palestinians, but peace and security for the Israelis. We want to see that solution found, and the only way you'll do that is actually to have dialogue and involve all partners. Unfortunately, that is not the view of this US administration and this new president. They have taken the decision to move towards the mass expulsion of the Palestinian people. They've taken a decision to seize Palestinian lands. They've taken a decision to move away from that united position of a two-state solution. So I think that for me, at this moment in time, this is not about politics, this is about humanity, and this is about doing the right thing.
Robinson.
The First Minister not agree that having good relations with the US administration, regardless of which party occupies the White House, is crucially important to the economy of this province, both in terms of FDI and those local companies wishing to set up in the United States?
Well, I think we can do more than one thing at once. I think I can take the principal stance that I believe in, but I also believe very strongly in our strong roots with the US, and I think particularly for our economic prosperity. I think that's really important. So those roots run deep, and it's important that we continue to nurture those roots. It's also important that we continue to look for opportunities for our economy, and that's why over the course of the next week, both myself and the Deputy First Minister will be in North Carolina, very much on an economic mission. Also alongside that, our Economy Minister will be in in Boston and New York with InvestNI, again about drumming up trade and saying that we're very much open for business. So I believe that we can continue to further our links both economically in terms of prosperity, growing our economy, creating jobs, creating investment, doing all those things, whilst also on this occasion me taking the principal position that I have taken.
Timothy Gosson.
First Minister, I'm wondering, will you take this opportunity to inform the House and share with us all the cost of the trip to Washington for St Patrick's Day in 2024? Your department has sat on the answer for somewhat 7 months now. I think it would be good if you could confirm to the House today when I can expect an answer, or indeed the cost of the trip.
I'm quite sure we'll furnish you with that information. I don't have the detail as to why you don't have it yet, but we'll make sure we get it to you.
Question 2.
With your permission, Mr Speaker, I'm going to ask Junior Minister Eddie to take this question.
Thank you. Just last week we announced a £9 million extension to the Urban Villages Capital Plan. This will allow the development of 4 fantastic new projects in Belfast and Derry, providing much needed physical regeneration, creating safer communities and making a positive difference to people's lives. The updated capital plan also ensures the successful continuation of the 70 capital projects already being delivered across the 5 urban villages areas. The Urban Villages Initiative is currently providing funding for skills and training in areas such as capacity building and sustainability to all key project promoters. This is to ensure that they can deliver on long-term objectives as well as social, economic, environmental and good relations outcomes over the next few years.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you to the Junior Minister for her answer. Just in terms of an update, could you provide one in regard to the next steps of this programme?
Minister.
Yes, I can, and thank you for that question. We know the significant impact on the Urban Villages programmes and the impact that it has had in communities. Successful delivery of the remaining capital projects will increase access to shared space facilities and continue to promote integration across the 5 urban village areas and beyond. We have set out the strategic direction for urban villages, which will include completing the current Urban Villages plan with a focus on delivering the remaining capital portfolio projects. It will be investing over the next few years to help secure the sustainability of capital projects, which will be delivered through grant support for capacity building to support community organisations taking forward large capital projects, and also planning for the future by establishing a working group to take forward the development of Phase 2, which includes joint up delivery between departments to catalyse the linkages Urban Villages has made in supporting ministerial priorities. This will fully demonstrate TEO's impact on the urban villages areas.
Anya Murphy.
I'd like to thank the Minister for her answer. Minister, can you give us any additional detail about what other specific projects have been added to the updated Urban Villages plan?
Yes, I can, and I thank the member for her question. In general terms, the Urban Villages Initiative has been supporting a range of community-led, cross-cutting and capital projects to improve good relations outcomes and to develop thriving places where there has previously been a history of deprivation and community tension. As of the 31st of January 2025, there has been £49.8 million in capital investment. Revenue investment is sitting at £15 million. Event attendees have reached in excess of 1.1 million and almost 3,500 training courses delivered, with almost 4,000 of those workshops. So the additional £9 million investment will allow Urban Villages to develop 4 new capital projects, and those are the Realm in Derry, which will see a range of high-quality public realm improvements across the Fountain, Bogside and Bishop Street. Westland Community Centre here in North Belfast, which will deliver a new community centre providing an innovative community-led service for the area. The Market Arches in the market area of Belfast, where 8 tunnels and former railway arches will be regenerated, providing new social and commercial spaces. And lastly, the School of Music in Donegal Pass in South Belfast, where the former School of Music will be home to a range of social economy, charitable and creative ventures. And these investments are making a real, tangible difference to the communities in which they are located.
Paula Bradshaw.
Ministers for the answers so far. I wonder, could you give us an outline of when the final draft of the review of the TBUC programme will come forward, with particular reference to the refreshed approach to good relations that's been talked about? Thank you.
Yeah, just in terms of the TBUC review is obviously underway, and a number of other good relations projects set under that. In terms of an actual time frame, I don't have that in front of me, but if you want the right, I'm sure we'll give you a time frame on that.
Speaker, agus Prius Leishan, Ira Fahonia, Afragri Gigi. Shaw, Junior Minister, would you agree that there should be full transparency of what is being funded by urban villages, why, and the exact role of TEO in that? I ask because I'd recently asked the First Minister had she received an invite to the official opening of the Peacemakers Museum, a project that she had previously told me had nothing to do with the Executive Office. She said she hadn't, or at least didn't recall, receiving an invite to that. I've subsequently acquired through, Mr Speaker, through FOI that she had not only been invited to the official opening, but also subsequently that herself and the Deputy First Minister were invited to a pre-opening tour. Could the Junior Minister explain why these invitations weren't accepted or even recalled?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm not sure of what the exact question was, but of course there should absolutely be full transparency. And like myself, I visited many urban villages projects, and it's clear that the transformative impact that has been achieved or is currently underway. Like, I look at the particular Colin area in my own constituency of West Belfast, which has been transformed and unrecognisable for the better, and we absolutely want to build on that, and that's why we have put together a working group to take forward the development of phase 2 of urban villages, which will also look at criteria. And I think we just have to remember that urban villages was a first. So of course we can absolutely learn from that for the next phase, what that looks like, how it can be approved on, and we will certainly look at doing that.
Move on to David Brooks.
Question 3.
Minister.
As the member will be aware, the purpose of the East West Council is to strengthen cooperation between us and other parts of the UK by bringing together key representatives from government, business, education, trade, transport and culture sectors, and also by encouraging collaboration between ministers and industry experts. The arrangements and timings for meetings of the Council are in the first instance the responsibility of the British Government, and these will inevitably reflect the availability of both their ministers and ours. We are, however, currently considering a number of potential dates for the next meeting of the Council and hope to be able to confirm those details in the near future. We should say that even in the absence of an East West Council, we've had numerous opportunities to engage with ministerial colleagues from other governments through other forums that have been set up for intergovernmental relations. Within the last year, we've attended 8 ministerial intergovernmental meetings, including meetings of the Interministerial Standing Committee, the Council of the Nations and Regions. The ministers are meeting with the Prime Minister, the heads of devolved governments council, as well as British-Irish Council summits.
Mr Brooks.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Speaking of some of those connections, would the First Minister agree with me that the establishment of Intertrade UK is an important step in terms of resolving some of the frictions with East-West trade?
Yeah, I don't know an awful lot about the workings of Intertrade UK apart from that it is to be established, and I think it's essential that any trade bodies work to iron out issues where they arise. I mean, I think that should be a principle that we all aspire to. We don't want to have disruption to trade, whether that's north, south, east, west. I don't want to see disruption to trade. I want free-flowing trade that allows us to benefit our people best by growing our economy and creating opportunities for growth. So where there are issues that arise, let's find pragmatic solutions to them. We work with whatever bodies are in place to ensure that that's the case.
Just McNulty.
Count Carla, and thank the First Minister for her answers thus far. First Minister, given that one of the key missions of the Council is to offer advisory support to implement major projects, and as you have said, Casement Park will be built and will be built on your watch, have you and will you raise the issue of Casement Park with the British Government?
Well, I doubt the East West Council will be discussing Casement Park, with all due respect to the member, but I can assure the member that I raised the issue of Casement Park with the British Government on every turn.
Brian Kingston.
Question number 4.
As First Minister, I have taken the decision not to attend the events in Washington DC this year, but together with the Deputy First Minister we will join the NI Chamber of Commerce Trade delegation to North Carolina. The Deputy First Minister has confirmed that she will go to Washington DC, and that programme is still in final development. We will, of course, be happy to report back to the Chamber once all invitations have been received and considered.
Mr Hickson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The First Minister is aware from her previous answer of the whole series of events which takes place in Washington DC in the week of St Patrick's Day, in addition to the Shamrock ceremony in the White House, and all of those provide excellent opportunities to promote the interests of people in Northern Ireland. So does she not acknowledge that she should, if she truly wants to be a First Minister for all, she should set aside her personal and party preference for which party occupies the presidency, and to join the Deputy First Minister in attending as many events in Washington DC as she can that week?
First Minister.
Well, firstly, let me be very clear to you. This is not about party politics. This is about humanity. This is about standing up against injustice. This is about taking a stand whenever a US administration have decided to annex the people of Palestine off their land, when they have moved away from a two-state solution, a solution that we all should want to see delivered in the Middle East. I want to see peace and security for the Palestinians and the Israelis, and I want to use every effort that conceivably is possible out there, every international effort to work towards that agenda. Unfortunately, that is not the resolve of this current US administration. So at this point in time, I am taking a stand for humanity, and I am taking a stand against injustice. I can do that whilst also alongside that advocating for our local economy, which is what I do. I've engaged with many US presidents from all different, both sides of the House. We have many friends on Capitol Hill who come in a bipartisan way support the Good Friday Agreement. Those relationships will endure. We have strong relationships with trade unions in the United States. We have strong economic links with businesses. We attract investment, we also export. So I think we have a mutual relationship with which to continue to build. I'm very assured, actually, by the fact that both the Deputy First Minister and myself will attend North Carolina. That's part of the Northern Ireland Chamber economic event. Our Economy Minister, Kiva Archibald, will be in Boston and will be in New York. Our economic links will continue. But there always comes a time in our life whenever we should take a stand, and at this moment in time, I side with humanity.
Emma Sheeran.
Thank you,
Mr Speaker, and I thank the First Minister for her answer.
It is essential that we continue to maximise economic opportunities within the US.
Yes, I think I've said that. I absolutely do. I mean, if you even reflect on our own long-standing links, those roots that I say run very, very deep. We should be very proud of the work that we have done to actually grow those relationships over the years, and actually, in particular, those economic links. Like the US is our largest export market outside of Britain, the single largest source of high-value FDI, including in our priority sectors for future growth. So that economic work needs to continue. We can do that whilst also taking a stand at a certain moment in time. But we have leading delegate Kiva Archibald, as the Economic Minister, is leading delegations. We ourselves, myself and the Deputy First Minister, will be in North Carolina. We will be there to sign Memorandum of Understanding between the Chamber of Commerce and North Carolina. We'll be part of the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding, couldn't think of the title of it, between the Chamber here and the North Carolina Commerce. But I think that in itself gives us a unique platform in which to go in and sell our wares. So we'll continue to drive on with the economic work to basically enhance our own economy, to grow investment, to create jobs, to grow our economy. That's what's front and centre of our programme for government, and that's what we are determined to do.
Minister, our party always argues against boycotts. Other parties like boycotts. Some parties complain about boycotts, then boycott themselves. Now, could I just ask the First Minister to be absolutely clear here that the Deputy First Minister will be going to the White House to represent Northern Ireland?
Yes, the Deputy First Minister will be there representing our office. I am not going to stand in the way of the Deputy First Minister's. She has her view, I have mine. We can have respect for each other's view.
Blair.
Mr Speaker, question number 5.
Minister.
With your permission, Concordia, Junior Minister Riley will take this question.
Thank you. We are committed to updating and strengthening racial equality law so that everyone can benefit from a fair and inclusive society. Following an extensive 12-week consultation on the review of the Race Relations Order, a report on the responses was published last August, which included more than 50 potential changes. We intend to introduce the legislation to the Assembly as part of the 25-26 legislative programme, which will move us a step closer to providing the best possible legal protection against racial discrimination and ensuring that everyone is valued and treated equally.
Mr Blair.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Junior Minister for that answer. But can I ask, given that race hate incidents are continuing as seen sadly in South Belfast at the weekend and to worrying extent in my own constituency of South Antrim last summer, and given that the consultation was such a long time ago, could we have today some detail as to what work has actually been done on drafting these amendments?
Minister.
Thank you for that additional question. I think we all agree that having a diverse society only enriches the cultural and economic life for absolutely everybody that calls here home, because we want a society where people are protected and treated equally. I think we can agree that that's what we all want, and our officials have already started with engaging with the minority ethnic sector to support and develop how we move forward to racial equality beyond 2025. And as I mentioned in my opening answer, we do intend to bring legislation forward in the 25-26 period. We have seen how disgraceful behaviours in recent times, and again at the weekend in South Belfast, by those trying to put fear in our communities, and we utterly condemn these attacks and stand with those who are targeted. Tackling racism and racial inequality is a priority for us, and so is making sure that there's legislation to protect them.
Can the Minister provide an update on the refugee integrated strategy, please?
Yes, I can, and I'm delighted to say that the First and Deputy First Minister have approved a refugee integration strategy and an associated delivery framework, which will be brought to the Executive next month for agreement.
Matthew O'Toole.
Pleased, Junior Minister, that there will be the refugee integration strategy, so I acknowledge that that's progress, but this document contains, I think by my count, 7 or 8 words on tackling racism after not just the weekend of violence, the violence we saw last summer in Belfast, but the attack this weekend. People of colour deserve better than warm words. They deserve clarity and focus. A standalone hate crime bill. Finally, this order being updated after years. A racial equality strategy. Why is this so absent from the programme for government?
Minister.
Let me just start again by reiterating that racism and hate has absolutely no place in our society. And again, I mentioned the disgraceful behaviours that have come during the summer and the behaviours that come with that. Again, it was absolutely disgraceful to see racist graffiti in South Belfast, but we will absolutely call that out at every opportunity, and work is being done. Our officials have started work on a review of the racist attacks here in the summer to include why it happened, the response to it, who was involved, and actions to prevent them from happening again. The Executive Office formed and do chair a cross-departmental working group, and there is an application and potentially funded under Peace Plus for an area-based education and myth-busting piece. A piece of work which has been submitted. And if that's successful, it will aim to build positive relations in our communities that we would hope will address potential future incidents of racism.
Robbie Butler.
Mr Speaker.
We recognise the immense economic, historical and reconciliation potential of the site and are committed to working with the Board to maximise that potential for the benefit of all. Pending decisions on the way forward, the Development Corporation is currently charged with maintaining and managing the site, carrying out essential health and safety works and supporting the existing tenants. The role of the Board is to provide leadership, strategic direction and guidance to ensure that the MLK effectively discharges its obligations and fulfils the aims and objectives agreed with TEO. The Board also seeks to maintain a state of readiness for future development. This includes continuing engagement with TEO officials in considering possible approaches for regeneration of the site and provision of advice and options for the future.
Mr Butler.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Thank the First Minister for her answer. TEO have indeed had the reins of the MLK site for over a decade now, and the Board have obviously proffered examples under their tenure. However, the Lisburn Council have their development plan. And under the current Sinn Féin DUP First Minister and Deputy First Ministership, are we actually going to see tangible change and delivery of economic opportunity in Lagan Valley for the people that have been promised it for so long?
Yeah, I mean, I think this site has the opportunity to be so transformative. So I do want us to get there. We need a political agreement, obviously, to get there. And I'm working to make sure that we can hopefully get to that point. I mean, the board's there, it's doing its job, it's working away in terms of the maintenance of the site, ensuring that it is ready for development. And there also have been some, obviously, developments on the site itself. But the potential there is yet to be untapped. But we've spoken before in this House around the potential for the site. I can assure you that's what I want to achieve on this site, and I'll work to try to get the political agreement that's required to ensure that we can have the site opened up, and the economic benefit that comes from it will be just transformational, in my opinion.
Linda Dillon.
Corley, and thank the First Minister for answers. First Minister, thank you for committing to working with the board to maximise the potential for the benefit for everybody right across our community. Can you confirm that the regeneration of the site remains a key priority for the Executive?
First Minister.
Yeah, I mean, as I said in the previous answer, I mean, I do think this is an area that has got massive potential and something that we must really, really tap into. I mean, you can see the regeneration of the site in the same vein, if you like, as other transformation projects like Windsor Park, the Kingspan, the Ebrington site, Crumlin Road Jail, and also that we'll see in Casement Park. So these are all huge opportunities for us to develop sites, and we must get on with doing it because they're economic game changers. They mean so much to the local community in terms of even rate take for the local community. It's also what that means for local investment in councils. They just can be such game changers. So we know what the barriers are. We have to continue to try to make progress, but I suppose there needs to be a political agreement as to how we would move forward. But let's do it in a way that obviously delivers benefits for everybody. Do it in a way that allows us to deal with the sensitivities that there are. But I mean, I visited the site last year along with the Deputy First Minister. We met with the board. I mean, I certainly am really, I don't need to be convinced of what we could achieve on that site if we can get a political agreement in which to do so.
All right, Harvey.
Can the First Minister brief members on whether their ambulance will remain on the site? Thank you.
First Minister.
Absolutely, we're very committed to the Air Ambulance on the site, an amazing charity which everybody knows. They work in partnership with the Department of Health to provide the helicopter emergency medical service from the site. Been called out over 4,500 times, so I think their work there speaks for itself, and we're going to continue to work with the corporation. Will continue to work with our ambulance to ensure their potential on the site, because there's a potential for them to have a longer term base there, which would move away from the temporary current situation.
Stuart Dixon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, First Minister, for your answers so far. First Minister, given the inability to reach agreement on the use of this site, can you tell us how the work of the board is evaluated in terms of its value for public money, and also how it works through its objectives, given that there are no agreed objectives for the use of the site?
Yeah, well, I mean, their objectives are very much aligned with the development's corporation's current remit, which includes the maintaining and managing of the site itself. They also have to carry out essential health and safety works and support the existing tenants itself. And the corporation continues to seek as far as possible to maintain a state of readiness for future development, and this includes continuing to consider possible approaches to regeneration of the site and provide advice and options for the future as and when required. And in terms of value for money, they are dealt with in terms of any other public body in terms of value for money, so absolutely accountable for every penny spent in terms of accountability. So that's not something that I believe that we're concerned about. In terms of the budget itself, I can't remember the exact budget. I think it's $1 million resource or $1 million capital that they oversee over the course of a year. But yes, we're assured that all public accountability mechanisms are in place for the board.
Moving on to topicals, call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First Minister, over the weekend, the Deputy Leader of the Alliance Party said the Deputy First Minister was responsible for causing delays and blocking progress in the Executive. Do you agree with him?
Look, at times things don't move as quickly as we all would want them to move, and I think that can be true of all ministers at different times. I'm not here to point score off anybody today. I'm here to get business done.
The reason I ask, First Minister, is by the look of this document with Zero progress on casement, exactly the same language as in the draft programme for government. Zero progress on the Irish language. DUP Tory bodies like the East West Council and Intertrade UK placed on the same footing as Good Friday Agreement bodies like Intertrade Ireland and the North-South Ministerial Council. Much less ambition than the Irish Government's programme for government on shared island or cross-border services. People will conclude that the DUP is running rings around you and your party. So, First Minister, can you tell us who's taking who for a fool? Is the DUP taking your party for fools, or is your party taking the rest of us for fools?
First Minister.
I think that's more of a fool's question, to be quite honest. Look, I have said from day one that I'll work constructively with the opposition, but there's making a point and there's using question time to the best effect, or there's just getting up and playing games. That's playing games. I am determined to lead in the executive, to work with the Deputy First Minister, to work with all ministers of the executive, because there are 4 parties around that executive table. It's a 4-party executive, and I am committed to making it work. The rest of the 4 parties here turn up every day to try to make it work despite the challenges. So you have the luxury of sitting out in comfort, you know, biting from the sidelines. The rest of us are focused on actually the rest of us are trying, if you let me finish my point, the rest of us are trying to get the work done. So throughout the course of today, we'll have the programme for government discussion. You can have your say on how you feel about all of that. But the rest of us will focus, the 4 parties of the executive will focus on trying to get things done. The executive is not perfect. If anybody walked in here on day one thought it was going to be, then they were very mistaken. The rest of us, as I said, are committed to working together to deliver for people.
Melissa McHugh.
Minister, could you confirm for me that all the land necessary for the expansion of McGee College in Derry has now been acquired?
Yes, I mean, I was very pleased last week that the Economy Minister, Dr Keith Archibald, announced that the land had been purchased, and that was obviously a key part of the McGee expansion. So I am delighted to confirm that we've reached the important milestone with all 3 sites now acquired to accommodate the growth to 10,000 students by 2032. The expansion of McGee has the potential to be a real economic game changer in the North West, helping to attract investment, create more jobs and better opportunities, and to showcase everything that the region has to offer. So it's another step in the right direction as we continue to work towards the 10,000 students at the campus.
Mr McHugh.
And could you confirm for me as well, Minister, that you will do everything in your power to ensure that we reach that target of 10,000 students in the Derry campus?
Yes, I can absolutely give that assurance. I think that this has been a commitment from the Sinn Féin ministers in the economy brief from day one, both Conor and now Kiva, continuing that vital work. But we will continue to work side, because these things happen in partnership, and you get so much more done whenever you work in partnership. So it's about the executive working with Derry City and Strabane Council and the university itself to deliver on what we all share, which is that transformative vision for Derry, creating enormous and exciting opportunities for everyone who calls the North West home.
Owen Tennyson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. First Minister, you'll be aware that last week the Secretary of State announced his intention to appoint an interlocutor to effectively negotiate with active paramilitary organisations. Given your responsibilities for good relations and tackling violence against women and girls, do you agree that that situation is disgraceful and shameful?
Minister. Yeah, I want to be absolutely clear that it's a long time past that these groups even exist in today's society. We're now 27 years post the Good Friday Agreement, and there's no space for these people to exist in our society. These are groups of people that exist to keep their foot on the necks of the communities in which they live. So we should be doing it all to ensure that they are disbanded. But this initiative by the 2 governments is for them to answer to. But I share your concerns in terms of anything that comes forward cannot be something that is like, let's throw money at these groups. I don't agree with that. Let's do nothing that allows them, or the government shouldn't do anything that allows the groups to exist for even longer. So I share your views.
Mr Tennyson.
First Minister for that answer. First Minister, would you then commit alongside the Deputy First Minister to make representations to the Secretary of State that this is not in the name of those of us in this Assembly chamber?
Yep. Well, we're yet to speak about it in terms of an agreed executive position. I can assure you that both governments will be aware of my views, and I'm sure every other party in the House will take the same opportunity to make their views known also.
Flynn.
Can the First Minister provide an update on the Executive's plan for cutting childcare costs, please?
Minister.
Yeah, and this is one of those issues that is very much highlighted in our programme for government that's being discussed today. Cutting childcare costs and keeping money in the pockets of struggling families has been a day one priority for our executive. And recently, I was really pleased that we were able to double the funds. So we've actually went from investing 25 million initially to totaling 50 million for this year in terms of the draft budget. And that's all about us trying to make childcare more affordable for parents, supporting struggling providers, and also creating more places for children with additional needs, because we need to be inclusive. And we've also included it, as I said, as a programme for government priority, because that puts it up in lights as this is something that the four parties of the executive are committed to delivering upon. Childcare is one of those most pressing issues in our society right now, and in particular the burden of childcare falls on women. So feeling like, and quite often we're all meeting women who tell us that they don't think they have any option other than to stay at home because the cost of childcare. So this is one of those things that this executive needs to deliver upon, and one that I believe that all four parties of the executive are willing and ready to participate on and deliver upon.
Ms Flynn.
Thanks very much, First Minister, for a response. Will the First Minister continue to work closely with the entire executive team to try and further reduce these costs?
Yes, I think we've demonstrated what we can do in these first 16-17 months. The fact that we have prioritised it, the fact that we've already put money towards it, the fact that we've made advances in it, but also that's not to be complacent, because we know that there's still an awful lot more to be done on this front. So for our part, I can say to the member that yes, childcare is a priority. Yes, we're going to continue to invest in childcare. Yes, we're going to be inclusive in that, and yes, we're going to help take the burden from families, but also help our providers to be able to provide the spaces that are there, and ensure that we bring down costs for families. So it's about accessibility, it's about the cost factor, it's about ensuring that we have the right number of places in the right areas as well.
Before I call Mr Baker, I notified the Assembly some weeks ago of the dress code introduced by Mr McLaughlin. When I was Speaker, I'll only call Mr Baker because he's on the list. So, Mr Baker.
Can the First Minister provide an update to the Chamber on the new Children's Hospital?
Mr.
Yes, I can. The announcement of a £671 million investment in a new state-of-the-art children's hospital is a fantastic news for children and families right across our society. They will provide children in need of care with the best facilities and the latest technology, offering them world-class healthcare right here at home. It's obviously an enormous investment in children here and healthcare more widely, and I look forward to seeing the positive impact it will have on so many lives from young patients and so many lives from young patients and their families, also right through to the dedicated healthcare workers who provide invaluable care.
Mr Baker.
First Minister, does the First Minister agree with me that the project will be a game changer for families right across the north?
Yes, I absolutely do, and myself and the Deputy First Minister had the pleasure of being down on site last week to actually see for ourselves the plans to meet with some of the staff. And there's no doubt it's going to be a real game changer for caring for our very sick children, and just the experience that will bring to, at that time, difficult time for any family, is going to be really very much improved, but also for the staff, because in speaking to those staff that work in the current more difficult surroundings, I think it'll be a real pleasure for them to go to work as they provide excellent care to our young people. So I think once completed, and we really look forward to that day, but once completed, it's going to be a real game changer for children and young people right across the north.
First Minister, given your comments and actions around Palestine, do you agree and support the deal announced by the UK Government in relation to Belfast company Thales to supply 5,000 missiles to Ukraine?
Sure.
Well, firstly, I think that the focus of the international community should always be to work towards negotiation and peace settlements. That's my approach to these things. It's only through lasting peace, genuine engagement, constructive engagement, that you actually arrive at a peace solution. Our own example here will tell us that. So I think for me, when it comes to the support of the European countries for Ukraine, then that's absolutely needs to be solid, and I welcome the fact that we have that back on an even keel, and there's no ambiguity around European support for ending the war in Ukraine.
Ms Ogden.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I think to come back to the specific question, given that particular company's role in relation to Palestine, do you support the £1.6 billion deal with the UK Government announced this morning?
No, I think, I find it really incredulous that at a time whenever public services are being cut left, right and centre, at a time when we've endured 14 years of austerity, at a time whenever winter fuel payments are being cut from older people, at a time where lots of small local businesses are going to go to the wall because they can't afford the national insurance hikes, at a time whenever our farmers are worried because of the inheritance tax, I think at a time like that, rather than buying weapons of war, I would rather see the money invested in public services.
Doug Beattie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your answers. Minister, during the Troubles, terrorists and paramilitaries of all flavours were involved in some heinous crimes, but some including intimidation, coercive control, child abuse, sexual abuse, up into including rape. Yet the TEO does not keep a record of these convictions when handing out funding to them. Is that a sustainable position?
I'm quite sure that whenever there comes to any funding that's handed out through TEO or any other department, that all due diligence is applied, as in any funding application that's received for any department and any grant application.
Mr. Beattie.
Thank you, Minister. You don't, because the answer says you don't keep a list. So the question is that the position you'll take when you're putting out funding for ending violence against women and girls? Because we could have people who are involved in domestic abuse, sexual abuse, rape and child abuse receiving funding, and nobody wants that.
Of course, nobody wants that, and particularly around these sensitive areas, but let's not make policy on the hoof. Let's be very considerate about how we do things. In order to bring forward policies such as that, then you need to ensure that you have proper documentation and lists, and you're able to refer to records. So let's not make policy on the hoof. I get the general point about making sure that funding and any application for funding, you can stand over it. I think that's an important point.
Aoife Finnegan.
Can Corlia, does the First Minister share concerns with me about the devastating impact of the planned hikes in national insurance contributions?
First Minister.
Yes, I do, and I just referred to it there. Can I welcome the member to the Assembly Chamber, having newly joined us? You're very welcome, and I look forward to engaging with you. Can I say that, yes, I think the national insurance hike for national insurance for contributions is going to be deeply concerning, and is deeply concerning for so many of our small businesses. And all of us will have been contacted by some business that's actually afraid that they're going to have to close their doors, let off staff, because they don't know how they're going to absorb the cost of the national insurance contributions. We have raised this at every turn with the British Government, with the Treasury. I know the Finance Minister has done so and will continue to do so. Last week, John O'Dowd, our Finance Minister, he met with the Chief Secretary to the Treasury, and he made this case directly to him. And as an executive, we have a collective view to ensure that we continue to call for a change of approach. It's not too late. There is still time for this to be changed. Our local businesses cannot absorb this cost. We need there to be a rethink in terms of the policy position taken by the Labour Government.
Ms Finnegan.
For the First Minister's answers, and just to reiterate, the First Minister, do you agree the public sector employers must be fully supported by the British Government to meet these costs?
Minister.
Yeah, because the challenges are really being felt acutely across the public sector, which was already challenged and struggling because of 14 years of austerity. So, put simply, whenever you're trying to deal with all those years of underfunding, then to lump this additional cost on top of all of that is going to be catastrophic for many people. So I again call from this Assembly today for a rethink of that policy. The national insurance contribution hike is going to damage so many people, including our public sector, but a lot of businesses out there that are really, really worried about this. We will continue to do all that we can, and I can assure the member that we will not give up the fight in terms of fighting the case for local people here.
Thank you. First Minister, if members just take their ease for a moment. Okay. Minister for Communities, Mr Kenny is not in his place. Call Colin Crawford.
Question number 2, please. Mr Speaker, my department is actively engaged in ensuring that claimants and those in vulnerable groups are aware of preventative measures to take to avoid online scams. This includes ensuring claimants can detect potential scams, what action to take and who to contact. Benefit information on NI Direct sets out how my department will liaise with or contact customers. Within many of our online information pages, we also signpost to the public sector ScamWise campaign, which provides advice on how to recognise and report a scam. In addition, Universal Credit claimants have access to a guide within their online account, which provides information on how to stay safe online and keep their Universal Credit Account Secure. My department regularly uses social media messaging to promote scam awareness. Those messages make it clear that we will never ask for details by text, email or a web link. We also encourage customers to report anything suspicious to Action Fraud or their local office. Digital and IT courses are run regularly across the library network through the Go On NI programme to help people develop their digital skills and to raise awareness. This includes courses on topics such as common internet scams and how to avoid them. Libraries NI also links up with partners to deliver activities as part of national initiatives such as Cyber Week and Safer Internet Day.
Mr Crawford.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answer. Has the Minister considered how he might fund some of our excellent community and voluntary organisations to deliver outreach initiatives to raise awareness of the ever-changing scams and prevent individuals from falling foul of them?
Sir.
Of course, Mr Speaker, we want to make sure that we all do as much as we can to ensure that those who are especially vulnerable to scammers have all of the information that they require in order to make sure that they are as vigilant as possible. If community and voluntary sector organisations are wishing to do that work, it will be up to them to fund that from their budget and make that aware to the department as part of the services that they provide, and then funding opportunities be considered from that.
Members who maybe didn't realise it, but you don't walk in front of a minister and the person that he's responding to. Call Michelle Guy.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you, Minister, so far. Ministerial announcements such as the winter fuel payment triggers scammers to target beneficiaries. Given the number of older pensioners that are not online, what non-digital communications is the Minister providing to raise awareness of how the payment will be made and how to avoid scammers, especially those who use phones to trick pensioners?
Mr Speaker, I've certainly made clear in all of the announcements that I have made in the media that I have done on this issue that we will not be asking people for any information, will not be sending out text messages. Instead, this will be an automatic payment, and I hope that the member would join me, as I have done, in making sure that our older people are aware that we will not be contacting them via text message, especially not to ask anybody for any information.
Please become.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank the Minister so far for his answer. Minister, you talked about the winter fuel payment there, and you're not going to send out text or people trying to scam people of whatever age. Can you provide a bit of an update on the winter fuel payments and how that's going?
Yes, sir.
First of all, I think it's important to say that we will be contacting those who are eligible by letter, but we are not going to be asking them to respond to that or to provide any information. It will be automatic. As I had previously promised, the winter fuel payment will be with those who are eligible by the end of the month, and we are still on track to make sure that that happens.
Patsy McDonald.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, just to get back to the scams. Like, some of these scams have become so sophisticated and so good, probably the wrong word, that it's very hard to determine what's the real thing and what's the scam. So can I ask just what interaction or what collaboration has been between your own department, the Department for the Economy and indeed the PSNI around making people more aware and try to prevent these awful scams that have cleaned people's bank accounts out in some instances?
Minister.
Absolutely. Well, look, clearly I would encourage people first and foremost to be vigilant, and to make sure that we're encouraging others to be vigilant as well, and to consider whether or not we need to give this information that those scammers may be asking for. We certainly do engage on a regular basis with the Department for the Economy, and certainly my department, as he will be aware, sponsors the Commissioner for Older People in Northern Ireland, and they have worked closely with the PSNI in relation to the Scamwise initiative, which aims to raise awareness of scams among older people, and the Commissioner's played a key role in establishing that partnership, and I hope that people would be aware of that they would take part in that as well. But I think there's a responsibility on us all in society as MLAs, but as individuals as well, to make sure that we're doing everything that we can to make sure that people are alert to this, to recognise the importance of holding information and not giving that out when it shouldn't be. And it's always best to take care on these issues and always check and verify.
Paul Bradshaw. Minister.
The Department for Communities has led the development of a suite of social inclusion strategies, including a gender equality strategy on behalf of the Executive. I've taken time to consider the work to date alongside the unprecedented pressure and resources across Executive departments. Given the challenges we face, I decided to move forward with reinvigorating the ongoing development of the social inclusion strategies on a phased basis. Work on the anti-poverty and disability strategies is currently ongoing, and details of the proposed next steps in developing the gender equality strategy will follow shortly. While the Department for Communities is leading on the development of the strategies, final decisions on its content, publication and implementation will be subject to executive agreement and public consultation.
Ms Bradshaw.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for the update. I was glad to see the reference to the social inclusion strategies in the programme for government that we're debating today, and the references to ending violence against women and girls, gender equality and women returners to the workforce. I think that it is really important that you bring forward the gender equality strategy as soon as possible, and I think that those women's groups out there that are lobbying for it, I think they would probably appreciate a firmer timeline in terms of when that will happen.
Well, if the member's question was to ask me for that timeline, that's not something I have right now. As I've said, I'm taking these strategies forward on a phased basis. There has been a promise for many, many years that the anti-poverty strategy would be in place. It hasn't been. I think it's right that I take this phased approach, but I, of course, will update the House in due course.
Gan Forsyth.
And I thank the Minister for his answers so far. Does the Minister agree with me that some of the gender ideologies espoused by the Alliance Party may in fact be detrimental to women?
Well, of course, the member, not for the first time, is absolutely right, and I don't think that the Alliance Party actually care about this issue, because I think what they're interested in more than anything else is tipping their hat to the gender ideologies that she has mentioned. And when it comes to choosing between standing up for women or adherence to those gender ideologies, they will choose those gender ideologies every single time. Worse still, Mr Speaker, they can't even define what a woman is, never mind stand up for one.
Justin McNulty.
John Carter, to thank the Minister for his answers thus far. Minister, of the clients who accessed community advice services here during 2023-2024, 58% were women. Will this gender strategy recognise the disproportionate impact on women of many cuts to benefits?
Well, the whole point of the gender strategy is to make sure that people are protected where there is a difference in outcomes. Obviously, individual actions will be up to those departments to decide, and then that will require executive approval. But yes, it's the whole point of the gender equality strategy is to make sure that those issues can be addressed.
Carl.
I'd urge the Minister not to engage in trans bashing. It's not a good look. Minister, as part of the gender strategy, can he reveal whether his department has discussed introducing a financial payment to help women flee situations of domestic violence where they are at risk?
Well, of course we want to help those that are at risk, and that is work that the Housing Executive is taking forward. But I do have to take issue with his first comment. It's very easy for him to say that any time anyone is critical of the gender ideology which he espouses, that this is trans bashing. It's absolutely not. It is simply the case that we want to make sure that we protect women, because the policies that he espouses would actually harm women and put women into difficult and dangerous situations. So he can throw whatever insults he wants at this side of the House, but we will continue to stand up for what is plainly and evidently truth.
Timothy Gallison.
Mr Speaker, could the Minister take this opportunity to enlighten the member who tabled the question originally as to how many genders there are?
Minister.
Mr Speaker, there are 2 genders.
All Chambers.
Mr Speaker.
Mr Speaker, my officials have been working closely with ARDS and North Down Borough Council and the developer, Bangor Marine, and as a result of that work, the heads of terms have now been agreed with the Crown Estate. The developer, the council and my officials are now finalising the legal agreements to enable a start on site. These discussions are close to completion, and I will provide a further update in the next few weeks.
Chambers.
Thank you, Minister, for that very welcome news. Certainly, locally, there's been a lot of ill-informed and negative speculation that the current development plans were going to fail. So, I'm sure can you offer some reassurance to the local population, because they've been failed so many times at the last hurdle in the past? Can you give some level of reassurance that this development is on course to start?
So, Mr. Speaker, can I say to the member that I'm fully aware of the frustrations that exist on the ground. I was there. I was on my first ministerial visits that Mr. Dunn took me along to meet with the people that are most involved with that project. I know how long this has been going on. It has been decades. I know the frustrations that exist. He has my commitment that I want to do everything that I can to make sure that this moves forward. My department has been acting appropriately in that regard to make sure that we can make progress, because this has the potential to be a game changer. People have waited too long for it, and I will not be found wanting in making sure that we do everything we can so that it proceeds.
I thank the Minister for his update, and I hope you do appreciate that this is really frustrating for people in Bangor. Could you please give an indication if you have a timeline for when the building in Queen's Parade will start?
I don't have a timeline for that. There are still some issues to be worked out, but as I've said, I recognise the concern that exists. I recognise the length of time that this has taken. I want to make sure we push this forward as much as possible, and I'll certainly be doing everything that I can within the department to make sure that's the case.
Martin.
Thank you very much, Minister, for your answers. Minister, the Queen's Parade scheme and its completion has a degree of what you might call legendary status for the residents of Bangor. Can I ask you, Minister, to ensure that there's continued local engagement on this development in its final stages?
Yes, absolutely, Mr. Speaker. I can commit to that, and indeed my department currently leads a project board for the Queen's Parade Development Scheme, and we have created a subgroup to make sure that we can focus on communications and stakeholder engagement, and we're going to continue to engage with local stakeholders throughout the delivery of the scheme, especially when we approach key milestones as well, to ensure that they are engaged and informed. And Bangor Marine will also keep the local community informed of progress throughout the consultation phases. I know that businesses in that area are absolutely crying out for action to be taken on this. I understand the frustration, and I commit personally to making sure that I do everything I can to progress this. Mr. Speaker, the Housing Executive administers the Disabled Facilities Grant on behalf of my department. This grant provides funding for adaptations for those with a disability who live in private sector homes. In the 24-25 financial year, the Housing Executive received £14.75 million of funding for private sector home improvement grants, which includes the statutory Disabled Facilities Grant. The Housing Executive has advised that it expects to invest £13.91 million of this funding in adaptations via Disabled Facilities Grants. Because these grants and adaptations are in response to need, each year's allocation is based on an estimated requirement. Therefore, I cannot confirm investment in disability housing adaptation schemes for 2025 and 2026 at this stage. Following executive agreement of the draft 25-26 budget on the 19th of December, the Department of Finance launched a 12-week public consultation period, and this is due to close on the 13th of March. My officials have commenced work on options to live within a further year's constrained budgets and the impacts of this, and an equality impact assessment on the Department's 25-26 budget allocation will be drafted and published for consultation to inform final 25-26 budget allocations. Can I assure the member that my department is committed to ensuring that funding is available for those who require disability-related adaptations to enable them to live safely in their homes?
Mrs. Dodds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister. It is good to hear of the amount of money that is invested in this way, because it is invested on behalf of the most vulnerable people in our community. And I do hope that you have a reasonable budget going forward for this. This was brought about, and I hope you understand the issues around the Disabled Facilities Grant. One, the number of reports that have to be made in order to gain the grant. But secondly, Minister, will you commit to looking at the case of a young constituent of mine who is disabled, living in a downstairs bedroom and urgently needs a disabled facilities grant in order to live her best life?
Mr Speaker, I want to make sure that we have the budget that covers the needs of everyone in Northern Ireland that needs this help, and I will certainly be doing my best to ensure that that financial support is there. I'm sorry to hear about the individual case that she has raised with me, and that's what we should want for her constituent and for everybody that needs it, that they have the adaptations in place, because we will all have heard those stories of people who are finding it so difficult to get by, so difficult just to live their lives in the accommodation that they're currently in without the changes that they require. So, Mr Speaker, can I suggest that the member get in contact with me directly with those details, and I would be happy to chase that issue up on her behalf.
Kelly Armstrong.
Minister, during the last Committee for Communities, we were made aware that the Disabled Facilities Grant may well be funded, but that there would be no budget allocated to the Housing Executive for disability adaptations to its own properties. In the shameful absence of the disability strategy, does the Minister agree that failing to provide accessible housing to meet the needs of tenants is discrimination?
Minister.
So, Mr Speaker, this is exactly why I've brought forward a housing supply strategy to make sure that we do have the necessary homes in place. It's why that there is a target in place of 10% of new build starts of general needs units being wheelchair accessible. So I'm making sure that I can do everything that I can to ensure that we have the facilities that are there. But clearly, I want to make sure that we have those abilities to adapt existing buildings at the same time. She will understand the constrained budgetary environment that we are operating in, but it's yet again another reason why we need to see the revitalisation of the Housing Executive so that we can fund those improvements and adaptations that our constituents need.
Hunter.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Thank the Minister for his answers so far. Minister, with regards to adaptations for those living with a disability and their housing, there's currently 1,079 delays. Minister, what are you doing to end those delays and to speed things up?
I hope that the member is aware that we are working closely with the Housing Executive and the Department of Health as part of the Housing Executive administered private sector grant review to identify measures to improve the operation of the Disabled Facilities Grant and reduce end-to-end processing times. And one of the measures being considered is a fast-track process for people with life-limiting illnesses, and I have asked my officials to prioritise this work. Since 2022, the Housing Executive has reduced the average wait time for Disabled Facilities Grant by 141 days. This is a significant improvement, but the current time wait for adaptations is still too long, and I am keen to reduce this wait time further as part of the review, and my officials are looking into what further changes can be made in partnership with Health and the Housing Executive.
William Irwin.
Mr Speaker, the terms of reference for the Task and Finish Group are currently being drafted. However, as I set out on my statement on the 11th of February to this House, the group will look critically at every intervention we take and focus on the high-risk areas to maximise the return on investment for hard-working taxpayers. This will include exploring digital developments to support counter-fraud activity. The Task and Finish Group will also examine prosecutions, data retention, the recovery of fraud over payments and official error to ensure we are using every tool at our disposal to get the right money to the right people at the right time. This is a priority for me and for people right across Northern Ireland who place their trust in the integrity of our welfare system. Through the Task and Finish Group, I want to recognise the importance of the safety net our welfare system provides and the imperative of ensuring that every penny goes to those who are genuinely eligible. The focus of the Task and Finish Group will be about building on the good work already underway in my department and ensuring we have robust mechanisms in place to identify fraud at the earliest opportunity, to stop money going out the door and, importantly, to recover money that has been claimed under false pretences.
Sir Irwin.
I thank the Minister for his response. What action is the Minister taking to ensure that concerns from his members of staff, particularly in jobs and benefits offices, are heard and that action is taken?
Well, I'm grateful to the member for raising these questions, because the members of staff that he is referring to are at the coal face, and I want to make sure that they are heard. There are processes in place to raise concerns, and I want to encourage all of those with information or concerns to continue to do so through those channels. I want to send a message to my staff today that I want to work with them, that we're in this together, and I will work with them so that we can tackle this critically important issue. And if further action needs to be taken, it will be taken, because, Mr. Speaker, I believe that it is wrong. Some people in this House have said that £163 million is only a small figure. I believe that that is money that can be better spent on public services and on protecting people in Northern Ireland who need it.
Minister, your statement referenced the decision to change the policy around so-called naming and shaming. So can I ask what evidence you looked at to justify that change?
Well, I think the first bit of evidence that stood out, Mr. Speaker, was the fact that we have seen a doubling in percentage terms of welfare fraud over the last number of years. Quite simply, I believe that if you have deliberately misrepresented your circumstances, if you have been found to have done that, then it is right that as part of the judicial process that you're able to be named, and I hope that that will be a deterrent to those who might be tempted to do it, but also that might send a message to the public that we are taking this issue seriously.
Dixon.
Thank you, Minister, for your answers so far. But, Minister, given that customer error overpayments total some £50.8 million in 2023, what analysis has been done to understand why these errors are occurring, and how can your systems be simplified to prevent them in the future?
Minister.
And those are also issues that we take on board. We do have a record of tackling official error, but we need to go further. So in addition to management checks in individual benefit branches, specialist teams will also use a risk-based approach to target areas that may give rise to official errors. This amounted to over 23,000 cases being reviewed last year for accuracy, leading to the adjustment of benefit in 4,447 cases. And all errors are highlighted to staff to aid continuous learning. I want us to tackle fraud, but we also need to tackle error as well.
Callum.
Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it's my assessment that the Musical Instruments Programme, which is an important capital investment programme delivered by the Arts Council on behalf of my department, aligns well with the principles and priorities I have set out in my written ministerial statement of the 3rd of July on the Heritage, Culture and Creativity Programme. That is, a focus on the contribution each of the sectors can make in terms of equality of access and opportunity across socio-economic grouping, age, geography and so on. The encouragement of greater participation, particularly from people in communities that might feel that heritage is not for them, or that their cultural or artistic activities and traditions don't quite fit, and exploring the potential for encouraging new and deeper collaborations and partnerships, supporting greater financial sustainability across the sectors, and identifying approaches and opportunities that maximise the value of these important assets and their potential for identifying, measuring and increasing their contribution to achieving department and executive policy outcomes, including in relation to health and general well-being, education and the economy. I want to ensure that priority is given to provide support which reaches younger people from more deprived areas, those living in rural areas and areas distant from Belfast, and those not currently engaged in cultural activities. With a total of investment of $823,000 in 24-25, all eligible applicants were able to be supported. That was 119 grants awards to 75 bands, 13 professional and non-professional performing groups and 31 professional musicians. From marching bands and school groups to traditional musicians and musical societies, musicians can replace older, worn-out instruments and purchase new ones, thereby increasing the quality of music making in Northern Ireland.
Mr. Buchanan.
Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for his response? And I do know some of the benefit that this has been to some of the folk that received it. Can the Minister at this early stage give any indication as to how many people might actually benefit from this particular
Minister?
Absolutely, Mr. Speaker. And this investment, and it is an investment, will mean that 4,500 people will directly benefit from this investment across every constituency in Northern Ireland. And it is unusual, I think, sometimes for grant schemes to have made such a significant impact across such a wide geographic area, and I will be looking to expand on this work in the future.
McMurray.
Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for the answer so far. Given that more than 85% of the latest round of music instruments for bands was awarded to one particular background, how does his department intend to ensure that the funding reaches a diverse range of musical genres and cultural traditions within Northern Ireland?
Mr. Speaker, I have the full list here of all of those that were eligible. And first of all, can I say that this is awarded on a fair and equitable basis. So I don't think that there should be any indication coming from the member that that was not the case. We have many different organisations from many different backgrounds who apply for this music instruments scheme. We have bands, yes, from all backgrounds. We have individuals from all backgrounds, and we have many professional and non-professional performing groups from all over Northern Ireland, and getting the funding that they require to increase the musical capacity that we have here in Northern Ireland. So I actually think that we should welcome this. We should welcome this investment. We should welcome the fact that it's all over Northern Ireland. We should welcome the fact that this will encourage more people to get involved and get involved in the arts, often from communities and backgrounds that might not normally have the opportunity. So I'm very, very proud of what it is that we're able to deliver.
Michelle McElveen.
Mr. Speaker, I fully recognise the potential impact which the financial constraints faced by Northern Ireland Water may have on the delivery of the Executive Housing Supply Strategy. Indeed, the necessity of addressing wastewater capacity limitations is referred to clearly throughout the strategy. I have had a number of meetings with representatives of the construction sector in recent weeks who have spoken to me about the growing impact of these constraints on their ability to deliver homes. In light of this, I have written to the Minister for Infrastructure to highlight my concerns about this issue and to express again the need to identify new actions to address it. I look forward to working with her and her department to develop these actions. It's important to emphasise that the strategy is centred on a whole system approach to supply, and the Executive has committed to working collaboratively to address all barriers to supply, including water infrastructure.
Ms. McElveen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the Minister for his response. And I appreciate that this is a DFI issue, but which has cross-cutting consequences impacting on all other departments. Can I ask the Minister what further action he is taking to ensure DFI address the wastewater infrastructure challenges that we're facing?
Minister.
First of all, Mr. Speaker, I would highlight the fact that we do now have two documents which highlight the importance of this issue, documents that have been called for a long time. First of all, a housing supply strategy that we now have in place, a housing supply strategy that was agreed by all executive ministers. And I expect that that will be given the priority that it deserves and what actually people signed up to, because it is important that we work together to deliver on this issue. And it is an issue that we have said is a priority for the Executive. And the Programme for Government published today recognises that it is a priority. Again, something that was called for many, many years, a standalone outcome in the Programme for Government for housing, and that is something that I have been able to deliver. Now, I want to make sure that all ministers are aware of the responsibilities that they face, and to that end I have asked for a meeting with the infrastructure minister so that we can make sure that the commitments that we have promised in signing up to that document are fulfilled.
Move to topical questions. Call Daniel McCrossan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, in the Programme for Government Picture Book, which is what it's like, it says by the end of this mandate we will have started work on at least 5,850 new build homes. The waiting list currently sits at 47,000, with 35,000 in housing stress. The First Minister describes this document as ambitious. Do you agree with her assessment, and do you believe that your target is ambitious for the many thousands of people that are without homes?
Mr. Speaker, first of all, we've actually delivered on this issue in terms of having the standalone outcome in the programme for government. For the first time, we have an executive that has recognised the importance of this issue. Secondly, we have a housing supply strategy in place as well. I do have ambitions for this place and for our housing in particular, which is why I haven't waited for a draft programme for government to be published before I have taken action. We have made sure that there is more funding available for social housing. Whenever I came into office in this year, we thought that we would only be in a position with the money that we have to start 400 homes. I've increased that, and this year we will start over 1,400 homes. That is not the height of my ambition, but it shows what we can achieve whenever we put our mind to it. I want to make sure that we increase even more, not just social homes, but supply right across Northern Ireland. That's what I'm committed to doing.
Thank you, Minister. Given the pace of how government operates in this place, when will they actually be finished is probably the question we all have. And also given that one of the key hurdles in delivering housing in Northern Ireland is a lack of wastewater infrastructure, are you disappointed, Minister, as someone that sits at the executive table, that the lack of investment in wastewater infrastructure hasn't even been mentioned in this document? So really, is your target an actual target?
Minister. I want to go beyond what we have actually said. It's the same for the housing supply strategy as well. We have set a plan for 100,000 homes, but I want to make sure that we increase that and go further. But, Mr. Speaker, in terms of wastewater, if you've been listening to the last question, I've set out the concerns that I have and the action that we need to take, and certainly I will not be found wanting in making sure that we push this issue and actually get delivery.
Linda Dillon.
Corley, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the Minister. Minister, can you explain the rationale for setting the partnership funding criterion for the football fund at 40% for council-owned grounds and 5% for all other eligible applicants?
Minister.
Yes, because as publicly owned grounds, it's always the expectation when it comes to funding that they will pay a greater contribution than those within the private sector.
Still.
Can you outline what engagement you or your department had with the councils in the development of the co-design of a football fund? 40% seems quite substantial.
My understanding is that's actually in line with other funding pots that are in place. We have to remember that this fund is coming forward because there's market failure, because additional support is required, and that some may not have the finances to do that themselves. We understand that it's generally the expectation that councils find themselves in a different position. But of course, I'm more than happy to listen to any concerns that people have expressed.
Bobby Butler.
Thank you, Minister. Can the Minister provide an update or clarity on the programme for government commitment of seeking Treasury agreement on appropriate treatment of borrowing to enable the Northern Ireland Housing Executive to increase investments in homes, improve energy efficiency and contribute to new home supply?
Mr. Speaker, this has been one of my top priorities since coming into office. This is led primarily by the Department of Finance, but I have used every opportunity that I have had with every UK Government Minister to highlight the importance of housing executive revitalisation, and I will continue to do so. I believe that progress has been made. I believe that the case has been made to Treasury. I believe that it is a sound one, and I look forward to them making that decision so that we can see real change and potentially one of the most important and transformative things that we can do during this mandate.
Mr. Butler.
I thank the Minister for his answer, and certainly he will recognise this has been an Ulster Unionist commitment for many years. I'm sure the Minister will also agree that housing supply, increasing energy efficiency will contribute to the overall well-being of our citizens. Can the Minister therefore advise, if Northern Ireland Housing Executive were to be given this ability tomorrow, how quickly they can move and what improvements renters would see in the short, mid, medium and long term?
Well, I've wanted to make sure that we are ready to go, which is why in discussions with the Housing Executive I have asked them to make sure that whenever this treatment rule, which I hope will be put in, is put in, that we're ready to go. And I have confidence in Gráinne Long and the leadership of the Housing Executive to make sure that we are ready to go on day one. Clearly there are short-term things that we will be able to progress as well as longer-term issues such as building more homes. But I am assured that there will be a plan in place and that can be taken forward.
Jerry Carl.
A growing call to introduce a no-fault eviction ban to protect people living in the private rented sector. Would he commit to introduce legislation to such an effect?
Mr. Speaker, my focus right now is on doing what the Assembly has mandated me to do in terms of private rented sector, including increasing the notice to quit periods.
Mr. Carroll.
Thank you. It's a disappointing answer, Minister. Minister, do you think it's morally acceptable that landlords can evict people for no reason and throwing their life up in the air? And what assessment has he made about its impact on the growing waiting lists year on year?
Well, I am aware of the growing waiting list in the private rented sector. Does need reform. That's why we are bringing forward a series of measures. But ultimately, this all comes back to supply and supply across all tenures, and that's where my focus is right now, on making sure that we have everything in place to build more homes across all tenures, so that we can make housing more affordable for people.
Colin Killian.
We are increasingly concerned about your continued failure to bring forward an Irish language strategy to the Executive. Will you take this opportunity today to actually say when you will bring that strategy forward? Thank you.
So, Mr. Speaker, that's largely out of my hands, because work is ongoing in relation to the development of both the Irish language and the Ulster Scots strategies. There has been a cross-departmental working group that has been set up to look at the potential actions that could come from that and look at the cost of those actions. I fully respect the rights of people in regards to their cultural and linguistic heritages, and I want to make sure that we balance that with some of the costs that may come with that as well. So the working group has been set up. That will come back to me, but ultimately it will be the executive for the executive to decide the way forward.
And I respect that, but the question I've asked is, approximately when you'll be bringing it forward to the Executive. So I'll follow it up with a written question. Given the fact that you're in office over a year, Conor na Gaeilge have repeatedly asked for a meeting with yourself regarding a progressive strategy. Can you confirm if you have any intention of meeting him?
Yes, I do, and it's the same approach that I've taken to the disability strategy, the anti-poverty strategy and the language strategies. The work has been done, the co-design groups and the expert panels have done their work. That came to the department. I then sent all of that work out to the other departments through the cross-departmental working group to come back with actions. Once that work is completed, in the case of all of those strategies, we will engage directly with those groups before taking to the Executive.
Aoife Finnegan.
Minister, as you know, there is a huge amount of concern and frustration among stakeholders about the lack of an anti-poverty strategy for the North. Can you confirm when you will bring an anti-poverty strategy to the Executive for agreement?
It's my intention to bring an anti-poverty strategy to the Executive before the end of this month.
Ms. Finnegan.
Thank you. And how will you ensure that the anti-poverty strategy is fully implemented?
Sure.
That's why I've set up the cross-departmental working group, so that they can take actions and make sure that it is realistic, make sure that it's feasible, and make sure that it's affordable as well. It will be up to each department to take their actions and to make sure that those actions are funded and that they proceed with them. That's how we can make sure that it is actually implemented, and why it's important that I actually took these recommendations from the departments, rather than not having any engagement and just throwing a document down in front of the executive table in order for that to get support. That's not the way that I do business. I want to make sure that what we have is actually realistic and achievable, which is why I'm taking the approach that I'm taking.
Andy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The fuel poverty strategy consultation is due to close this coming Thursday, the 6th. Can the Minister give an insight as to how many responses have been received to date and when we're likely to see the final version of that strategy?
I don't have the figures. He's right to say that it closes on the 6th of March. I don't have those figures, but I will be happy to share those with him when I do.
Mr. Allen.
Can I thank the Minister for his answer? And on nearly every issue, the Minister has highlighted the challenging budget scenario his department faces. Can the Minister give a guarantee that the fuel poverty strategy will be robust and it will actually lift households out of poverty in context of the challenging environment that he faces?
Sure.
We certainly do have funding in place that we currently use in order to tackle these issues, and I look forward to that budget being best used whenever we bring forward the next fuel poverty strategy. I want to make sure that we can scale up some of that work, but it's absolutely my intention that this is actually effective, because fuel poverty is a significant issue for many people across Northern Ireland, and it's a significant tool that we have to defeat poverty.
Last week, a senior official in the GAA reflected their view, I should say it's a widely held view, that you are dragging your heels in relation to Casement Park. Can I ask, Minister, why you still have not met the British Secretary of State in relation to the British Government's commitment to provide funding for Casement Park?
Mr. Speaker, I have asked for a meeting with the Secretary of State. I have written to the Secretary of State asking for what potential contribution he is willing to make to sport in Northern Ireland. I've heard the comments that have been made. I think that they are regretful that they were made, because everybody is being treated equally when it comes to sport and when it comes to funding in Northern Ireland. And we have to recognise the reality of the situation that we are finding ourselves in. Ravenhill and Windsor Park got their money and got their refurbishments in their respective sports. The reason why Casement has not been able to draw down the full £62.5 million is not because of any action or lack of action on my part. It's because of issues around safety certificates that was investigated by this Assembly prior to 2016. It's because of planning permission, it's because of judicial reviews, it's because of construction companies going into administration. Now, I know it's very easy for people to send out a message that this is about inequality and this is about bad unionists who are not doing what we want them to do. But there is no sport that is getting a hostile environment. In fact, there is only one sport that fell victim to politics, and that is football, because for 14 years, football was not given the money that it wanted to draw down for the Northern Ireland Football Fund, because we had Sinn Féin ministers who made sure that that was connected to Casement, and that they were determined that the Football Fund wouldn't proceed if Casement wasn't proceeding. I am more than happy to make sure that that money that was promised goes to Casement, but there's no reason for that money to have held up for football.
Mr. Wigan.
Minister, the public, within the public there is an enthusiasm and knowledge of the transformative impact that Casement Park could have. There's also knowledge that that enthusiasm isn't shared by the Minister, who should be knocking down the door to the British Government to get that meeting. But moving on, Minister, last week the President of the GAA said he feels that the GAA are operating in a hostile environment with regards to the failure of unionist politicians to condemn anti-GAA signs erected in Randalstown. Can I ask the Minister today, what will he do to address those genuine concerns?
Well, I think what we do to address those concerns is, first of all, to make sure that we tell the truth. Yeah. Because it has been alleged that my party has not condemned the signs that went up. That was absolutely false, because Trevor Clark was out as the local representative doing just that. So let's make sure that we introduce truth into these discussions as well. In terms of the hostile environment that has been talked about, it might be worth bearing in mind that the money has been made available on the same basis as was agreed to everybody else. There is engagement that is ongoing. In fact, my department meet at least once a month with the GAA. So I know that there is this idea that is out there that some people feel as if they're being targeted or there's a hostile environment. It's about the reality of the situation that we find ourselves in, the sums of money that are required to complete that project. And over the last 14 years, there has been delay. But again, that delay cannot be laid at the feet of any unionist, and perhaps he should look closer to home for some of the reasons why those delays have taken place. I am more than willing to engage with the Secretary of State, to engage with the GAA and others. But people should maybe think of what's the best way to progress this, and not just what gets a cheap headline.
That brings to a conclusion question time. I now move back to the programme for government and call Cheryl Brownlee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Today we are discussing something that truly matters, what this means for people on the ground. For too long, families, young people and educators have been navigating a system that doesn't always work for them. A programme for government isn't just about the policies, it's about action and making real change that improves lives. And when it comes to special educational needs, those changes are long overdue. That is why I welcome the focus on SEN in this programme for government. It recognises that our system must do better, not just in words, but in real, tangible improvements for children and young people, their parents, their carers and teachers. One of the most critical commitments in this programme is the utilisation of data. Too often we have failed to identify needs early and respond efficiently. If we're serious about delivering real change, we must ensure that the collection, sharing, analysis of data sits at the heart of reform. This is not just about a number. It's about ensuring that every child receives the right support at the right time. It's about making sure we're pre-planning for the future, projecting needs accurately and establishing a clear, structured pathway for young people with SEN beyond the ages of 16 and 18. No young person should be left behind, yet for many families, the transition from school is a time of deep uncertainty. Where do they go, what support they will receive, and what opportunities are available? And that is why I welcome the commitment to improving post-school protections and pathways. The Department of Education, the Department of the Economy and the Department of Health and others will work together to ensure that young people with SEN have clear routes into training, education and, of course, employment. We must ensure that cross-departmental collaboration is not just a phrase, but a real working partnership that guarantees access to services, workforce planning and a school estate that meets the actual needs of our young people. The commitment to streamlining the statutory assessment and review process is also welcome. We cannot continue with a system where families are waiting in limbo, facing delays and uncertainty over school placements. It is vital that the statutory timeframes are met and that schools and families have clarity at the earliest stage possible. I also welcome the phased approach to removing the supernumeracy status for children with statements of SEN. This, of course, must be done carefully and in a way that enhances the support available to young people. We also need to empower our schools. Too many teachers and support staff feel overwhelmed and under-equipped to meet the needs of children with SEN. And that is why we must invest in our educational workforce, ensuring they have the skills, training and resources to provide effective, evidence-based interventions within the school setting, reducing the need for external support where possible and ensuring needs are met at the earliest stage. And we cannot ignore the reality that some trust has been lost. Parents feel unheard, young people feel overlooked and teachers feel unsupported. But we are very serious about delivering real change. And we must start by improving communication, ensuring that young people and children with SEN, their families or educators know what is happening, understand their rights and can trust the system designed to support them. This means clear, ongoing communication at every stage of the assessment and placement to transitions and long-term opportunities. It means listening to those with lived experience and ensuring their voices shape policy and delivery. We can get this right and we will build a stronger, fairer and more effective system, one where children and young people with SEN are supported, empowered and given real opportunities for the future, which is an absolute priority of this party and our government. This programme for government gives us the framework and it's now our time to deliver. Thank you.
Conor Egan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today is an important milestone for this mandate, the publication of a finalised programme for government, something that this Assembly and our public have not seen in 13 years. Cooperation and collaboration across our executive is the very least that those who voted for us and those who didn't should be able to expect. So with that being said, this is a milestone, but purely capturing words of ambition on a page cannot be our Assembly's end destination alone. We need to ensure continued progress and delivery. This document is not perfect by any means, but it is a foundation for progress, a foundation to build upon, to build homes, to build a workable healthcare system, to build our nature recovery, to build an increasingly improved education system, and to build safer communities. This document should certainly not be the ceiling of our ambitions. It's certainly not of the Alliance Party. This programme is rightly titled Doing What Matters Most, and for our communities to succeed, they need to be able to do that by feeling and being safe. Safe physically, safe to live as themselves without fear. That is the key to ensuring people can be fulfilled and reach their potential. The commitment across our executive to safer communities by including it as a core priority is incredibly welcome. And I wanted to take this opportunity to run through some of this and pull out two extremely pertinent points. Firstly, that the responsibility of building safer communities cannot fall to our Justice Minister alone. Our Justice Minister has shown throughout multiple mandates that with or without a programme for government, she will lead, do her part and deliver. Deliver on legislation to increase protections for those experiencing domestic abuse, deliver on doing all she can to tackle organised crime and paramilitarism, and doing her best to deliver for victims and the extremely hard-working people right across our criminal legal system who prop it up every day, all whilst being a historically underfunded department. Looking forward, now that we have this programme for government, we need to increase and stabilise our policing numbers. We need to deliver on domestic abuse and sexual abuse strategy. We need to ensure a trauma-informed welfare system, including legal aid availability, and we need to speed up justice so that those who are seeking it are not left waiting years without closure and the ability to move forward. This includes transformation and exploring solutions outside of the courtroom. These issues cut across health, education, the Executive Office, economy, and other agencies that I could go on. As the programme highlights, this is an all-hands-on-board effort. Which brings me on to my second point. Work on prevention and recognition of its importance is entirely vital for us to achieve many, if not all, of our goals we have set out on. Work on prevention is work to relieve pressure on the Justice Department in many years from now. Prevention means working to dismantle a cause or issue before it takes form. That is incredibly relevant for so many different areas of our work as an executive, whether embedding preventative healthcare to ensure people are healthier for longer, an accessible education system to ensure pupils' success and prevent a lacklustre economy, and preventative measures to shape culture and reduce crime and offending so people across our communities don't just feel safer but actually are safer. I'm extremely proud to be my party's spokesperson on ending violence against women and girls and welcome the integral place that it has in this programme. Part of that is ensuring a justice system that recognises harm beyond physical violence and looking beyond the outworkings. We so often focus on what happens after someone has been hurt that we forget to look behind us and learn the lessons of how we could have stopped it from happening in the first place. Northern Ireland is still one of the most dangerous places to live as a woman in Western Europe, with 20 domestic homicides with a female victim since 2020. It's despicable, and I wish I could say it's unbelievable. You could speak to any community and voluntary organisation that spends time on the ground every day with both victims and offenders, and they will tell you actions rooted in prevention to shift our culture away from misogyny and into progression and equity is the way forward. Ending violence, both against women and girls, but also more broadly across our society, means everyone working together and staying together. That goes for so much of this. We need to get on with it now and do what is needed, including transforming our public services. Yes, I will give way.
Giving way, and I concur with her sentiment. Does she express any concern about the Communities Minister's comment earlier on, where he went on the attack on gender ideology, seemingly sticking the boot into the trans community when asked a fair question about gender strategy? Does she have any concerns about those kind of comments in this chamber?
There's an extra minute.
Not only did I have concerns about those, but I think women's sector and our LGBTQ+ sector will have concerns about those, especially from the Minister that is responsible for social inclusion strategies. So I thank the member for his intervention. I think about my constituents in North Down, who I hear from every day. Like so many of all of yours, I'm sure, who want us to focus on bread and butter issues, like good quality housing, affordable food, fulfilling jobs, and an executive that will protect them from harm's way. This document is a roadmap and pathway, but is only the baseline of what we should be achieving, and I know the public will hold us to account on that. Alliance are all in on doing what is right, and we welcome this programme for government and look forward to delivering on it and more together. together.
Sinead McLaughlin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It's been over 13 years since we have had the last programme for government published. I'm glad that we have finally have the opportunity to debate a finalised programme for government today, albeit it is a programme for the next 26 months and not a programme for government for 5 years as it should have been. I'm also glad to read the commitments that are included in this document, from an end to violence against women and girls, to the promise to address the childcare crisis, and to the commitment of the expansion in Magee. These are all things that I welcome and hope can be achieved. It would also be remiss of me not to acknowledge the mention of regional balance in the document. Its inclusion in this document marks a positive step in the right direction, and we must ensure that it is accompanied by the appropriate action. Several attempts have been made by governments here over recent decades to address regional imbalances in Northern Ireland, and yet disparities between regional economies continue to grow. The gaps of those that have and those who have not are getting bigger. The reasons for this are many, but the failure to close those gaps is rooted in the fact that the responsibility for addressing regional balance has always laid with the Department for the Economy. That can no longer be the case. The SDLP wants and needs legislation that helps address regional imbalances by mandating all of government to make deliberate and proactive interventions to support the left-behind places. This legislation would play a key role in supporting the interventions outlined in the programme for government, that acting as an alternative to them. The lack of a commitment to legislation on this issue is really a missed opportunity. It is a missed opportunity in tackling poverty and supporting better health outcomes, including increasing life expectancy for those who live in areas that have been left behind. The SDLP is frustrated, as many members of the public might be, by the lack of time-bound and measurable targets within the document. When we debated the draft version of this document in October, the SDLP made clear that the successes of this document would be defined by its ability to generate real change to the lives of people, and that the lack of targets would only act as a barrier in doing so. Yet here we are, 6 months on, and the finalised version only has a small number of targets. The targets set also do not align with previous promises. In January, it was said that the childcare strategy would be brought to the Executive by autumn of this year. Yet in the programme for government, it states that a strategy will be in place by the end of the mandate. Parents and providers will be aghast at the lack of urgency and the lack of ambition. So which deadline is it? Which one are we meant to believe? Of course, I would question how the Executive plans to address the childcare crisis without setting a target for cutting childcare fees. I would also question how the Executive plans to build 5,850 new social homes whilst our wastewater infrastructure remains broken. Unfortunately, these are questions which have not been answered in this document. Not only is the success of this document limited by the lack of targets, it is set to be limited by the budget. We are at the midst of a very difficult financial situation, but this is made worse by the lack of alignment between the programme for government for government and the actual budget itself. In summary, the final version of the programme for government is disappointing. What it lacks is seriousness and urgency that is required. It also makes no mention of the elephant in the room, which, of course, is the instability of these institutions. The First and Deputy First Minister seem set on refusing to address this concern. But the truth is that without reform to stop one of the biggest parties pulling down these institutions, little else in this programme for government can be guaranteed. Our public services are in crisis, but the people out there are becoming increasingly frustrated by false promises and a lack of delivery. I worry that this final document will do little to calm these nerves. Someone just WhatsApped me there now and asked me, what's the biggest difference between the draft programme for government and the final programme for government? I said, well, there were 24 photographs in the draft programme for government, and there are 64 photos in the final draft. The photos are all well and good, and they're very nice, but the devil is in the detail. But I just want to finish this, and I'll come back to you. But as I said previously, its success will be judged by the improvements it makes in the lives of the people we're all here to serve. So, go ahead.
Member not noticed that the final programme for government includes the targets and objectives that her party has been calling for.
There's an extra minute.
They're there.
Member, yes, I will acknowledge there are some targets there that were missing in the draft programme for government, but the very, very few targets.
Order, members.
Very, very few targets are actually in the programme for government. Surely our ambition is greater than the content of this programme for government. I would suggest your ambition for your constituency would be greater than is in here. Today is an important day, but tomorrow and the day after are actually more important. This executive needs to deliver. Thank you.
Declan McAleer.
The Executive's programme for government rightly focused on economic growth, sustainability and regional balance. I welcome its publication as it outlines a framework for the future and one where our farmers and food producers should remain and must remain central to these ambitions. Our rural economy depends on agriculture, which supports thousands of jobs, from family farms to food processors and supply chains. The programme for government recognises the importance of regional economic development, but recent inheritance tax announcements from the British government highlight ongoing inequalities. While tax cuts benefit the wealthiest in Britain, farming families here face an unfair burden when passing land to the next generation. These inequalities must be addressed to create a thriving agricultural sector here. To support farmers, investment in rural businesses, agri-tech, innovation and infrastructure must be a priority. Investment in broadband, transport links and energy security is also essential to ensure rural communities remain connected and resilient amid global challenges. Brexit has created uncertainty for our family farms, and the removal of a ring-fenced budget for agriculture and rural affairs has deepened this instability. One of our most vital industries now faces a lack of financial security, making it difficult for farmers to plan ahead. We cannot allow agriculture to become a casualty of poor decisions, which in many cases, like the inheritance tax and Brexit, are actually in opposition to the wishes of people here. The programme for government must work to ensure this sector is given the stability it needs. We must also address the ongoing challenge of bovine TB. Farmers have been waiting for too long for a comprehensive strategy that balances disease control, animal welfare and economic sustainability. The programme for government commits to prioritising eradication policies. We urgently need to see meaningful action. Sinn Féin is seriously concerned about the lack of progress on a new rural policy. Rural communities and services have suffered greatly through lack of investment since we were forced to leave the EU Rural Development Programme. We heard at first hand recently the impact of this is having when the ERA Committee held our meeting with rural stakeholders in Loughry College in Cookstown. I'll take this opportunity today to call on the DAERA Minister to engage with executive colleagues, rural communities and stakeholders to bring forward a replacement rural development programme at the earliest opportunity. The programme of government also recognises the importance of environmental stability, and I welcome the fact that Lough Neagh is listed as a key priority. And I say farmers play a critical role in helping the North meet its environment and climate targets. There must be strong partnership with farmers and backed by practical investment. This means supporting sustainable farming to strengthen food security, protect the environment and maintain soil health. Farmers need better incentives for carbon sequestration and biodiversity initiatives, along with targeted funding to help them transition to sustainable practices without compromising food production. Clear and fair policies on ammonia controls are also crucial, allowing farmers to upgrade or replace infrastructure while maintaining competitive agricultural sector. Our agri-food sector is world-class, yet food producers face rising input costs, supply chain disruptions and changing market demands. The Agri-Food Investment Initiative is a step in the right direction, offering support to innovate, boost productivity and reduce carbon emissions. However, funding must be accessible, practical and tailored to the real needs of producers. A significant success is the achievement of the All-Island PGI status for grass-fed cattle. This designation, like Parma ham for example, enhances the reputation of our beef, strengthens market opportunities and boosts consumer confidence in its quality and traceability. The programme of government also commits to a just transition for agriculture and the establishment of a just transition fund. Rural communities cannot be left behind, and the transition to a greener economy, just transition, must deliver benefits to farmers and rural areas, ensuring they are supported through this transformation. In conclusion, the programme for government lays a foundation for agriculture, environment and rural affairs. We need action and a commitment to real sustainable change for our farmers, rural communities and the environment. Now is the time for a clear, practical approach to secure the future of our rural communities.
Call Joanne Bunting, Chair of the Justice Committee.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I welcome the opportunity to speak as Chairman of the Committee for Justice in this debate and on the programme for government, and declare that I have an immediate family member who works in the legal profession. The committee took oral evidence from the Department of Justice officials on the draft PFG on the 10th of October last year. While the Department will be required to work towards the achievement of a number of the priorities, it will obviously play a major role in leading the Safer Communities priority. This priority encompasses a range of important actions, including embedding trauma-informed responsive systems, a speeding up justice programme, digital transformation across criminal justice organisations, developing a cross-governmental strategy to reduce offending and reoffending, and implementing the strategic framework for youth justice. The PFG recognises the importance of ensuring adequate resources within justice agencies to respond to and deal with crime, including increasing the number of police officers, having the necessary prosecution resources and scope within the courts and probation board to process cases, and capacity in prisons to hold people safely and support rehabilitation. Adequate resourcing will be essential to deliver on the proposed actions within this priority. Members will be aware that the PSNI currently has 6,300 officers, the lowest number in its history, and the Chief Constable has advised of his concern that policing was not given more focus in the draft PFG. The committee was pleased to note that the business case to increase the number of officers and staff over a 3-year period was recently approved by the Department and submitted to the Minister of Finance. This is expected to cost £206 million over 5 years, and it's important that it is fully funded and the PSNI provided with the resources it needs to keep our community safe. But we must also bear in mind the time it will take to get the service back to adequate numbers of police officers. The PFG includes a commitment to work collectively to develop a cross-governmental strategy to reduce offending and reoffending. The need for collaborative working is something that has been recognised by this committee and by its predecessors. The Probation Board recently pointed out, for example, that many of the factors that contribute to reducing reoffending are actually outside the scope of the justice system, particularly with regard to accommodation, drug and alcohol addiction treatment and mental health support systems. A cross-departmental approach to health and social care issues could prevent individuals from offending in the first place, or will provide better outcomes for those who do enter the justice system. The inclusion of this particular aim in the PFG is therefore to be welcomed, and the committee will be keen to monitor progress in this regard. Specific reference is made to the justice system in the reform and transformation priority, with attention drawn to the length of time taken for a case to progress through the criminal justice system, the increase in the prison population, and, as I've stated, the number of police officers being at an all-time low. 3 of the Department's transformation bids are still under consideration by the Interim Public Sector Transformation Board, which are clearly linked to the specific outcomes mentioned in the PFG. The success of these transformation bids will be critical to reforming practices and introducing initiatives aimed at making improvements on these issues. Justice will also be a key partner in the delivery of the Ending Violence Against Women and Girls priority. An important element of this will be the Domestic and Sexual Abuse Strategy, which is jointly led by the Minister of Justice and the Minister of Health. The PFG also aims to introduce better access and support for victims and survivors in the criminal justice system, and more ways to hold perpetrators to account, preventing further harm and building confidence in the justice system. Given the inclusion of a priority to end violence against women and girls in this PFG and the clear relevance to the justice sector, it is somewhat disappointing that the Department's transformation bid on reducing harm from domestic and sexual abuse and violence against women and girls has not been progressed. This aimed to bring forward an integrated package of measures and approaches to enhance protections and transform outcomes, and would have contributed significantly to the achievement of this PFG priority. Finally, in my capacity as Chairman of the APG on terminal illness, I'm very grateful to see the Executive's commitment to all stages of life and the particular mention of its cross-departmental commitment to ensure better support for those coping with death, dying and bereavement in this PFG. This is extremely welcome after a long and meaningful campaign for its inclusion, and is a significant and important issue for all our society, particularly in these times of complex grief, but also because death and bereavement come to us all. So while it is not a KPI, I do look forward to working with the members and stakeholders of the APG, as well as ministers, to see how we can both move towards the destigmatisation of the subject and bring these pledges to bear practically for the benefit of our citizens. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Sean Mulholland.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Excuse me. It's with mixed feelings, I suppose, that I welcome the publication of this programme for government. I think that it is bittersweet that we've had to wait this long, but I do hope that this stands as a foundation for the delivery that the public deserve, especially if all departments see this as a baseline and a foundation to work from, rather than the ceiling of their ambition. Firstly, I want to commend the clear commitments made around decarbonisation, sustainable agriculture and the urgent need to restore and protect our natural environment. These are essential pillars of our future, and I want to particularly recognise the work of Minister Muir, who is already leading the way within DAERA through that sustainable agricultural programme that he has led on, a programme that aims to bolster the agri-sector's economic viability while addressing the key environmental challenges. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as this PFG rightly highlights, Northern Ireland needs an economic transformation that embraces the opportunity of green growth, and I think it's really important that we've seen it in there. Crucially, we cannot achieve that without meaningful support for our agricultural sector, which is why the Farming Carbon Scheme, the Carbon Footprint Printing Programme and the Beef Carbon Reduction Scheme are so important. These are practical tools designed to help farmers become and stay climate leaders while maintaining the production of high quality and world-class food for local and global markets. It's another way to bust that myth that it has to be either farming or the environment, when in actual fact our farmers are so often custodians of the countryside, and I hope the Minister can continue to support those farmers who see the protection and nurturing of our environment as such a massive part of their role. But ambition needs certainty, and that's why the ring fencing of the agricultural budget in Northern Ireland, something Minister Muir has secured, unlike in other parts of the UK, is so vital, and we need to see that sustained. That financial commitment can give farmers the stability they need to plan, invest and drive forward sustainable change when there are so many other factors that are impinging on their certainty. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I also want to welcome the recognition given to the economic importance of our agri-food and fishery sectors. Those sectors do so much more than contribute to the economy. Our farmers, fishers and food producers keep us going. They provide the food we rely on, and they've built a reputation of quality that Northern Ireland should be really proud of. That value can't be measured in pounds and pence. It's about people, place and pride. I'm also pleased to see continued support for fisheries through the Marine Environment and Fisheries Fund, ensuring our coastal communities have the resources they need to adapt and thrive in the face of climate and economic change, none more so than my own constituency. Of course, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we can't talk about environmental and agricultural challenges without addressing Lough Neagh. The unprecedented crisis that we saw at the Lough in the last 2 years did shine an international spotlight in Northern Ireland for, sadly, the wrong reasons. This was and remains one of the most significant environmental disasters we have faced in a generation, and I welcome the Executive's eventual commitment to delivering the Lough Neagh Action Plan. But delivery must mean action and accountability. We need clear mechanisms in place to track and report progress on nutrient management, septic tank regulation and pollution enforcement. They go hand in hand. But let's be honest, Lough Neagh is not just a DAERA issue. It's a public health emergency, it's an economic risk and an environmental catastrophe all rolled into one. It affects our drinking water, tourism, agriculture and infrastructure, meaning the response simply cannot sit solely within one single department. It needs joined up cross-departmental action from infrastructure, economy, health and beyond. We must build those real partnerships with the communities, farmers, environmental groups and councils around the loch. And let's be clear, this isn't about blame, it's about creating the conditions for everyone to work together to restore the loch and protect it for future generations. So whilst there is so much to welcome in the PFG, I can't avoid raising my disappointment in how poverty has been handled as the Poverty and Social Security spokesperson for the Alliance Party. It is welcome that the Programme for Government gives greater attention to poverty, but it still is deeply regrettable that it has not been made a central driving priority for this executive. Poverty permeates every vein of government, from health, education, housing to employment, from our children's futures to the ability of families to heat their homes or put food on the table. Every department, every policy, every budget decision should be seen through the lives of, does this lift people out of poverty or does it risk pushing them further into it? The Programme for Government rightly acknowledges the need for cross-departmental approach, but without naming poverty as a core priority, we risk seeing it slip once again into the background. And for too long, Northern Ireland has relied on temporary mitigations rather than tackling the structural causes of poverty head-on. So I just feel that the Programme for Government was a real opportunity to embed anti-poverty action at the very blood, at the very heart of government, but sadly that hasn't been fully seized. Alongside that, Mr Deputy Speaker, as the Chair of the All-Party Group on the Arts, I just need to express a bit of disappointment at the lack of meaningful attention to the arts and cultural sector within the Programme for Government. There's no mention of it at all. The passing reference to the culture strategy feels like lip service, a bit of an afterthought, rather than recognition of our amazing creative industries that they so rightly deserved. The arts sector is not just an add-on to our economy. It enriches lives, supports mental health, drives tourism, creates jobs and helps us tell our story to the entire world. The arts sector in Northern Ireland punches well above its weight, as we've seen at recent award ceremonies, so I just wish the Executive would have put their weight behind that too. I do believe it's a bit of a missed opportunity. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, while I welcome the Programme for Government and particularly the work led by my colleagues, Minister Muir and Minister Long, I have to stress that poverty in the arts should not be seen as those side issues. But hopefully this Programme for Government sets out a greener, more sustainable future, and I hope as an Assembly and as an Executive that we can go further and work together to ensure the future isn't just, I suppose, green, but also inclusive and culturally rich for everyone in Northern Ireland. Thank you.
Ms Sheeran.
Concordia. I rise this afternoon to welcome the publication of the Programme for Government, which I think is an important step, and as has been outlaid by others, obviously this is a compromise and we're in the context of a cross-party executive, but I think it's very promising to see that parties have worked together to produce this and laid out the priorities that we all want to see delivered for the people that we represent. Obviously, looking at this from an economic perspective, we can see very clearly laid out in the document the fact that economic prosperity in the North has not always been felt by everybody, and I welcome the fact that regional imbalance has been tackled, and that work has already been underway and is something that they want to address in terms of the department, ensuring that all areas of the North receive a fair bite of the cherry, and that all of our communities can benefit from good jobs and investment, and we can see that work starting already through Invest NI. I think the reference in the Programme for Government to the employment bill that's coming forward, we know that the Department have already consulted on that, is welcome, and we had a presentation last week in the Economy Committee from our trade unions, who laid out very clearly that providing people with better working conditions, with a fair day's wage for a fair day's work, and with better access to rights and better working conditions is not only the right thing to do, but it also leads to greater productivity. A happier workforce is a more productive workforce, and that's something that I believe is common sense, and it will be borne out that when we see progress in that bill, that we will have better prosperity across the north. So I welcome the programme for government. I think this is a really positive step, and I think it's great to see all the parties in the executive working together to deliver for all the people that we represent, and welcome progress on all of the objectives within Gormina Maigave.
Diane Dodds.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I will focus my remarks today simply on the health section of the programme for government. And as a DUP MLA who campaigned on the issue of waiting lists and reducing those waiting lists in the election, I am glad to see this as one of the central tenets of the programme for government. The Health Minister often describes health as a really personal issue, and he's right. It is the most real and personal issue that our constituents experience, and waiting lists and the length of them are a terrible burden on so many of our constituents. Now, we also must acknowledge that when we complain about waiting lists, there are amazing people in our health service who do amazing work, but they are frustrated by the limitations of their position, by the limitations of what they can deliver, and most importantly, they are really frustrated by the really detrimental impact on their patients. Just recently, I received a letter from the Chief Executive of the Western Trust. That letter confirmed that the average waiting time for a routine hip replacement was in the region of 9 years. That is 9 years of deterioration and pain. On the same week, I was speaking to a GP who spoke of a patient with a potential cancer diagnosis. That patient was referred by their GP in February, start of February, and was told that it would be April before they could be called for an appointment with a consultant. And I ask this House just to imagine the fear, the anxiety for that person who has to wait that length of time for a consultation. Ultimately, that patient had to gather together some money and make a private appointment. And therein lies the two particular problems with waiting lists in our society. And these are the real life problems that our constituents face. Waits for life-improving issues such as hips and knees, and waits for life-saving cancer care. And waits on elective care, waits on emergency interventions. Now, we all know there are around about 500,000 of us waiting for a first-time consultation in Northern Ireland. And the department really must be honest with us all and say that it has never actually met a cancer target in Northern Ireland since it put those cancer targets in place. That's not something that any of us in this chamber should be very proud of. So I welcome the priority and the targets in the programme for government on this very, very important issue. The ambition to invest a further £135 million to reduce waiting lists and a further £80 million on elective care capacity is welcome. But it will require the department to step forward with coherent plans in order to do this. Otherwise, we will still continue with the same vicious circle within those waiting lists. And we cannot tackle waiting lists without sorting out social care. And we've just experienced January and all the furore about the issue of people waiting in beds who are able to go home but cannot because of the lack of care packages or appropriate placements. So if we don't sort out social care, we can't sort out waiting lists because we won't have the capacity in our hospitals. Last October, Professor Bengoa told us that without reform, the health budget would soon take up 100% of the block grant that comes to Northern Ireland. It currently has about 52%. That's just not sustainable. And we are sitting in a situation where we have the worst waiting lists in the United Kingdom with the most expensive per capita costs. So I also want to put on record today that the department needs to take more control of its spending. And over the last year, I have been dragging information out of the department and the Belfast Trust around the new maternity hospital, the proposed new children's build, and just last week was hearing further disturbing commentary about the new acute mental health building and the amount of repairs and structural damage that has been done in that building. More money on remedial repairs means less ability to deliver on waiting lists and for our constituents. And it's impossible to sort it out if we won't sort out the issues of investment in our health estate. And that means that those who live in the northwest will still be without a new ED in Altnagelvin. My constituents in Upper Bann will see no required investment in the Craigavon site, and we still have no mother and baby unit, despite it being an executive priority. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Health Service's greatest assets is its staff, those who work in a broken system trying to deliver the best that they can for patients. And we are now, I think, on about 10 years of trying to get together a workforce strategy for the health service. And I don't know what that says about the workforce in the department. I'm told that it may appear in 25, possibly 26, when we could look forward to having optimum numbers within the workforce. But delivering on a workforce strategy will be core to delivering on the issue of waiting lists. Mr. Speaker, the commitments in the programme for government are good. And they are something that I think that this House should welcome. We want to see waiting lists reduced. But it's not a simple problem. And we must address the plethora of other issues that surround that issue in order to successfully deliver. I know, as the DUP Health spokesperson, I will support a reasonable plan to do all of these things. But we need to see that plan from the Health Minister.
Alan Chambers.
Deputy Speaker, my comments today, Mr. Deputy Speaker, are around my disappointment of something that doesn't get one direct mention in the programme for government. Belfast Lough should be a jewel in the crown of what Northern Ireland has to offer visitors and residents alike in terms of a recreational and leisure facility. But what is the reality? The harbour area around the popular public Titanic Quarter is out of bounds for events like triathlons that require sporting use of the water due to pollution levels. I've been receiving reports of leisure sailors using the waters off the coast at Hollywood, developing serious infections across their ears, eyes, throat and gut, due simply to exposure to polluted sea spray. Back in November, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I asked Minister Muir a question, and I said, will the Minister agree with the assertion of a whistleblower who said to me that Belfast Lough has the potential to become the new Lough Neagh in the next 10 years? The Minister's reply was, it is my strong view that if investment is not made quickly in wastewater infrastructure affecting Belfast Lough, I feel that sadly we are on course for seeing Belfast Lough become our next Lough Neagh with serious and substantial water quality breakdown. Just last week, in a supplementary question, I asked him about the pollution still being provided by statutory and government agencies, sewage pollution in waterways, and his reply, part of his reply was, I'm surprised that there is not more outrage about it because water quality is being affected. People need to step up and sort out their operations because as far as I'm concerned, it is not acceptable. Yet, Mr. Deputy Speaker, not one mention of Belfast Lough in the programme for government. The level of unacceptable pollution is moving. Sorry, I wanted to make way. The level of unacceptable pollution is moving steadily down the loch, starting with the already heavily polluted waters in the harbour area. It's having an adverse effect on the mussel farming industry in the loch. It is already a disaster, but it's heading for a greater crisis that will eventually replicate Loch Ness. But again, no mention in the programme for government. A number of wastewater treatment works and pumping stations in the Greater Belfast area were scheduled for urgent upgrades to make them compliant by 2027 and to stop them contributing to the pollution in the loch. But what has happened? The upgrades have been mothballed due to the lack of funding. Why has the Executive chosen to bury their head in the sand in regard to this crisis? A recent document was published called Story of Belfast Loch. Given the absence of any action plan coming from the Executive, perhaps it should now be renamed An Obituary of Belfast Loch. I understand the budget constraints been faced by the Executive, but there is a solution to this problem, and that solution is a policy of my party, and that is to grant mutualisation status to Northern Ireland Water. It would open up many funding opportunities for Northern Ireland Water. It is beyond time when this solution should be getting actively considered. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Chairman Doran.
The publication of the Executive's Programme for Government is a positive step that sets out clear priorities and commitments which will improve the lives of workers, families and communities here. Many of the challenges we face are cross-cutting in nature and require a collaborative approach, which means locally elected representatives working together and putting the interests of our people first. Following 15 years of austerity measures from the British Government that have starved our public services of the resources they need. Investing in vital infrastructure which provides people with what matters most is a key part of this programme for government, with a focus on reducing childcare costs which enable parents to either remain or rejoin the workforce, improving people's health and well-being by cutting waiting lists, providing affordable homes for people and taking measures to protect our environment. Addressing a legacy of regional imbalance through a commitment to work with local councils and other partners to deliver a sub-regional economic action plan is another welcome aspect of the programme of government. The delivery of city and growth deals, such as the Mid-South West in my own constituency of Fermanagh and South Tyrone, is evidence of the type of investment that is needed for economic development. However, I also recognise that the ability of the Executive to deliver the public services our citizens deserve continues to be constrained by decisions made in Britain, as shown by the upcoming rise in national insurance contributions. A decision by the British Treasury which has not only put added pressure on public services, but also the community and voluntary sector and our local small and medium-sized businesses. Going forward, we need to see the maximum devolution of fiscal powers to the north, which provides us with more levers to use to develop the local economy, and I support the work of the Finance Minister in his negotiations with the Treasury to ensure we are funded at our level of need. While this programme for government is therefore welcome progress for the North, the ability to address the challenges our public sector and our local economy faces remains restricted by the artificial barriers created by partition, which limits us from unlocking our full potential. Constitutional change offers us the opportunity to build something new, will provide us with full control of our own affairs and enable us to address how we can deliver better public services and build an economy which meets the needs of every one of our citizens.
Brian Kingston.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and I rise as a DUP member of the Committee for the Executive Office and of the Committee for Communities, and I warmly welcome the publication of the Programme for Government. I want to acknowledge the work which has gone into this across the four-party executive, and I particularly add my thanks to all those who submitted responses to the draft programme during the consultation period. As others have said, the PFG is not an encyclopedia of every action, new legislation and ongoing provision that will be undertaken by every department during the remainder of this Assembly mandate. Rather, it sets out key priorities that will be expedited during those years up to 2027. The programme retains the 9 priorities set out in the draft, along with the 3 missions on people, planet and prosperity, and the cross-cutting commitment to peace. Underpinning these, the Executive has previously adopted an outcomes-based accountability approach in order to evaluate government actions which are assessed against 9 defined outcomes and linked to 10 strategic domains of well-being. This involves asking simple questions: how much did we do? How well did we do it? And is anyone better off? Critically, the final programme for government, as I pointed out to the member for Foyle, adds targets and annual objectives at which the public can judge progress made during this Assembly term. This increases accountability of the Executive as a whole and of individual ministers, along with their officials and arm's-length bodies, to this Assembly and to the public. Our Assembly statutory committees play a key role in that accountability through scrutiny and challenge, through seeking detailed information and by engaging with relevant groups to garner their specialist knowledge and lived experience. The DUP believes strongly that this Assembly must be judged on delivery. We will continue to push all ministers and all departments for delivery against the commitments and targets in this programme for government. While specific department, I'll give way briefly, yes.
I'd like to thank the member for his comments so far, and particularly about how the programme for government, in his words, allows us to hold ministers and departments to account for their actions. But would he not agree with me that in fact this programme for government is the baseline, and that the height of ambition should be for departments and ministers to go way above all of that which is set out in the programme for government? It simply sets a baseline, and it certainly should not set the ambition for departments.
Members, an extra minute.
Thank you. And I agree with the member. It should not be a restriction on ambition or what can be delivered. And in many cases, it does say at least, and it's set minimum standards. And it is right that we have those standards, and that we deliver those, and where possible go beyond them. So he's right to make that point. So while specific departments and ministers are tasked to take the lead on various new strategies, many of these are devised on a cross-departmental basis, with action points identified and agreed across all departments. And when launched, such strategies are branded rightly in the name of the Northern Ireland Executive as a whole. Indeed, I would perhaps cautiously suggest that there is actually an increased element of cross-departmental working during this Assembly mandate, in the interest of delivery, though there's always room for improvement. In terms of the Executive Office, we welcome the launch of the Ending Violence Against Women and Girls strategy last year, along with an associated cross-departmental delivery plan. This includes a change fund and challenge fund to support initiatives at community level to challenge wrong attitudes and promote positive attitudes. The Communities Minister has published the Housing Supply Strategy, also branded as an overall executive strategy, with actions for different departments and ministers. This programme for government includes, as one of its priorities, providing more social, affordable and sustainable housing. Over the course of this mandate, from 2022 to 27, the Communities Minister commits that DFC will have started work on at least 5,850 new build social homes. And over the coming year, the Communities Minister has committed to deliver 847 shared ownership homes, with that number forecast to increase to 1,900 shared ownership homes by the end of this mandate in March 2027. Also to launch the Loan to Acquire Move On accommodation fund of £10 million, helping homeless charities purchase properties as a route into housing. and this year to publish an executive-agreed fuel poverty strategy to support those struggling with the cost of living. The Communities Minister is also committed to bringing forward an intermediate rent operator, which will also increase access to affordable homes. So I strongly welcome that reform and transformation of our public services is retained as a priority in the final programme for government. The DUP will continue to push for efficiency and effectiveness in our public services and to challenge where savings can be made, particularly where there has been a rationalisation of public bodies. Getting on with the job and delivery for the people of Northern Ireland should be our focus and our measure of success. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Danny Donnelly.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I rise today to speak on the programme for government in my role as the Alliance Party Health spokesperson. It's important to begin by welcoming the publication and agreement of this programme for government, outlining the Executive's priorities for the remainder of this mandate. Of course, this should have been agreed and published in 2022, within months of the most recent Assembly election, but as we all know, the Assembly was prevented from functioning until February 2024. I can appreciate that any government which involves multiple parties will take time to negotiate their programmes for government, but in the South, it took the two parties and associated independents 2 months to publish their programme for government and a more reasonable time frame than 3 years. The solution here is reform. We must reform these institutions so that the Assembly and the Executive can properly function without interruption for 5 years. And if we don't do this, this cycle of dysfunction will continue. So we welcome the programme for government, and specifically I welcome the commitments within it to act on cutting health service waiting times as one of the 9 main priorities. Over recent winters, we have witnessed firsthand the unprecedented pressures on our hospitals, staff and ambulances, with patients waiting outside hospitals in ambulances or in overcrowded A&E departments, or lying in corridor beds on wards for several days or even longer. I have witnessed these pressures myself when working as a nurse, and I can say that things have significantly worsened during the years since I started working in the profession. I'm encouraged by the inclusion of addressing waiting lists within the programme for government, particularly the £76 million investment approved for 24-25, and the focus on supporting those on cancer and time-critical waiting lists. The programme for government rightly states that current funding is not enough. That is true, and as I have said in previous debates, I understand the Minister's frustration with this lack of funding. But it should not be forgotten that health gets over 50% of the entire budget. The Minister's plan to shift left must result in investment in primary care to stabilise GP practices, community pharmacies and other service providers. We must take decisions in which will deliver genuine reform and transformation, which will save money in the long term. HSC transformation, including hospital reconfiguration, as outlined and based on the Bengoa principles, will deliver better outcomes for patients in Northern Ireland and reduce waiting lists. But this requires all parties to back it, rather than supporting it in principle and then opposing it in the moment a difficult issue arises in their constituency. It also requires political stability, required to deliver multi-year budgets, another reason why institutional reform of this Assembly and Executive is desperately needed. It has been said that the Assembly is as stable today as it was the day before the last collapse. To reform the health service and improve delivery of healthcare in Northern Ireland, we need stability in our political institutions. All executive departments are under huge pressures and should take steps to use existing resources as efficiently as possible. There are some ways the Minister of Health could do this, for example by focusing on prevention, so fewer people need to be on waiting lists in the first place, moving towards a single system approach that can more effectively arrange and deliver services which are specialised within a smaller number of locations, a greater use of surgical hubs and other similar organisations, thus ensuring proper governance and arrangements for all aspects of spending. We have seen examples of trusts signing care home contracts worth over £600 million per year without the normal procurement processes. I would encourage the Minister to focus his attention on practical ways to ensure the service his department provides are more efficiently managed and delivered while maintaining the highest standards of service that our constituents deserve. This also reflects on the need for action on social care reform, which has been referenced previously. We can only improve outcomes for patients who rely on social care through fundamental reform and transformation of key services. This will bring practical benefits improving the flow through hospitals and releasing some of the pressures on areas within hospital settings, including on the staff, their time, beds available and all the associated costs. This would therefore play a key role in reducing waiting times and waiting lists. And while the Programme for Government does not provide more detail on reform and transformation, a timeline for these actions to be taken should come within this mandate. There are other examples of strategic projects that could improve outcomes and save money that do not seem to be being prioritised. They include the new care homes contract and the development of Northern Ireland Ambulance Service mental health practitioners, to give two examples. As the Programme for Government states, the journey of reform must continue. There are some useful guidance points around investments in workforce, delivering digital capability and innovation, and most significantly, taking the difficult decisions about reconfiguration. But from some of the parties within this chamber, we sadly haven't seen that reflected in reality. There are some important individual actions in reference to mental health, for example. In the People's section, in respect to the overlap between economic deprivation and poor mental health, and the importance of sport and exercise to maximise community well-being and mental health. We need to support mental health services, including the full implementation of the Mental Health Strategy 2021 to 2031. Mental health should be prioritised on exactly the same basis as physical health. To conclude, Mr Speaker, it is important to welcome this Programme for Government as a direction of travel and have all parties working together on it. And it should be highlighted that just because something is not in the Programme for Government, it does not mean that it will not happen. This is the baseline, not the height of our ambitions for delivery. Hopefully, this is the first of many programmes for government on an ongoing regular basis, given the huge gap since the previous one, due to 2 Assembly suspensions and a pandemic. But I hope we will be back here discussing the next programme for government shortly after the 2027 Assembly election. From a health perspective, I welcome the focus on reducing the waiting lists, and I hope to see further details and plans, along with a wider approach to all aspects of physical and mental health to stabilise and improve the health service we all depend on. Thank you.
Colin McGrath.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. And in a spirit of kindness to the Executive, who constantly accuse the Opposition of lacking positivity, let me offer them a well done. Well done for doing just about enough to fulfil the absolute minimum expectation of any government and finally agreeing a programme for government. But let's be clear, it's not implemented. It's not fully funded. It doesn't even have clear accountability mechanisms or targets. But yes, you've agreed a document. I'm going to focus my remarks today on the details, or lack thereof, regarding the health commitments in this programme for government. And as we all know, Northern Ireland's health service is in a state of crisis. Years of neglect, inadequate transformation of public services, and a failure to address growing waiting lists and the deepening problems within our system have brought us to this point. What a claim we have to make that we have the worst waiting times in all of Europe. And given this, one would have thought that health would be the defining priority for the Executive in their first programme for government to implement since 2011. It was certainly a strong election promise. Anyone remember the extra £1 billion that were being promised? So what does this document tell us? Well, it gives us a vague overview of the problem. It's sprinkled with buzzwords like closing the gap and reconfiguration. Over 3 years to give us an overview of what is already being done. It mentions investing in primary, community and social care, but with no finance, no action, no plan to help those sectors. And it lays out a target for 2027 with the hope of investing £135 million a year, treating an additional 70,000 patients a year and spending an extra £80 million annually on elective care. But seriously, is this the best? That isn't the plan. It's a collection of empty promises and fluffy language designed to pacify the public who are dying on waiting lists and dying while ambulances remain stuck outside emergency departments. Last year, 76 million funded 263,000 assessments, treatments and diagnostics. This document states that this year the Executive will invest the same money and deliver 250,000 assessments, treatments and diagnostics. And with a flat cash budget for next year, there is no prospect of these fortunes being reversed. The 135 million target has already been missed, and quite significantly at that. And what we're actually saying is that this year we did less than last year, and we'll probably do less than next year. Is this really a plan? Is this the ambition that you're happy to go out to your constituents and say that this is how you will sort out our health service? Is this the most exciting thing that you can go out and tell the people here, that you will address this for them? And what about mental health? We have a mental health strategy that was costed at $1.2 billion over 10 years. This year, the department was meant to allocate $62 million. Guess what? It hasn't been allocated. Yet the programme for government said the agreed programme says the Executive will work with the community and voluntary sector to address mental health. Again, are you serious? You've just slashed the core funding, and the groups that are hardest hit are those that are supporting people with acute mental health needs. Deputy Speaker, the Health Minister has repeatedly told us that he doesn't have enough money to achieve health outcomes or to resolve pay disputes with staff. He even voted against his own budget. Yet here we are with an agreed programme for government that offers no substantial financial commitments or arrangements, no plan for the staffing in the service, and no vision for transforming our health service. This document, insultingly subtitled "Doing What Matters Most," even has the audacity to say this, and I'll quote from it: "With the pressures on public finances and the available health budget, the pace and impact of reform and access to additional capacity will continue to be negatively impacted for longer than any of us would like." If this is truly doing what matters the most, then I cannot imagine what this Executive, with no ambition, no accountability and no regard for the public, could possibly consider as doing what matters least. This is a government that has set the bar in terms of health so low that they are already guaranteed to miss their own targets. In conclusion, Mr Deputy Speaker, if this is the best that the Executive can offer, then I fear the only thing that is more broken than our health service is the Executive's ambition. And the only thing that is growing more than our waiting list is the Executive's complete disregard for the people that they are meant to serve. Thank you.
Cathal Boylan.
Can I begin by thanking the First and Deputy First Minister for coming to the Assembly today with this programme for government. Notably, this programme for government clearly highlights the importance and value of having locally elected ministers in place doing all they can under a very challenging financial circumstance to deliver for workers, families and communities. When we look at this PFG and its overarching aim of doing what matters most, it is clear that we need to do what we can to protect people and public services from the austerity of the last 15 years forced on us by the British Government. This is no more evident than when we look at our wastewater infrastructure and the work that needs to be done in this area. Years of underinvestment is showing, and I am therefore glad to see commitments within the PFG on wastewater infrastructure investment, plans for managing our water and for delivering improved environmental outcomes. As has been set out by the Infrastructure Minister and her predecessor in the past, addressing issues around wastewater infrastructure and capacity will require support from the entire Executive. Progress on this issue will be a key component of house building and enhancing the economy. Lastchan Cordia, we are all aware that since the reform of planning in 2015, issues remain and there is more to be done to improve the system. So therefore, I welcome that the continuation of the planning improvement programme with local government and other stakeholders is committed to in the PFG, and I share the Executive's goal to make our planning system work for businesses, people and the environment, and I look forward to continuing to work with the Minister for Infrastructure on this matter. As we continue to work to achieve our climate change targets, it is clearer than ever that an improved public transport network will be instrumental in decarbonisation. It is therefore imperative that we create the opportunities for people in every community across the North to be able to access reliable public transport across roads, buses and rail. We must see construction begin on the AM5 Western Transport Corridor and progress on the recommendations of the All-Ireland Rail Review. It is important to recognise the commitment within the PFG to invest $26 billion of public funding in the next decade, and I look forward to seeing more detail on this in the upcoming investment strategy. So, Lastchan Cordia, this PFG is a positive step forward for the North, but our ambition and the potential for the North is much greater than that. Sinn Féin looks forward to playing its part in delivering for workers, families and communities to improve their lives and their livelihoods.
Michelle Guy.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise today to support the programme for government. As imperfect as it is the first PFG since 2011, and that is worth acknowledging. As a positive for Northern Ireland, a positive for these power-sharing institutions, and a positive for this Executive. Not a single member of my party will stand up today and gush or oversell this document to the people of Northern Ireland. This document does not include everything Alliance would want to see. But we have made our mark in it, and our ministers, along with every other Executive Minister, will have scope to go further and deliver more than the specific priorities identified in this publication. And the influence Alliance has had on shaping these Executive priorities extends beyond our own two ministries. For example, we are pleased that the DUP has followed Alliance's lead in dropping the failed free hours model for childcare and adopted our policy for a subsidy scheme. This scheme has made a positive impact, but it must now be bolstered, uplifted to meet increased costs, and expanded beyond preschool as part of a wider package which includes placing early years on a statutory footing and a comprehensive early learning and childcare strategy. Investing in affordable childcare is also an important anti-poverty tool. And whilst we acknowledge and are frustrated that tackling poverty has not been given the prominence it deserves in the final document, we know expanding investment in childcare and early intervention, along with initiatives that address the cost of participation in formal education, can play a role in easing some of the outworkings of poverty on low-income families. For example, later today we will debate and welcome the second stage of the School Uniforms Bill, a bill introduced by the Education Minister to address school uniform costs, which includes a move towards a cost cap as per our own party policy. This illustrates again how ministers can and are going further than the boundaries of these 100-odd pages to bring forward legislation and tackle disadvantage. The inclusion of better support for children and young people with special educational needs is something I expect every member in this House to welcome, so pressing is the need in this space. Our SEND children are not a burden. They are individuals just like every one of us in this chamber, and individuals with needs and ambitions, but they have been failed. And this has left a huge need to be addressed. So inclusion of a dedicated section of our PFG focused on these inspiring, valued and integral members of our education community is something we should all recognise as important. Delivering for them will be a test of our ability to work together across departments. We have to start using the Children's Services Cooperation Act. Delivering transformation requires the Department of Health and Economy to work with the Minister of Education to implement the published SEND reform agenda and a delivery plan. Economy and education must link to provide post-16 and post-19 learning and career options. I want to pay tribute at this point to our SEND parents who fight every day for their children, and they shouldn't have to fight. They shouldn't have to make a name for themselves in the public eye to get recognitions in documents like this, to ensure their children can access the educational opportunities and outcomes that will enable them to fulfil their potential. But Alma White, mum to Caleb, has done just that. The words post-19 may seem small, but their inclusion creates great expectation that we will deliver for these young people, and I know Alma will hold every one of us to account on this. In health, data sharing and embedding allied health professionals and local impact teams, along with protecting nursing provision in our special schools where it is needed, must be a priority. And I will use this platform again today to echo the call of so many members across this House to protect and in fact reinstate nursing provision that has already been removed without adequate explanation from 2 of our special schools. We cannot be comfortable with classroom assistants being responsible for skilled medical interventions on our most vulnerable children. A cross-departmental approach to SEND transformation must deliver an inclusive vision for the future, clearly define the purpose of SEND education and address the workforce crisis. There must also be more emphasis on early intervention to identify and tailor support so we can start to address problems before they develop and become more complex. And as I said at the start of my remarks, this document isn't what Alliance would write. A clear omission from our perspective is the strategic commitment to integrated education, which 2/3 of people believe should be the main model for our education system. The cost of supporting a divided education system is not sustainable. The Education Minister speaks of the need for more money for education, but it is not reasonable to keep asking for more resource if we are not prepared to tackle systemic duplication and inefficiency in how we spend money. Finally, all of the points in the education section of the PFG are underway in some way or another. What remains to be seen is whether implementation of those plans are delivered in full. I sincerely want the Education Minister to succeed with these plans, whether it be delivering quality, affordable childcare or reforming our system so those with special educational needs get the support they need and families need him to succeed. By the end of this mandate, the only thing that will matter as a measure of success is the impact of these on the lives of the people who matter, the children and young people and families. Thank you.
Steve Aiken.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and may I thank the members who have been speaking so far, and indeed it does sound a lot of it is to be about health, and that's obviously to be recognised because health should be the #1 priority of this executive and indeed this assembly for dealing with the considerable issues that we have. For those of us who sat in Hillsborough Castle quite some time ago, well over a year and a bit ago, I think listening to the conversation and the debate we were having then about the importance of developing a programme for government that put the priorities of the people of Northern Ireland first, it was very clear then that health was going to be the #1 priority. Now, we all know what has happened since, and the numerous debates that we have in this chamber when the Health Minister here has been invited to do one particular idea or another, or a new programme or a new development. And I will be honest, the Health Minister would really like to be able to do that degree of transformation. The issue is there is no money for it. And indeed, time and time again, when the Health Minister has been fighting his corner within the executive, he has been turned down. That is something that we do have to recognise, that if we are going to prioritise health, we should indeed be making it as the #1 priority what we're trying to do. But there is a reality here, is that we have a budget and we need to be able to operate within that budget. Now, the question of where that prioritisation lies is the fundamental question that needs to be addressed by all the executive parties. And I think the important thing that we need to see is going forward with monies that we have, we are in a position to be able to support our health service where it's needed, in mental health, in MDTs, in making sure we've got mega clinics, making sure that we're actually doing things to start driving down waiting lists. And a lot of those things are already happening. I think if any MLAs have been in an opportunity to go and talk to the health trusts and see what's happening in various places, things are happening and they're improving. But there's some things we need to have commitment to. We're talking about transformation. There is a transformation fund. Shortly, we're even going to hear about, I don't know whether it's still going to be an interim or an actual transformation board, that's looking to bring extra money to help make changes. Now, some of that may go into digitisation and some of it may go into other areas. But if we are serious within this programme for government and what we've always said about the priority being health, we need to invest a lot of that transformation money in making sure health works. Health has a plan to do that. It needs the support of the Northern Ireland Executive to make that happen. I don't want to make... yes, please, Colin, over you.
I do, but would the member agree with me, and as Minister has said this in different times, it's going to be incredibly difficult under the financial envelope that there currently is when they're being asked next year to make £200 million worth of savings. I'm at a loss as to how they're going to be able to do more whenever they're saying that they don't have enough to do it at present, and then next year they're going to be asked to do it with £200 million less.
Members, an extra minute.
Not only does the member make a very good point, you absolutely put the finger on the issue that we have with health. Health should be the prioritisation. Look, we do know we need to make efficiencies in health. We have to. And Mrs Dodds is normally in here sort of berating the health minister at every available opportunity about not making enough efficiencies. Health has to be improved. We need to be able to deliver. And we do need the resources to do it. But we know, particularly when we're looking at things like transformation and transformation funding, some of that funding should be coming in the direction of health and should be ring-fenced to do it. That is an important piece, and I would like both the First and Deputy First Ministers to comment on that and sort of their winding up remarks about what we're going to do about transformation. The other issue, Mr Deputy Speaker, I have a concern, and I have quite a few concerns, about transformation and the transformation process. We seem to have imported a cuckoo in the nest, Mr Deputy Speaker. We seem to have imported the NIO into the centre of the Northern Ireland Executive in the Transformation Board process. And the questions that has is, what role does the NIO have in the devolved settlement in Northern Ireland, and what role do they have within the programme for government? Do they have a veto role in the transformation process? What are they actually lining up to do? I think that, again, is another question I would quite like the Deputy First Minister to comment on when she's making her remarks, but I think that's an important thing that we need to be aware of. What role does the NIO have in the devolution settlement, and what role are they going to have in the transformation funding? I think that's key. There is no doubt at all that if we looked at successful programmes for government, they're actually linked to deliverables. Those deliverables include the budget lines, or a piece of legislation. I don't want to go around sounding like the sort of my learned friend from the opposition, but where is the legislation that is linked to these issues? Where are the budget lines? And we as a party have been saying time and time again for many years, particularly about the programme for government, it has to be actually linked to deliverables. And one of the things, again, I would like to see is there are no real deliverables in this document. There's ideas in it. There are, let's say, there are head marks for us to aim to. There are ideas within it. There are some targets, but not many targets, but we need to be able to look at those to try and improve upon those as well. But we need to make sure that we start attaching real deliverables beyond these, because how are we going to explain to the Northern Ireland people what we're trying to do? We can have various statements in here, and they are very laudable. I don't think when the Civil Service produced this document, they didn't produce a laudable statement within it. But where are the deliverables within it, and where is it linked to what the outcomes are that people of Northern Ireland need? And I think that is the appropriate thing we need to do. So, It will become as no surprise that even though we have real concerns about the budget, we have real concerns about funding for health, we have real concerns about the commitment of the rest of the executive parties to make sure health is given the priority it's needed, we as the Ulster Unionist Party will be supporting the programme for government. We have signed up to it. It's important that we sign up to it. But health is the #1 priority. It must be the #1 priority, and that needs to be lined up. Thank you very much indeed, Deputy Speaker.
Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'm very grateful for those who spoke under their 7 minutes so I can get in today, and I'm very grateful that Mr Aiken actually said that he was supporting the programme for government, because for a wee while I thought he joined the opposition benches. But just to say, Deputy Speaker, that this is a foundation document, and as my other colleagues have said, it's not everything that I would want or all that Alliance would want, but it's a baseline for us to work forward from. And I have to say, when I saw the consultation response that said that some sectors and groups felt that they could not see themselves within the programme for government and wanted more clarity on how the programme for government would support them. These included older people, mental health, poverty, arts, disability, culture, social care, LGBTQIA+, rural areas, the community, voluntary and social sector enterprise, the business sector, minority ethnic and Irish language groups. That just shows how much work we do have to do to bring people along with us and to ensure their voices are heard. And I look forward at some point within the next 25 months that are left of this mandate to seeing an active ageing strategy, an anti-poverty strategy, a disability strategy and a gender strategy, with a sexual orientation strategy finally coming out of the Department for Communities. And I have to say, and I will ask the First Minister, Deputy First Minister in their feedback, can we ensure, when we're delivering this programme for government, that we respect all of those individuals who we work with as partners to bring forward co-production and co-design? Because at the weekend I was speaking to some of the people who were involved in the disability co-production group for the disability strategy, who are very harmed and very hurt by the fact that it sounds like we're starting all over again with the disability strategy instead of carrying forward. They were involved and invested a lot of time and energy into the workload and the working groups that were involved in developing what could be the disability strategy, and they feel that they have been set aside. Part of the way forward for this programme for government is to have a positive change for people. And one of the ways that we can do that is by respecting our partners who are helping us and making sure that they feel respected and seen in our documentation. I also think it's time, and I will ask in the feedback at the end of this debate, I think that it's actually time for us to remember what the recommendations of RHI were. That the Northern Ireland Assembly should consider what steps are needed to strengthen its scrutiny role, particularly Assembly committees. My party's in the executive, so of course we're going to support this programme for government, but I'm also an MLA. I am here to support and to scrutinise ministers. And I have to say it's becoming extraordinarily difficult whenever some executive ministers are withholding information from committees. And I make a call out today to say that's no longer appropriate. It shouldn't be happening in the media first and then coming to committees as an afterthought. I believe that all committees are here to support the executive. And we look forward to doing so. For instance, I'm on the Committee for Communities, and the work that needs done with housing will actually provide prevention from people entering the health system, because instead of having 47,000 people without a proper home, we will actually give people a roof over their heads, a safe place to sleep, improve their health and well-being, educational outcomes and employment outcomes. But there is an issue in this Assembly that working through the priorities, we must continue to learn from the RHI to ensure effective scrutiny is carried out. While housing is in communities, I need to see from infrastructure that there's work being done in the wastewater treatment system, that planning is being updated so we can achieve our climate change targets, and that removing fossil fuels from our heating system and houses is key. We need to have cross-departmental examination, so I ask the Executive, how will you ensure that we no longer hear from a minister, that's not my department, But we will hear from ministers going forward. Here's our solutions and here's how we brought everybody together to create the solutions. We do need to have progress on key social strategies. We have priorities that have been set down, but I have to say it has to be done with, in the back of your mind, consideration of the Ministerial Code of Conduct. Yes, I will.
In spirit of us being constructive, would she, because I think she's right about the siloed thing, which is just one of the most pernicious things in our politics, does she think there's any space? A recommendation a couple of years ago was that you could change the ministerial code or indeed introduce a law, a duty of obligation for departments to work together. Is that something that she would be interested in unpacking or looking at?
I absolutely would do. And as the chair of the Committee of Procedures, perhaps you would like to write to me and ask if we need to update standing orders. But what I will say is, when we bear in mind the Ministerial Code of Conduct and the MLA's Code of Conduct, we are supposed to be working in this place to make things better for others. If the LGBTQIA+ community cannot see themselves in the programme for government, and after what we heard earlier on today about what a woman is, I'm a woman, or disregard of trans women, I have to say, in the feedback, can I have absolute assurance that objectivity and equality will be taken forward as this programme for government is being delivered? Because I don't want to sit in this House and know that some ministers in the executive are not treating everyone equally. Mr Deputy Speaker, it's an exciting time. I came to this House in 2016 and at last we have a programme for government. We have something to work towards. We have something to deliver. And I'm up for the challenge and I hope everyone in the House is. Thank you.
Call Cara Hunter.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity today as a member of the opposition to raise what aspects I welcome in this document, the programme for government, and to highlight where I feel this executive has fallen short. And I feel strongly that this document lacks the ambition I feel the public would have liked to see. The programme for government agreed by the executive this week is the first since the government of 2011 to 2015, but this is no cause for celebration. I know many people my age, myself included, can reflect on the years these institutions collapsed and the lack of trust that made between the public and people like ourselves, politicians, and faith in our institutions here. The last draft programme for government agreed in 2016 was never even delivered. But with this programme for government, I am deeply saddened that reform to prevent another collapse has not been included or mentioned. If you do not reform how a government functions, can you really properly fix our public services? Can you really say that this place won't yet again collapse? One of the key pillars mentioned in this document is the pillar and the mission of peace. But how can you have peace if you don't have political stability? I'm disappointed, but like the public listening today, I'm sadly not surprised. We've had significant discussion at length in this chamber about the realities of things like Lough Neagh, an environmental disaster which closed businesses in my constituency of East Derry due to pollution. This pollution interrupted entire ecosystems, but yet judging by this document, all we see coming forward is yet another plan with no tangible action. Reading through this document as a member of the Education Committee, I welcomed that there was a conversation and movement on a SEN reform agenda, but I know many parents who have children with special educational needs will feel frustrated today. So while it is welcome, it's sad that this will take potentially up to 2 years to complete. And it took 13 months for the programme for government to be made, so I'm just bewildered at how the lack of emphasis in supporting our young people with special educational needs. I would have liked to have seen further detail on the workforce, who are undoubtedly stressed out, overworked, under-resourced, and there is no further detail on addressing ongoing waiting lists for our young people with ADHD and with autism. To be honest, I found it an unbelievably vague document, which will fail to bring confidence in our system here, and especially with those who have children with special educational needs. And I too would like to follow the comments from Michelle about how admirable Alma is in her campaign around Caleb's cause. She has put on all of our minds, the forefront of our very minds here, about what happens our young people who are full of promise with special educational needs post-19 and transitioning out of school. So I'd like to thank her for her just incredible dedication and commitment to that cause, and I hope that we can see more on that issue. One thing I did welcome in the document is that there's an emphasis on focusing around being trauma-informed. Now, in our jobs, I think we all impact people who have endured trauma, whether it's a rape survivor or someone who's been impacted by the Troubles. Trauma comes in all different shapes and sizes. Our society is diverse, and thus so is the trauma that our constituents have experienced. And we have a particularly high level of adverse childhood experiences here in the north of Ireland. So I do welcome that in page 87 it alludes to upskilling our public staff and making them more trauma informed. But one thing that really struck me was this is nearly 100 pages of a document, and the word suicide is only mentioned once. So I'm so disheartened. I'm extremely passionate about suicide prevention, and it's just unfathomable to me that we have mental illness here 25% higher than the rest of these islands, yet the word suicide and suicide prevention is literally mentioned only once. There's roughly around 200 suicide deaths every year in this place. It's just incredible that that wasn't mentioned. In page 72, mental health is mentioned, and a lot of the emphasis in the programme for government talks about pushing mental health support services back into the community. We all need community. Mental health support in a community setting is a great thing, but there's no word on how it will be funded, which is similar to the discussion on ending violence against women and girls. On page 35, it discusses a joined-up approach and a discussion of a challenge fund. But where will that go? What will it look like? Who will it help? How quickly? Where? These are some of the details I know the public would love to see. And I just find it really strange that £2 million is mentioned in the programme for government to end violence against women and girls, yet we've seen previous massive slashes of government funding to things like Women's Aid, up to 50% just last year. So I just think it's really strange. I don't think £2 million is anywhere near enough what we're going to need to really impact the issue of violence against women and girls in the north of Ireland. It's mentioned in the document that they want to have 100,000 programme participants. So with £2 million of investment, what is that, like £20 participant? I don't think that's realistic enough, and I don't think it's enough money. I'd also highlighted previously the lack of inclusion of spiking in the Ending Violence Against Women and Girls strategy. I think it was a missed opportunity, and I was really disappointed it wasn't even alluded to in this document here. But moving on, another issue is I really do welcome the inclusion of tackling poverty after it was absent from the initial list of priorities, despite the lack of an anti-poverty strategy. Poverty isn't going away, it's only worsening in our communities. It detrimentally impacts the health and well-being of our constituents. It disproportionately impacts women. So I just think it was madness that that wasn't included in the initial proposals. Just lastly, to round up, as a passionate Irish nationalist, I was genuinely surprised at the lack of cross-border engagement included in the programme for government. I was absolutely bewildered that the Irish language is only mentioned twice. I just thought that was really disappointing, to be honest, particularly for a sector that is just remarkable in how well and effective they are in their campaigning. So I think they'll be disappointed today, just as I am. The document includes building new foundations, shaping a better tomorrow, but it didn't mention the reform of institutions. It only talks about suicide once. So how can we prepare for a better tomorrow if we're not addressing the critical, timely issues of today? I feel strongly this document, respectfully, genuinely only seems like an opportunity for the executive to smile and take photos while being entirely non-committal with their policies, non-committal on funding, non-committal on any timelines, and just hoping that the public will not notice. And, I really feel the executive does see the weight of the problems our people face here, but this document has done nothing more than provide vague aspirational language as an illusion that they're solving them. I feel it offers no hope, no real plan, no promises and no funding, and I'm incredibly disappointed. Thank you.
You're here.
Call Timothy Gaston.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Well, the wait's finally over for our Stormont cheerleaders. The spin document has arrived, has been unveiled for those that championed the restoration of Stormont, which promised all us that it would solve all their problems. Well, I'm sensing from the opposition today they're maybe a wee bit less enthusiastic than they were before the institutions come back. But let's have a look what this glossy document tells us. Page 30. Tells us, I'll make some progress and I'll let you in, be assured. Page 30 tells us the Executive will invest up to £135 million this year to reduce waiting lists by treating an additional 70,000 patients. That works out at around 4,000 per patient. Members, you aren't aiming to perform many hip replacements if that's the budget that's associated and provided. We move on, not a word about additional officers for the PSNI. At a time when the PSNI has just 6,278 officers, over 1,000 fewer than the Patton report said we needed. But there are other things this document talks a lot about, and indeed it does talk a lot. Let's consider childcare next, as it's mentioned at least 30 times throughout. Page 27, the programme for government tells us that the Executive are investing up to $25 million this year. Sounds like a catchy headline for the media, as it is trumpeted as a major achievement. But let's see, what's the reality? The First Minister said during question time earlier, she told us the figure was up to $50 million. Well, this Executive got a cheque from Westminster which was to fund a scheme similar to that in England and Wales. The sum on that cheque was not the $25 million in this document. It wasn't the $50 million the First Minister told us about earlier, but indeed it was $57.2 million. Nowhere in this document does the Executive explain where the millions have went. In fact, what is the figure? Is it the $25 million we see here in this document unveiled today? Is it the $50 million the First Minister told us during question time? Regardless, what happened, the missing $32.2 million or the $7.2 million? Either way, working families in Northern Ireland are being shortchanged by this Executive. Some of the missing millions may be going to the 3 nationalist demands mentioned in this document. This is a programme for government which commits to the expansion of the Ulster University Magee campus while making no solid promises to any of our other higher education institutions. This is a document which promises the Executive will fulfil its duties to deliver on the Irish language when it comes to the 2022 Act and pledges to work on an Irish language strategy. This is a programme for government which makes promises on the redevelopment of Casement Park. But where is the section and how this Executive is going to deal with the protocol? Isn't so much as mentioned. But let's take the economy. We'll move to the economy and what the programme for government says about planning, which is important on 2 fronts. The biggest barrier to planning is a lack of wastewater infrastructure. In the document, there is no commitment to the level of investment for Northern Ireland Water or the areas going to be targeted. How's our planning system worked since its day-to-day functions were dissolved to councils in 2015? Through RPA, Stormont allowed councils to move from one set of policies governing all of Northern Ireland to creating 11 different local development plans. If this Executive wants to address the issues in our planning system, then there is a need to go back to one set of planning policies governing all of Northern Ireland if you're serious about attracting inward investment. As it stands, I don't see how planning currently works for business or our people. More fundamentally, when it comes to the economy, as already stated, is the lack of any mention of the protocol. You cannot grow your economy while at the same time trashing the UK's internal market. You cannot grow a globally competitive economy while cutting this part of the UK off from a possible UK-US trade deal, as the protocol leaves Northern Ireland trapped in the EU customs union and single market for goods. I asked unionists who claimed that they would fight the protocol within the arena of Stormont, how's that working out for you? What progress have you made? Not even deemed worthy of a mention in this document. Oh, but some may say, they may respond and say, page 85, there's a mention of Intertrade UK. Yet, that very same paragraph also deals with Intertrade Ireland. Let's contrast the 2 bodies. Intertrade Ireland was, thanks to the budget passed in this House last week, handed $6 million in resources. Intertrade UK isn't getting a penny from this place. Intertrade Ireland has permanent offices and a growing staff. Intertrade UK has neither. Intertrade Ireland has a statutory basis. Intertrade UK has no such standing. It's not hard to work out which body will be able to deliver on its objectives. The last point that I want to pick up on is the Ending Violence Against Women and Girls strategy. For months I have been pressing the First and Deputy First Ministers on their agreed position on violence against women and girls. Was violence against women and girls wrong in the period between 1969 to 1998? Just last week I finally got an answer. The agreed position of the Executive is gender-based violence, abuse and harm has always been wrong and unacceptable. Sounds good, but still leaves wriggle room. The Women's Rights Network recently came to the TEO committee, where I took the opportunity to ask them for their thoughts on this policy. Firstly, they weren't even consulted on the document, so they were the only gender critic organisation which were left out. So no gender critic organisations allowed.
Your time is almost up.
It is indeed. Secondly, in the absence of a agreed definition,
Mr.
this policy
lacks
any credibility.
Call Jerry Carroll.
Speaker, this programme for government is a clear indication that the Executive is out of touch with the people they claim to represent. As has already been said, this is the first programme for government agreed by an Executive since 2011. The mere existence of this programme for government has been hailed as a celebration. I would ask, is the bar really this low? Do ordinary people not deserve better? It beggars belief that the draft programme for government was completely absent of any real, measurable or time-bound targets. The fact that the Executive were forced to go back to the drawing board to add a few concrete goals shows what they would be happy to get away with if given the chance. The final version is a minor improvement on the vague, aimless original, but it still lacks the detail and urgency needed to turn things around for ordinary people languishing on health waiting lists. Spending a fortune on childcare, people who are homeless, children with special education needs, women and girls experiencing violence, and many, many more. On cutting health waiting times, the Executive plans to invest up to £135 million per year to reduce the health waiting lists. Where exactly will this money be spent? Will it help to address the workforce crisis and ensure safe staffing levels, or will it go once again to the burden in the private health sector? Will it mean our overworked and burnt out health and social care staff are finally paid what they deserve? The Royal College of Surgeons report that it will take a decade of sustained investment to turn this catastrophe around. We need consistent, high levels of investment to finally put an end to people dying needlessly on waiting lists. On early years in childcare, Executive Ministers talk about the importance of early intervention, those crucial first 1,000 days of a child's life. Yet they cut statutory services for early years and depend on the community and voluntary sector to fill the gaps. Then they turn around and deny core grant funding for charities and organisations working in early intervention, putting organisations doing vital work, supporting communities at risk of going under. The warm words in this document are completely at odds with the actions of Executive parties, and I'll continue to judge this Executive by their actions and not their words. £25 million has been allocated to support parents struggling with the cost of childcare. The Education Minister previously said at least £400 million would be needed to implement the childcare strategy. Pittance has been allocated so far, and the programme for government completely neglects the issue of school-aged childcare, another glaring omission from this document. Children with special education needs from working class communities, Deputy Speaker, are being badly let down by this Executive. The Executive signed off on the recommendations in the Fair Start report to address educational underachievement and disadvantage. Then the Department of Education just allocated 6% of the funding needed to actually implement those recommendations. The Education Minister has devised the rightly maligned RAISE programme to tackle the educational disadvantage, departing from well-established and effective measures of income deprivation, and at a time when all school pupils should have access to counselling and mental health support when they need it. The budget for Happy Healthy Minds was axed in 2023 and it still hasn't been reinstated. The Executive will now produce, Deputy Speaker, a sane reform agenda and delivery plan by 2027, and given the Minister's previous dismissive comments about the value of one-to-one support from classroom assistants, education support workers will be and are worried about the content and implications of the final SEN reform agenda. The goal of providing more social, affordable and sustainable housing is to be welcomed, but the programme for government misses many obvious opportunities to prevent to prevent homelessness. Preventing homelessness would involve actually cracking down on profiteering private landlords, implementing a no-fault eviction ban and introducing rent controls. And unfortunately, the Minister for Communities ruled that out once again today. Executive parties refuse to acknowledge the reality that preventing homelessness will mean questioning and challenging the power of landlords. Instead, they adopt a firefighting approach, throwing good money after bad, spending over £34 million per year on temporary accommodation, most of which goes in the pockets of multi-million-pound companies and private landlords. Tackling poverty is still not defined as a key priority for this executive, and instead we get a few vague, aspirational paragraphs with a fleeting reference to the executive bringing forward an anti-poverty strategy. Will it come with funding attached? And the same question applies for all the other social inclusion strategies and the language strategies. Will the anti-poverty strategy be based on objective need? Will it actually increase household incomes and reduce child poverty? We'll wait and see. 1 in 4 children in my constituency, Deputy Speaker, of West Belfast live in poverty, and poverty impacts every aspect of their young lives, their health, their education, their social and emotional development. Even if this executive somehow manages to meet aspirations in the programme for government, it won't make a bit of difference if people are still living in poverty without their basic needs met. And on climate, the programme commits to increasing renewable electricity capacity by 40% by 2027. And the Climate Change Act itself mandates a target of 80% renewable by 2030. So does this programme for government put us on track to reach that target? I highly doubt it. There's also a goal of consulting on a draft climate action plan this year, which was supposed to be published over a year ago. And by 2027, the executive plans to deliver the actions in the Lough Neagh report and action plan. This is a testament to the continued pressure for environmental campaigning groups and climate activists like Save Lough Neagh. Endless and campaigning brought... I will give away, yeah?
Giving way. The member will know that child poverty is costing our society £1 billion a year, and also last week, I don't know if you've seen it, the King's Trust report suggested that almost half of the young people in Northern Ireland feel anxious on a daily basis about their futures here. Would he agree with me that this document does very little to alleviate those worries? In fact, it's quite depressing and does nothing to offer hope to the people right across our society.
Members, an extra minute.
I would agree with him, and also remind the member that his party was on the executive for many years and failed in attempts to reduce poverty as well, but I agree with his earlier point. And like I said, Deputy Speaker, the fact that the Lough Neagh report and action plan is in this document is a testament to continued pressure from environmental groups and activists like the Save Lough Neagh campaign and many, many other people. It was endless campaigning by them and others that brought us to this point, but without the necessary resources and funding, I'm worried that this action plan is absolutely doomed to fail. If climate breakdown, Deputy Speaker, doesn't warrant quick and urgent action from this executive, it seems like nothing will. Time is of the essence, and time for action is now. Thank you.
Claire Sugden.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The programme for government sets out a series of commitments, but at the end of all the speeches we really must ask ourselves, will this lead to the real change that the people of Northern Ireland need and deserve, or simply repeat what we have heard before? And I say this mindful of a significantly reduced mandate and a very difficult budget. I hope this will lead to good change, but we've seen similar pledges in the past on health reform, childcare, tackling paramilitarism, housing, education, social care and economic growth. Time and time again, however, progress has been slow and many communities still feel left behind. And they lack confidence that these institutions have the ability to actually deliver. And that will be the outcome of this, whether we can actually deliver. We can talk today about what's in this programme for government and what is not, but realistically, in order for the people of Northern Ireland to realise that this building has any value, we have to deliver. They're tired of words, they need action, and they want to see real change that improves their daily lives. They want to see a government that makes real difference, not just a list of ambitions that never move beyond the page. This programme is built around 9 priority objectives, each tied to a government department. And I'm quite concerned by this approach because, again, it's sharing out priorities rather than focusing on what Northern Ireland genuinely needs. Some of the most pressing issues do not fit neatly into one department, which is probably why they're not in it. Post-19 education, as others have said. is a clear example. Young people with learning disabilities, we have failed them for years, yet the Department of Health, the Department for Economy and the Department of Education can't decide who's going to take charge in that, so they simply don't. They have spent years navigating a system where no department takes ownership, leaving them without proper support. That's shameful. Adult social care, for example. It has been debated endlessly, yet meaningful progress has stalled because, again, no single department is going to take the charge. Similarly, ending violence against women and girls, whilst I welcome it, but without embedding it in education on misogyny, without legislation in making misogyny a hate crime, or taking action against online harms, its impact will be limited. Tackling deeply rooted attitudes requires more than just awareness campaigns. So when our government is divided in this way, and we've seen it since its inception, real problems are falling through the cracks, which is why Northern Ireland hasn't been able to progress in the years since the Good Friday Agreement. And if this programme wants to deliver real change, it must focus on outcomes that matter to the department, not just flagship departmental priorities. I remain disappointed that the approach that was taken in 2016 with an outcomes-based accountability model has not progressed further. We need to look to other jurisdictions on these islands to see that this is about outcomes. It's not about ticking boxes. It's not about departmental aims and objectives. It's about the people of Northern Ireland. We all acknowledge that demand for public services far exceeds the available funding, and without that clear financial strategy, the risk is that many of these commitments will remain just aspirations. I also want to talk to the Transformation Fund. $235 million is a significant amount of money, and I do believe there is an opportunity here not just to modernise services, but to drive structural reform in how government operates. As I've mentioned, other regions such as Scotland have moved towards outcomes-based departments rather than rigid ministerial structures, and Northern Ireland could use this fund to advance significant structural change, ensuring that policies are developed with collaboration and long-term impact in mind. We could also use this fund to gather and improve data collection, ensuring that we base our priorities on real evidence rather than assumptions. Because without a strong understanding of where our greatest needs are, resources will continue to be stretched thinly rather than targeted effectively. We should also not only just address today's challenges, but prepare for the future. Government in Northern Ireland has always been reactive rather than proactive. But if we don't turn off the tap, there's no point in emptying the sink. We've heard it in terms of Bengoa, published in 2016, yet we still haven't implemented it. Primary care and early intervention. The investment in childcare is welcome, but it only brings Northern Ireland up to the standard that other regions have already reached. What about school-aged childcare? What about working families? What about middle-income families who earn too much for benefits but can't afford other private options? Housing policy also lacks ambition. But again, we don't see any direct aims and objectives to try and address the issues around water and wastewater capacity. Early intervention should be at the core of all its policies, and I recognise that. Schools, community and organisational professionals all highlight the concerns. But what about parenting support? There's no clear plan to help families provide the stability that children need. And if we fail to address these issues early, they will place even greater pressure on the services ahead. I do welcome recognition in the final draft of this programme for government that Northern Ireland's ageing population must be reflected in how we plan for public services. And this follows an motion last week in the Assembly and tireless campaigns by the age sector. However, recognition alone is not enough. This cannot be a token gesture, and it must be embedded into how we approach policy and service delivery. Regional balance, I'll talk to very briefly. It has to be more than Belfast and Derry. We are a rural Northern Ireland, and we need to look to our urban and rural villages if we genuinely want to bring everyone onto an equal footing. Thank you.
I call David Honeyford.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I speak as the Alliance spokesperson for the economy on this, and I welcome that we have a programme of government that shows and seeks to show a path forward that's positive and is much needed. However, any programme is only as good as the ambition and the focus on delivery, and we now need to get on with delivering for our economy. And it's on that detail that I want to raise a couple of points. The fundamental truth that I want to start with is our economy isn't growing at any acceptable pace, and this has been an issue for decades now. We are not closing the gap between here and GB, and the gap continues to widen between here and the south. And we need to address the fundamental reasons why that is the case. And I appreciate the Minister has launched an economic vision that intends to bring through good jobs, decarbonisation and productivity, for example. And while I share that ambition and the creating good jobs, Northern Ireland will continue to struggle to attract inward investment without political stability and political direction to create the conditions on which business can be built. Businesses, whether they're local startups, indigenous business, or whether they're international firms looking to invest here, all need certainty. Yet, by not confronting reform head-on, we are continuing to dangle potential instability. So we need political reform, not as some abstract ideal, but as a practical necessity to unlock potential. Potential is the bedrock, and stability is the bedrock for us to grow our economy. When we move on to decarbonisation of our economy, it's one of the Minister's core principles, and I completely agree with that principle, but much more, we need much more than the principle of it. We actually need delivery to change, and the devil will be in the detail. 80 by 30 we hear a lot of, but it isn't a slogan. It's actually 80% renewable energy by 2030. It's only 5 years away, and we've been here for a year and need to get moving to bring all the benefits, not just environmental benefits, but energy security and reduced costs for every household. We have the ability to generate homegrown electricity production, so we don't ever have the massive increased cost of electricity that all our constituents have had to suffer through the past couple of years with the cost of fossil fuel imports. Renewable energy growth has stalled at approximately 45%, but if we don't have a renewable energy support scheme that supports 80 by 30 and the ambition of that, we won't see the growth we need. And when we have one energy system across this island, any scheme must match the same entry levels as that of the south. That is based to encourage, it has to be based to encourage our local renewable companies to grow and not create further barriers to them. Without that, then unfortunately investment will simply continue to move south or to Scotland for easier conditions and better support. When I move to other economic issues, and coming from a Lagan Valley perspective, we have a lot of potential to grow jobs in the Dublin-Belfast Economic Corridor, and there was a conference last week on that which was really welcome. And there's so much untapped potential there staring us in the face, and working together to maximise economic growth, and I look forward to working along with the Minister to deliver positive outcomes on that. But another issue that we need to get moving with, and it's disappointing that it isn't mentioned, is the Maze Long Kesh site. We have momentum and we need momentum. We don't need more delay. Developing the road infrastructure around that site and linking the M1A1 is a vital way of improving the access and to start to build momentum for the site. And I hope the First and Deputy First Minister's office can agree to get moving on this as soon as possible. Maybe they can update us in their winding. And then we move to dual market access. Our unique selling point for inward investment is as a place that can do business with access to both GB and EU markets, and we need to sell that around the world. It is welcome that Invest within the programme of government will undertake 3 promotional trips for investors. But if an investor was simply to go to Invest in I's homepage, click Why Invest in Northern Ireland, it leads with the first statement which says Northern Ireland is an integral part of the UK. Not the trade advantage that we have within dual market access, and it's baffling that we're not leading with this, shouting out about it from every platform. The programme barely mentions it, and if we don't champion it, we won't gain from it, and it's as simple as that. Finally, I just want to touch on 3 areas that are critical to grow jobs and grow our economy, and where we look forward to seeing clarity coming through. Research and development is the engine of innovation. Why would businesses come here if we're not prepared to invest in it ourselves? Creating opportunities for ourselves. If our universities are not getting the investment for R&D, then into the future we won't have the spin-off companies like Be Secure in Belfast with 57 highly skilled jobs who develop the IP for heart monitoring or watch and other devices. Childcare also isn't just a social good, but it's an economic lever. If parents can't work, or if it's unaffordable or inaccessible, and that needs to be expanded further, and I appreciate that the First Minister has developed a little bit of that earlier today. But then we move to planning reform, and we all know the current system is a bottleneck, holding back housing, infrastructure and business investment. And the Alliance Party has been consistent in these points, but our economy needs specifics and action on planning for reform to come through quickly. If we don't actually address planning system and tackle wastewater infrastructure, then economic investment simply will continue to move south as it's unavailable here. This is essential to unlock our economic growth. It's time to work to create the conditions on which our business and our economy can flourish and grow. And in closing, I want to support the overall economic aims of the programme for government, and potential alone is not enough to make a difference. And as Alliance spokesperson for the economy, I look forward to working with the Minister and the other ministers to deliver for our constituents, and look forward to seeing legislation come through to help deliver that. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Mr McNulty, you're listed to speak, though time remaining will limit you to 3 minutes. I hope that's okay.
I hosted about 40 members of the OK Club in May here today, and it was lovely for the First Minister to say hello when she was passing through on her way to the Chamber. And wouldn't it be fantastic if we put those strong South Armagh women in charge? They'd have this place straightened out in no time, I am sure of that. The redevelopment of Casement Park, with the commitment made in the redevelopment in 2011, is sadly no further on. That commitment was reaffirmed in relation to the Euros, but that opportunity was sadly and disgracefully missed. In this programme for government, the only reference to Casement Park is a commitment to deliver progress. No finalised timeline, no detailed funding strategy, no clear roadmap for delivery. So much for the First Minister saying Casement Park will be built, and it will be built on her watch. Not much evidence of any prioritisation of Casement in the programme for government, and that on top of scant regard for our Irish language. All show, no go. The North wastewater infrastructure faces significant challenges. Chronic underfunding and systemic inefficiencies are stalling development everywhere. 19,000 homes in 23 towns stalled, and house prices rising as a consequence. Up to 80,000 people are homeless. Commercial development being kicked to the curb, and regeneration of our town centres stagnating. However, this programme for government commits to work with NI Water to facilitate housing growth. Are you kidding me? Again, no detailed funding strategy, no timeline for delivery, all show, no go. Discussions on constitutional change have been centre stage in political discourse. Preparations for a new and united Ireland are a moral imperative, says Sinn Féin. They admonish the Irish government for a lax approach, even though the Irish government has been pumping in billions of euros in terms of the shared island units, and initiatives in terms of costing out united Ireland. And they admonished the Irish government for that. Yet this Sinn Féin government, this Sinn Féin-led government in the North, has not offered one word about Irish unity. So, what is the petitioner's approach from Sinn Féin? Why the bluster in public and the hand-wringing in private? Sinn Féin wax lyrical in the Dáil and in communities across Ireland, but melt like spring snow off a ditch when they sit down at the table with the DUP. All show, no go. On the health waiting list, this programme for government acknowledges that waiting lists have grown 216% since 2014. At the same time, the programme for government aspires to limit further deterioration of cancer and time-critical waiting lists. Limit further deterioration, not reduce, not eliminate, but prevent further deterioration. Hardly a lofty or aspiring aspiration. God be with the people and families with loved ones languishing on the health waiting list, waiting for hope from this place. All show, no go. On education, the executive has served us another word salad. The programme for government acknowledges the significant increase in the number of children with special education needs, and yet in terms of government response, detail is thin on the ground. The big commitment made by the executive in relation to special education needs,
Mr McNulty.
all show, no go.
And your members' order. Members, I'm now calling the Deputy First Minister to conclude and wind up the debate on the motion. And Deputy First Minister, you have up to 33 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. My goodness, how to follow that, but I will try.
So look, we've heard a significant number of contributions right across the chamber, and I think actually the First Minister and myself would welcome that. We welcome the interest in the programme for government, but we also welcome the range of issues that have been raised, because of course this is a programme for government, so it covers so many different elements of what we do. But we made clear from the outset, and indeed in the introductory remarks by the First Minister, that this document is not the totality of our ambitions, not even the totality of the ambitions of the Executive, and certainly not for the individual ministers. But of course this is about prioritisation. And prioritisation is always difficult. We are in a fiscally constrained environment. It is difficult to fund everything that we want to fund, and that does require hard decisions. But I have a message today, despite some of what I have heard, and that is a message of hope. It is a message of ambition, and it is a message of seeking to do everything in our power to deliver for the people of Northern Ireland, right throughout Northern Ireland, on the things that matter most to them. The programme for government provides a roadmap to grow our economy, strengthen our communities and support hard-working families. My aspiration indeed is to have as many happy, thriving people and families in every part of this place, this wonderful place we call home of Northern Ireland. I want to create a Northern Ireland which is one of the best, if not the best, small, open, agile economies in the world. And I genuinely believe that we can do that. I believe that we have opportunity regardless of how challenging the circumstances may be. The other day I was at a conference and somebody made the reference to being small enough to do big things. And I actually think Northern Ireland, we're small enough to do big things. That means transformation. It requires investment. It requires difficult decisions. But one thing for sure that I can say, hand on my heart, to the people of Northern Ireland and to this place, that I believe that this is an executive working hard to genuinely improve the everyday lives of the people of this place. It's very challenging to respond in a debate to so many contributions, but I am going to endeavour to do so as quickly as I possibly can. So first of all, I will start with the positive, the upbeat and hopeful contribution of the Leader of the Opposition, Matthew O'Toole. Yes, plenty of reflections from the Leader of the Opposition. I'm not sure we would just describe it as a constructive opposition or a critical opposition, but of course he talked an awful lot about what it is that the Executive ought to do. So I felt that in order for us to benchmark ourselves against what could only, I imagine, be a document of excellence, I looked up the SDLP's plan. So first of all, I couldn't because the link was broken. Maybe you need to check that out on your website. But I did manage to get my hands on your plan that you published. There was 14 pages in your plan. 2 of those pages were entirely blank. Now, it may be argued that that was the best part of the plan. I wouldn't be as uncharitable to say that, because indeed, out of those 14 pages, there was an entire page which was a picture of Matthew O'Toole. Now, I know the SDLP are very keen to criticise the First Minister and myself for taking photographs, and I'm not saying that our programme for government wouldn't have been improved by a full-page picture of Matthew O'Toole, but it was indeed a short document indeed. And I think perhaps most surprising of all was the fact that it took the SDLP some 8 months to come up with that plan, despite the fact that they were only negotiating with themselves. So I actually think that this is a momentous day today, not because the substance of this, I believe it does have ambition, I believe it does have quality, but of course the getting 4 parties of the Executive to agree to the prioritisation. And we talk an awful lot about delivery. And delivery is key, but it will not be, and let's be realistic, it's not going to be delivery of the full Alliance manifesto and their aspirations. It's not going to be the full delivery of the Sinn Féin or the DUP manifesto. What this is about in this document are the areas in which the 4 parties can agree to prioritise and to focus on. And that does indeed mean compromise. Turning to the chairperson of the committee,
First of all, I want to extend my thanks to the committee for all of the work that they did. It's very tricky to try to coordinate all of the different responses across many, many different particular areas and policy areas, many of those falling outside of the committee. So I thank you for all of the work that you have done on that. The chairperson of the TEO committee raised a number of important points, in particular the wellbeing indicators and how we measure the success of this document. And I think it's important to say that there are a range of targets and objectives within this document. Now, some of those will simply require additional funds, and that is a challenge for me, for the First Minister, for this executive. We have made a commitment to do what we can to drive that efficiency and transformation within departments, within the executive. We have made the commitment in this document to create the delivery unit, which is very much about how do we do things differently, how do we do them better, how do we free up that money to invest in these prioritised areas. We say in this document about the agreement that we have to create an AI unit, using innovation and technology to drive through that efficiency and a better way of doing things. None of these things will be done tomorrow or next week, we know that. It's not going to bring about those significant savings within that period of time. But all of these things must work to turn the curve of those things that we want to achieve. Should it be in terms of the mental health of the people of Northern Ireland, the affordability of childcare, driving down those health waiting lists, growing our economy, providing good jobs and opportunities for all of our young people, no matter what part in Northern Ireland they live. I will indeed.
First Minister, and I really like your contribution particularly about driving the economy and making the economy work. But how can we say that when the First Minister today, when asked the question about bringing in £1.6 billion worth of investment into Northern Ireland and 200 extra jobs, found it incredulous?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I thank the member for his comment. And indeed, we have a fantastic aerospace and defence industry here in Northern Ireland, and so much of that is around supporting people to secure peace. We know that, and of course, we do all want to see peace. We want to see a peaceful outcome negotiated, but indeed we should be supporting our interests and be very proud of the world-class products and contribution that they are making in very, very important areas. The chairperson of the committee went on to speak in her party capacity. She welcomed the publication, and she said very clearly that a government needs to be fit for purpose. That is absolutely true. And I think we hear time after time so many people calling on the government to increase bills for ordinary working families across this place. And yet, I think actually our responsibility to people must be to do government better, to make sure that we are the custodians of the public purse, and that the money that we get for our public services, that we are doing our best to invest that in the best possible way to get the best outcomes. Indeed, our government and our processes must be fit for purpose. Philip McGuigan spoke from a health perspective, and he referenced health inequalities. And of course, we know that when we tackle, and a key part of this agenda has to be around the prioritisation of tackling health waiting lists and the transformation within our health sector. It's the number one issue that comes up to me. When I go about my constituency of Lagan Valley, I hear it all the time. Access to GPs, people sitting on waiting lists, the pain and the issues that they are facing day in, day out. And let us be very clear. It is not acceptable. It is not acceptable to me. It's not acceptable to the First Minister. I don't believe it's acceptable to any one of us around this House. We understand that for those individuals, and I think it was Diane Dodds that referenced that, actually it's very personal. If a person is living in that pain week in, week out, month in, month out, being told that their operation or their intervention will not happen for many months or many years, that causes a despair that we can do something about. And that is why we will be using the new delivery unit to be supporting the Health Minister to find new ways of working. We will be doing our best working with the Finance Minister to secure additional resource, ring fence for those particular interventions within the department, because we recognise, yes, health is the key priority within this document. We need to drive down those lists, and further to that, we need the transformation to prevent what has happened with those lists happening again, and that will be critically important as well. Deborah Erskine spoke from the chairperson of the Infrastructure Committee, so I thank her for her contribution. And look, again, we hear it all of the time, potholes in roads, schools that need interventions, in terms of making sure that the capital projects that we invest in come in on time and on budget. I've said it before in this place, if we can bring in these capital projects on time and on budget, then that frees up much more capital resource to be able to do more, because we always know that the demand for that capital investment outstrips the capital that we have available. But not only that, but through the investment strategy of Northern Ireland, which we hope to bring to this place in the next number of weeks, we will be seeking to secure additional capital to come into that budget to help and support that predicted £26 billion of capital investment for infrastructure that we are predicting over the course of the next 10 years. And I look forward to discussing that issue in this House in due course. Robbie Butler spoke from his perspective of a chair of the Agriculture Committee. And of course, I do want to pay tribute again to all of the incredible work that our farming community do. It's a very challenging time for our farming community. And many people either don't want to hear that or they just want to dismiss that. And we should not, because at the heart of farming are farming families, out early morning to late night, in all weathers, in a tough financial environment, doing what they can to provide locally sourced, locally grown, locally produced, high-quality food. And the security of food supply is such a critical issue in a globally unstable context. So I think it's right and proper that we look at all of those issues, including, as he referenced, the impacts of planning and delays on our farming and agri communities, and also how the just transition can make sure that as we move forward towards some of those environmental aspirations, that we do so in a way that does not disproportionately put that burden just on our farmers. Colm Gildernew spoke from the community's perspective. He talked about the anti-poverty strategy and other strategies, including language strategies and the ongoing housing crisis and access to affordable housing. And again, look, this is key very much to the heart of the draft, or to the programme for government in terms of what we are trying to achieve. Because again, the impact of not having a warm and secure home is huge. It's huge for the whole family. It's significantly detrimental for children and young people growing up in that environment. That is one of the key things that unlocks the ability for those children to thrive. We want those children to be able to fulfil the potential they have, to contribute to our society and to live those happy and thriving lives. This touches right at the core as well of health inequalities. It's a perfect example of how other departmental policies are critical in terms of what we are trying to do, because there are, and we know this, in terms of our health waiting lists, there are far too many on those health waiting lists with avoidable illnesses. And those avoidable illnesses, if we catch them time, we catch them early, we change some of those issues, we can really have that transformative. And I know, as Mike refers to it as sort of the shift left agenda in terms of tackling public health, that is critical. That's not only just going to take the next number of years, this is an agenda over the next 5, 10, 20, 30 years for this place. And actually seeing the result of that in health waiting lists may not be until 10 years down the line or 20 years down the line, but my goodness, we know it's truly transformative, and we know those interventions and supporting those children from pre-birth, birth and throughout early childhood are so critical in terms of the outcomes for their lives as well. Diane Forsyth spoke from a finance perspective because the chairperson of the Finance Committee was speaking as leader of the opposition. And indeed, look, absolutely important that one of the big challenges undoubtedly that we have faced here is the lack of a multi-year budget. And we are dictated in that cycle because of the Treasury cycles in relation to this. It's an issue that both the First Minister and myself have raised directly with the Chancellor. And we do believe that she is in the space where she does want to move to multi-year budgets. There's no doubt that that will make our planning much better. But when that happens, we will also, and I think again this is a commitment to the House, revise our targets, revise our plans, take a look at our programme for government in the context of that multi-year budget, so that we can then look forward to say it's not just what we're committing to this year, it is what we are committing to in year 2, year 3, and hopefully beyond that. Yes, right.
I enjoyed having a bit of banter with the Deputy First Minister. I will say it's up to her and the First Minister whether they want to put my photograph in the document. They do use the same photograph of Donegal Quay in Belfast 3 different times, so you may want to find another photograph. but that's fair enough. Could I just ask on the budget point, and it is a genuine question, there's not very much in here in terms of a table on indicative budgets. Will you commit, and would you work with the Finance Minister to come back to us with a multi-year time horizon, even if it's not a legally signed off multi-year budget, something to show us how this thing could be paid for? I genuinely think that would be helpful for us all.
Thank you. And yes, indeed, it's a really important issue, because while some around the House have raised some concern about the ambition within this document, but if I just were to pull out a small number of key commitments that we have made, the expansion of affordable childcare, the investing of that 135 million in healthcare waiting lists above and beyond the 73 million specified, the target of getting to over 7,000 police officers, which is being costed. So those small number of key objectives alone probably looks at around £500 million of additional expenditure per annum. And that's the scale of what we are talking about. That is before we even look at the additional investment in NI water and our infrastructure, fixing the potholes faster and quicker, which I know everybody wants across Northern Ireland, and so many of those other issues that are referenced within this document. So we don't underestimate the scale of that. He's absolutely correct. It is also important to note that all of these are scalable. So where we see, for example, targets in relation to affordable and social housing, the more capital money that we can secure for that, then the more of those houses we can build. So those things are very much dependent on the amount of money that we can get. And again, our promise to this place is that we will be endeavouring to find as much additional resources we possibly can to invest in all of these issues. I move now to Owen Tennyson, who's not in his place. He did have an awful lot to say at the weekend, or so somebody said to me. But he said that the programme for government should not be the ceiling to ambition. He also said that in the spirit of cooperation, moving forward, we should all work together. And I would very much agree with that, in that I actually do think that what people want out there is not the likes of ourselves playing politics in this place, or having petty squabbles about things, or not being realistic about what it is that we can achieve. I think the people of Northern Ireland want us to work constructively together. They want us to get on with it. They want us to actually get delivery on the things that matter to them. And I do believe that the First Minister and myself, working across the Executive, have really applied ourselves to that over the course of the last 13 months, and we will continue to do so. Yes, a four-party coalition can be frustrating. And yes, nobody is going to get everything that they particularly want to get in the way that they want to get it. But what we do endeavour to do, week in and week out, is to do our best to find a way through, to find agreement, to find compromise, and I believe that that is what we have done here today. Philip Brett, from an economy perspective, spoke about economic prosperity and good jobs. You know, I am really pleased that Northern Ireland has had unprecedented low unemployment. Just a couple of weeks ago, the figures were out that we have the lowest unemployment that we have had for a very long time. That is a good thing. But we do have levels of economic inactivity that are much too high. We have challenges around productivity. We have, across the United Kingdom, stagnation in terms of economic growth. Some of the issues raised throughout the contributions, that I may not be able to get to all of them, but some of the issues raised included the National Insurance Employers' contribution. There's no doubt when you talk to businesses, and we are a small to medium-sized business economy, what we hear from them is how that this is preventing them from expanding. In fact, it's preventing them, they are indicating, even from standing still. They may have to cut back in order to fund this. That is not acceptable. If we want our economy to grow, we need to support our businesses. And this needs to be in an executive that is going to do that. That also means investing in skills, tackling educational underachievement, trying to identify why is it that so many people go into economically inactive. We need those people into our workforce. We talk to companies week in and week out who say that they want good people with the right skills. And if they could get those, they would be expanding. We are world leading on issues such as cyber, the creative industries, our aerospace and defence. They all want good people. We can provide those good jobs on a good wage, and we also know that that is the best way out of poverty. That is transformative, not just for that person, but for their family and for their grandchildren in due course. Diane Armstrong, referred to the multi-year budget situation, as I've already mentioned, absolutely key, and also that the targets should align with the budget, and I think that is critical as well. So as soon as we can get more information around that multi-year budget, then I do believe that there needs to be that process of looking at our plans and our targets and making sure that we are fitting that in. There are a number of objectives within this programme for government that requires that further work by ministers. It will be the work of committees and those sitting around this Assembly chamber to work on those committees to make sure that those plans coming forward meet the objective within the programme for government, that they're brought forward swiftly, but also critically that the budget is aligned to enable the minister to be able to deliver against that aspiration. Deirdre Hargey referenced about the digital and innovation, absolutely, and hopefully this week we'll be able to bring forward some more information around those transformation projects. It was an issue referenced by Steve Aiken as well. We have that additional 235 million that was secured, and the reason, of course, that the UK Government through NIO sits on that is because that was additional to our block grant, and that was additional on the conditions that they also sat on that in terms of what would be done. And I actually think that is potentially a very useful thing, because we know that right across Whitehall there are a number of different initiatives and interventions happening all around transformation, particularly in terms of digitisation. So it would be really good to hear from them through that person sitting on that transformation board about some of the ideas that we could be doing here. But he's absolutely right. It's also important as a core principle that issues pertaining to devolved matters in Northern Ireland are left to the devolved those elected in this place and in the executive to decide. And I can assure the member that that is absolutely the case, that while the Transformation Board looks at these and puts forward some recommendations, it is ultimately the Northern Ireland executive that agrees that, ergo giving it that democratic accountability. Cheryl Brownlee spoke about the really important issue of SEN, and indeed a number of members did, and apologies if I don't get the opportunity to refer specifically to you, but I know a number of members referred to SEN. And we do know how challenging it is for parents to try to navigate their way and get the help that they absolutely need. There have been so many campaigns about this. We want to do more. And I know that the Education Minister is committed to driving forward the necessary transformation within this area. But that is why I am particularly pleased that this is there right at the heart of this programme for government. We're recognising that special educational needs, a significant and growing issue that is not being dealt with in the way that we would want it to be dealt with. And therefore I think it is right and good that we are looking at that. As Cheryl said, we can get this right, and now is the time to deliver on this, and I think that is absolutely important. Connie Egan referenced the increased policing numbers, which was also referred to by the member from North Antrim, Timothy Gaston. So indeed, in page 48, I'm sorry that the member from North Antrim wasn't aware of it, but in page 48 there is that commitment in the new decade, new approach to try to fulfil the commitment that was set down there of 7,500 officers. A significant amount of work has happened. We know the cost of that. The challenge is now over to the Finance Minister to try to, it's page 48, it's fifth paragraph. And so it's really important that we do this, because we know how important policing is in terms of on the ground. And you can see from the commitment to this that this includes actively seeking to achieve a sufficient number of police officers in line with the new decade, new approach commitments. And that is 7,500 police officers. So I'm really pleased that that is there in the programme for government. It is something that we very much support. We know that that will require additional resource, significant additional resource, but we are very much working to support that year-on-year increase to move towards getting to that number. I'm really tight in time, unfortunately, so I am going to try to get as much covered here as possible. Joanne Bunting raised a number of issues from a justice perspective as well, including in terms of the cross-departmental approach to tackling justice issues. Again, we know that far, far too many people are sitting within the criminal justice system, in particular in relation to drug and alcohol challenges, and that requires that cross-cutting, joined-up approach. He's absolutely right on that, and I know that the committee will be driving that forward and including on that important work about ending violence against women and girls. I also want to say a huge thank you to Joanne for all of the work in the lobbying that she did around the palliative care inclusion, particularly in relation to death and dying. A very, very important issue, one that we have to learn many lessons from the COVID pandemic from, but of course also so important. Every family is touched by this at some point, and that dignity and that support is something that we really do need to address. So I want to thank her for her intervention on that issue, and I think she has seen the result of that in the final document. I also want to refer to the hard work that many members did in relation to older people and older people's advocacy, including Claire Sugden and others on the committee as well. So we have reflected that within the changes within this document. But again, a number of members referenced a number of social inclusion strategies, and critical to us is that every person in Northern Ireland feels that they are included in these priorities. It's not that there necessarily needs to be that dedicated action just for them in order for them to feel that they are heard, for them to feel that they are seen. And when it comes to all of these key issues, we are very conscious about the mainstreaming of those considerations. So look, I apologise for not getting to cover all of the many, many interventions. I think there's probably about another 20 here, and I've talked too long and cannot go into all of the details of that. But in conclusion, I do want to, as I said, give a promise to this place. We are determined to deliver. And I think actually what we've heard from this place just gives you a little bit of flavour about how many issues there actually are. And I think it is fantastic that our representatives are champions of so many different issues. You're making sure that those issues are heard, they're articulated, the concerns are out there. Many of those issues will be for the particular ministers. But core to the work of the executive will be driving forward that prioritisation. And at the heart of that is creating that peaceful, thriving society, growing our economy and making our public services work for people. That is so important. That is very much what we are committed to doing, and we look forward to working with all of you in the months and the years ahead as we will deliver against this programme for government.
Deputy First Minister, thank you for that conclusion. Members, the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Think the ayes have it? No. Clear? Okay. Well, clear the lobby. The question will be put in 3 minutes. Okay, members. Order, members. Order, members. Members, thank you. Members, the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, any no. Do we have tellers? Happy to go, yeah. Okay, members. Order, members. Order, members. Members, tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Gemma Dolan and Stephen Dunn. Tellers for the noes are Matthew O'Toole and Patsy McGlone. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide ayes to my right, noes to my left. Secure the doors. Members, order. Order, members. Order, all members. Could members resume their seats? Okay. Members have resumed their seats. Clerk, please read the result.
80 members voted, 70 members voted aye, 10 members voted no. The motion is carried.
Members, the motion is carried. Could I ask members to take the reins before we move to the next item on the order paper and unfasten the doors? Thank you, Leslie.
Okay, team, let's settle down. Come on, settle down. Take your seats if you're staying. If not, exit stage left or right or centre, depending which way you want. Okay, ready to go, Minister? Thanks very much indeed, John. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item of business is the final stage of the Pension Extensions of Automatic Enrolment Bill. I call on the Minister for Communities to move the final stage. Minister.
To move.
Okay, thank you. The final stage of the Pensions Extension of Automatic Enrolment Bill has been moved. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate. I call the Minister for Communities to open the debate. Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And firstly, I would like to thank the committee and members from across the House who have given their support to this bill and its progression through the Assembly. Since the introduction of automatic enrolment in 2012, there's been a significant growth in the membership of workplace pensions, and saving for retirement has become normal. In 2013, the proportion of employees in Northern Ireland who belonged to a workplace pension scheme was 44%. By April 2023, this had increased to 75%. Workers can choose to opt out of automatic enrolment. However, every 3 years, an employer must re-enrol those eligible employers who exercise their opt-out of automatic enrolment with that employer. The percentage of employees in Northern Ireland aged 22 to 29 who are members of a workplace pension scheme has increased from 25% in 2012 to 76% in 2023. Over the same time period, membership of a workplace pension scheme for those aged 17 to 21 has only increased from 1% to 16%. The bill provides the power to lower the age for automatic enrolment from 22 to encourage saving for retirement from an early age. This helps to continue to normalise pension saving among workers and, of course, simplify automatic enrolment processes for employers. Employees will, as now, be able to opt out of automatic enrolment. The bill also provides my department with the power to make regulations to reduce or repeal the lower limit of the qualifying earnings band. Removing the lower limit of the qualifying earnings band means that pension contributions would be made from the first pound earned, thereby increasing total pension saving and simplifying contribution calculations for employers and individuals. This improves the incentives for those in multiple jobs to opt in to their workplace pension scheme, as they will benefit from an employer contribution for every pound they earn in every job, up to the upper limit of the qualifying earnings band. This will proportionally affect the contributions of lower earners the most. It means more workers will have access to a pension with an employer contribution and greater pension pots, supporting those with lower earnings and multiple jobs. Given the UK-wide nature of the changes, my department will work in tandem with DWP to ensure that an effective communication strategy is in place, in particular that young people are aware that automatic enrolment will begin at a younger age and the advantages of starting pension saving at an early age. Similarly, workers in general will be made aware of the changes to the minimum level of the qualifying earnings band and what this means for pension saving. Finally, the bill provides a requirement for my department to renew, report and lay with the Assembly a report setting out its assessment of the impacts of any changes at least 36 months and not more than 42 months after the coming into operations of the first regulations. So, to summarise, this bill gives my department the power to lower the age at which qualifying workers are automatically enrolled into a workplace pension and the power to reduce or repeal the lower limit of the qualifying earnings band so the contributions are calculated on more of a person's earnings. Additionally, the bill requires the department to review and report its assessment of the impacts of any changes after the coming into operation of the first regulations. I think that by most standards, automatic enrolment can be considered a success. The measures in the bill are intended to continue to normalise pension saving among workers, help lower earners to build resilience for retirement, support individuals in multiple part-time jobs and simplify automatic enrolment for employers. Therefore, Mr Deputy Speaker, I commend the bill to the Assembly.
Thank you, Minister. I call on Colin Gildernew.
On behalf of the committee, I want to welcome the final stage of this bill. Though it is a relatively small bill, its implications are significant, particularly for younger workers who will now be able to start saving for their retirement at an earlier stage in their careers. This bill is a crucial step towards fostering a culture of long-term financial security and responsible employment practices. Throughout our consideration of the bill, the committee undertook a thorough scrutiny and engaged with key stakeholders. One of the highlights of our work, Ceann Comhairle, was our productive and insightful meeting with the Youth Assembly. The young people who engaged with us demonstrated a keen interest in understanding and contributing to legislative decisions that directly impact them. Additionally, the committee carefully examined the impact of the proposed changes. Automatic enrolment has been an important policy since its introduction in 2012, increasing workplace pension participation significantly. Here in the North, 73% of employees were enrolled in a workplace pension scheme in 2021, a figure that we hope this bill will increase further. Comparatively, similar policies in other countries have demonstrated long-term benefits, further supporting the necessity of these reforms. The committee also discussed concerns around the financial impact on employers and the public purse. We were reassured last Ceann Comhairle that while no immediate costs will be imposed on businesses, the benefits of increased pension savings for workers will far outweigh potential costs over time. Furthermore, individuals will retain the option to opt out if they so choose, preserving personal financial autonomy. Recognising the importance of monitoring the bill's effectiveness, the committee sought, and the Minister subsequently agreed to, an amendment requiring a review to assess whether the bill is achieving its intended impact. The committee appreciates the Minister's willingness to take forward this amendment, which we believe strengthens the bill and provides essential post-legislative scrutiny. Furthermore, the committee made a recommendation in our report that pensions be incorporated into the curriculum under the Learning for Life and Work subject, and I see the Education Minister here today, so hopefully that's falling on open ears in that respect. We were informed that the Department has been working with other organisations to promote financial capability and develop education resources such as the After School, the World of Work initiative, which explores topics like student finance, earnings, tax and pensions. The committee also emphasised the need for a robust communication strategy to ensure that young workers are aware of their rights and the benefits of automatic enrolment. Traditional government websites may not be the most effective means of reaching this demographic. Instead, innovative and youth-friendly communication channels should be employed to engage and inform young workers. So it's important to acknowledge the individuals and groups, Lascian Corlia, that assisted the committee in its scrutiny of this bill. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to department officials for their patience, expertise and willingness to provide detailed responses to our queries, and to the Assembly Bill Office staff for their invaluable support to ensure that we carried out our scrutiny effectively. I'd also like to thank the RAISE team for their diligent research and advice, and our own committee clerk and her staff team who facilitated our work throughout the course of this bill. Their combined assistance has been instrumental in ensuring that this bill was examined thoroughly by the committee, and I hope that the strong working relationship between the committee secretariat and the departmental officials continue as we move on to consider the sign language bill, which has now reached committee stage. So in conclusion, Lascian Corlia, the committee supports this bill and the amendment. The committee has taken its scrutiny role seriously and engaged meaningfully with stakeholders, particularly young people, pensions experts and academics. By introducing pension savings at an earlier age and ensuring robust post-legislative evaluation, this bill marks an important step toward financial security for future generations. The legislation is not just about policy, it's about ensuring that our workforce, particularly young people, are given the best possible start in preparing for their future financial well-being. I encourage members to support the final stage of the bill as this Assembly takes this progressive step forward.
Thank you, Colin. I call on Brian Kingston.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for bringing this bill to us for the final stage. And I agree with the Chair of the Committee that we had a good engagement with the Youth Assembly, and they understood that if an employee is typically contributing 5% to their pension pot, that their employer will be adding another 3%, so it will actually be additional income in the long run, and the importance of them engaging with their pension pot at an early stage. So just two particular things I want to mention. Firstly, that this enabling legislation will match legislation elsewhere in the United Kingdom, where changes, I understand, have not yet been made but are expected to be made regarding the minimum age at which people are automatically enrolled in a pension unless they opt out, and the level at which their contributions are calculated. So it does mean that we in Northern Ireland will be able to match changes if and when they are made in GB, and this will be particularly beneficial where there are companies employing people across the UK and who would expect that pension arrangements will be the same. And the second thing I want to highlight, that last week we did have a very positive debate on a motion brought by Claire Sugden on strategic planning for an ageing population. And so this is relevant to that, the need to encourage young people to invest in their pension pot at a young age, and to put the onus on employers to enrol people in a private pension at the earliest stage. And we know that those early contributions are particularly valuable, as they will accumulate a greater value. Indeed, many people, I might say myself, wish I'd contributed more at an early age. So anything which encourages people at an early age to contribute to their pension pot is valuable. So this is important enabling legislation, and I'm sure that it will be supported by the House. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Minister, Twine, please.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I want to thank the members who have contributed to the debate for their remarks, and just picking up on a couple of comments, I can assure the Chair that there will be an effective communications strategy in place, and that will include social media, and be happy to take his advice on those channels that he thinks will help us to engage most with those young people. I'm sure he's very in touch with them and can give some good advice. Perhaps he will even star in a TikTok on behalf of the committee, telling people what the changes are. But it also ties into the point that Brian Kingston has made, that this is across the UK, and there will be communications together with the Department for Work and Pensions to make sure that we're getting that message out to everybody that needs to hear it. So in summary, I want to thank members for the positive part that they have played in progressing this bill through the Assembly. The overall aim of the measures in the bill is to continue to normalise pension saving among workers, help lower earners to build resilience for retirement, to support individuals in multiple part-time jobs, and simplify automatic enrolment for employers. Employees will, as now, of course, still be able to opt out of automatic enrolment.
Therefore, I commend this bill to the Assembly. Thank you.
The question is that the Pensions Extension of Automatic Enrolment Bill do now pass. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The final stage of the Pensions Extension of the Automatic Enrolment Bill is passed. The bill has passed. Thank you. Where's Nick? Where's Nick? Okay, fair enough. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item on the order paper is the second stage of the Schools, Uniforms, Guidelines and Allowances Bill. I call on the Minister of Education. Minister.
I beg to move that the second stage of the School Uniforms, Guidelines and Allowances Bill be agreed.
The second stage of the Schools, Uniforms, Guidelines and Allowance Bill has now been moved. In accordance with convention, the Business Committee has not allocated any time limits on this debate. I call on the Minister of Education to open the debate on the bill. Over to you, Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. When just over a year ago I took up office as Minister of Education, I made it clear that I wanted to make a difference to hard-working families and to ensure that no child's choice of school was determined by the affordability of its uniform. Today I am pleased to bring forward legislation to address the costs of school uniform. I look forward to the scrutiny and support of members as it moves through the legislative stages so that we can produce the best possible legislation. I believe that this is an area that can achieve broad consensus across the Chamber. We can all agree that families in our constituencies need support in relation to uniform costs, that action to address affordability of school uniform requirements is needed to deliver this support, and that the legislation we debate today forms the basis for the action needed. The role of the bill is to provide the necessary powers to ensure that the statutory guidelines have authority, and it does that. To be clear, it is not the role of the bill to replicate the contents of those statutory guidelines. It is important to note that the Office of the Legislative Counsel, to whom I wish to afford my thanks, has drafted the bill based on the policy instructions from my department. It also sits alongside existing legislation and is drafted in that context. The bill sets out a legislative framework that provides the necessary powers to make statutory provision through the guidelines to deliver the key principles and purpose which were consulted on. My officials are working in parallel to develop draft guidelines based on the bill as introduced and building on the existing guidance that schools should be very familiar with. The consultation on the policy proposals underpinning this bill received a high response rate. Almost 7,500 people replied, and over 4,000 of these were children and young people. That does not always happen and highlights the importance of this issue and this legislation. This has also been reflected in media coverage, including viewpoints from parents welcoming the bill since I introduced it on the 18th of February. The School Uniform Bill contains 16 clauses over 3 chapters. While I do not intend today to talk through each individual clause, I will point to specific provisions throughout the bill. It is based on principles which received a high degree of support in the consultation, namely that school uniforms should be affordable, comfortable, sustainable, with policies which are developed in partnership with pupils and their parents, which are published and which are regularly reviewed. A key purpose of the bill is to make departmental guidance to schools about their uniform policies statutory. That is achieved through a combination of clauses 1 and 6. Clause 1 places a duty on the Department of Education to issue guidelines about school uniform policies, and Clause 6 places a duty on relevant schools to adhere to these guidelines and also for them to publish all required information. Transparency is at the centre of these statutory arrangements. The bill will apply to all grant-aided and independent primary and post-primary schools, with a power to make regulations through the draft affirmative procedure to place a duty on preschool providers should that prove necessary in the future. The information to date indicates that it is at post-primary, then primary level, where cost pressures are being felt by parents. And I consider it prudent to future-proof the legislation so that if an issue arises in future at preschool level, then it can be addressed. And I pay tribute to all schools across all stages and sectors for all the work they do to benefit our children and young people, and I thank those that already consider affordability for families in setting their uniform requirements. To be clear, it will remain a matter for each school to decide if it wishes its pupils to wear a uniform. That is not something that my department or I intend to mandate. While I recognise the benefits of a school uniform for ethos, safeguarding, the avoidance of peer bullying based on outfits, schools are best placed to work with their parents and pupils to decide what their uniform should be. What will be different once this bill comes into operation is that all primary and post-primary schools will have to put affordability at the centre of their uniform policies, including addressing unfair cost aspects. Unfair costs aspects are defined in the bill as including aspects of school uniform policies raising questions about the costs of items, of limited suppliers and branded items, all within the context of impact on lower income households. Schools will have to publish information about the rationale for their uniform requirements and to consult with parents and pupils in developing and reviewing these, with this information also to be published alongside cost and supplier details. So to be clear, a school cannot conduct a tick-box consultation and then ignore the outcome. It will be set out in the statutory guidelines that the consultation must be with its parents and pupils, meaningful and with the outcomes published. Reasonably, this means that if the parents and pupils have a strong view, this will be published, and any attempt to overlook such a view, strange as such an approach would be, will be visible, requiring explanation, and will also be challengeable. The bill provides the necessary powers to ensure sustainability is considered in terms of reusability and recycling of uniforms, of uniform banks and of value for money. It provides the necessary powers for comfort and practicality, for accessibility, for consideration of fabrics to be key in school uniform policies. And we know that these points matter for pupils with special educational needs and disabilities in particular. Rightly, the detail of much of this will sit in the statutory guidelines, and as I've said, my officials are working in parallel to develop these. There has been discussion on the floor of this chamber across 2 debates in the last year about capping the costs of school uniforms. We see in England having to make further primary legislation in addition to making their guidance statutory in 2021, albeit that schools there merely needed to have regard to that guidance, whereas in the school uniforms bill they must adhere to the guidelines or the department can direct them. The Children's Wellbeing and Schools Bill in England seeks to place a cap on the number of branded items primary and post-primary schools in England can require as part of their uniform. I do not want to be in a position of having to come back to the Assembly with further legislation to address this. You'll see in clauses 3 and 4 of the School Uniforms Bill that the power to put in place a cap is covered. The flexibility is built into the bill for that to be a cap on the numbers of branded items, which is clause 3, and or the cost of individual items, or an entire uniform, and that's in clause 4, or a combination of these factors. The drafting in these clauses provides the necessary powers to enable such a cap to be set, allowing for it to be modified, lifted, reinstated as necessary as time progresses and costs issues are addressed. And in response to the consultation, there was a high level of support for a cost control measure. A cap was one such measure, but others were suggested, such as banning expensive blazers, branded PE kit, and an even higher level of support was expressed for ensuring a competitive market for school uniforms. Open competition is the means by which expert bodies such as the Competition and Markets Authority suggest driving and keeping costs down. So it may be the case that a cap is brought in for a time-bound period, or if needed, once we see the impact of the statutory guidelines. The important point in relation to the bill is that the necessary powers are in place via clauses 3 and 4. Colleagues in the Executive agreed the underpinning policy proposal that powers relating to a cap should be enabling and permissive. Members in the Alliance Party acknowledged in their consultation response that further consultation on the detail of any cap, including who would set, monitor and review it, is needed. This detail is something that my officials are also looking at. And I know some members have suggested an independent body would be needed to set and manage such a cap, That brings an additional cost, which my department has no budget for, but again it highlights the need for careful consideration about who, as well as how, any cap could be appropriately operated. Clauses 3 and 4 are drafted to come into operation via commencement orders. This means that further work on the detail of how a cap might operate can be taken forward in parallel with, but without delaying, the implementation of statutory guidelines. And I am mindful of the uniform suppliers, many of whom are small and medium enterprises who work so hard to protect, to support schools in the provision of their uniforms, and I want to take care that no unintended consequences materialise that cannot be readily addressed. As in everything, there is a balance to be struck, and the starting point for this is to ensure the necessary powers are correctly set out in the bill. The bill provides the necessary powers for the department to require schools to include transitory, transitional or savings arrangements in their uniform policies, or for changes to them. This allows the guidelines to be specifically including advice to schools about transition periods when making uniform changes. Costs of branded uniform, particularly PE kit, are frequently raised as a matter of concern. The School Uniforms Bill provides the powers necessary to address PE kit, including branded sportswear, as part of the statutory guidelines that schools will have to adhere to. As I've referred to, Clause 3 of the bill provides a power for the Department of Education to limit or cap the numbers of individual items of clothing or sets of clothing. This is drafted by reference to specific styles. The term specific styles is defined in Clause 9 and includes clothing of particular makes or brands or having particular logos. This term is utilised throughout the bill, including in relation to the definition of unfair costs aspects in Clause 8. Unfair costs aspects must also be addressed in relation to school uniform policies. In addition, Clause 2 provides that the guidelines can provide for what is reasonable in terms of branded uniform items in either day wear or PE kits. And as you scrutinise the bill, the interlinkage across the clauses, including where definitions are provided, and the balance between how a power is articulated in legal terms on the face of the bill and what that enables the statutory guidelines to address, are important points to think about. Of course, this work will need to be monitored to ensure it has the necessary effect and makes the necessary difference for parents. The bill states that the department must review its guidelines from time to time. Understanding how effective the guidelines have been in terms of addressing the issue of affordability for parents and carers underpins any such review. The bill requires schools to publish their uniform policies as well as a range of other information that I have touched on earlier, so information will be readily accessible. In addition, there is specific reference in Clause 7 to ETI reports as a source of information when the department is considering whether a school has materially failed to adhere to the guidelines or is subjecting its pupils to disciplinary measures due to a breach of uniform policy. Throughout this school year, the ETI is working to develop case studies of good practice to assist schools. And in addition, my officials are engaging with ETI about the potential for inspectors to include questions about the consultation process and the overall uniform cost and policy with parents and pupils of a school as part of its inspection. There is also the scope to commission an evaluation by inspectors, and again, my officials have begun those discussions. Additionally, the bill provides for a specific complaints route to the department from anybody concerned that a school is not adhering to the statutory guidelines. In any circumstance where the department determines, following engagement and consultation with the school to ensure balance, that a school is not adhering to the guidelines, then it can direct that school to do so. This is legal force, so ensures that the bill is enforceable and has teeth. This is the start of the process, and I am keen to move to put good legislation in place to help parents and address cost issues relating to school uniforms. Clause 14 extends access to the uniform grant operated by the Education Authority under the 1986 order to pupils at independent schools. This corrects an anomaly where currently a low-income family is only able to access a uniform grant if they attend a grant-aided school and not if they attend an independent school. While the bill will require schools to ensure that the uniforms are affordable for all families, I recognise that the EA's provision of uniform grants is an important support to low-income families in helping them with the cost of uniforms. And as you will be aware, the eligibility criteria that apply to uniform grants have recently been consulted on. This consultation received over 700 responses, which my officials are currently analysing, and I expect a report on this analysis in the near future. We need to be realistic, however, and understand that any increase in the number of families eligible for a uniform grant or any increase in the rate of uniform grant can only be taken forward if it is affordable to do so. And I've spoken on many occasions in this House about how my department is chronically underfunded, and I will have to consider these uniform grants issues alongside the many other competing funding priorities that my department has. It should be remembered, though, that it was my DUP colleague, Michelle McElveen, who raised the rates of uniform grant by 20% from the 2022-23 academic year after they had remained unchanged for over 10 years. While recognising that the rate of the uniform grant is one way to reduce the impact of uniform costs on low-income families, I believe that schools seeking to minimise the costs of their uniform can potentially be of even greater benefit. Giving statutory effect to the departmental guidance, placing a duty on relevant schools to adhere to that guidance, providing a power of direction in the event of non-compliance, as well as the specific definition of key terms to be addressed via a school's uniform policy, such as specific styles, unfair costs aspects, among others. These will all, when taken together, make an impact. And that is my focus, to make an impact for families most in need of it. And I trust that you will scrutinise the bill through that lens, and I commend the School Uniforms Bill to you today.
Thank you, Minister. I call on Cara Hunter.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I welcome this debate today, and the SDLP will be supporting the second stage of the School Uniform Bill. Any discussion on potential capping of school uniform costs is most welcome. School uniforms are meant to promote equality, discipline and school identity. But in reality, their high costs are creating barriers for families across all of our communities. A staggering 94% of parents believe current uniform prices are unreasonable, and the average cost of a uniform, including PE kits, stands at £378 per post-primary child and £173 for a primary school child. These costs, I believe we can all agree, are ridiculous and act as a barrier to education. Even more concerning, a 2020 report from the Irish League of Credit Unions found that 1/3 of parents fell into debt just to afford a school uniform. The financial burden is growing year on year, and yet the uniform grants provided is the smallest across these islands. Northern Ireland lags far behind, offering only £73 for children under 15 and £78 for those over 15, and I believe we can do much better, so I welcome this discussion here today about a uniform cap. Adding to this burden, branded items such as blazers and embroidered sports kits inflate costs by up to 50%. Schools that require parents to buy from exclusive suppliers often make matters worse, as these retailers can charge up to 150% more than regular supermarkets. There is a need for reform. We must ask ourselves, should any child be excluded from school or sent home simply because their family cannot afford a school uniform? Of course not. The Children's Society estimates that 500,000 children across these islands have been sent home due to inappropriate school uniforms seen as policy violations. This undermines the very purpose of school uniforms, to create that equal playing field for our students right across these islands. Furthermore, oftentimes the rigid nature of school uniforms can disadvantage certain groups of our young people, particularly young girls. Oftentimes rigid school uniforms don't allow for the wearing of trousers, and I think this is something that needs to be mentioned. Perhaps a more modern, flexible approach, such as allowing comfortable, practical clothing like leggings or trousers would be much helpful and put young women at ease. I'd like to see the Minister emphasise the importance of schools having recycling schemes, something my SDLP colleague and councillor Paul Doherty does very well in West Belfast to support parents with rising school uniform costs. In terms of impact on the communities, it has kitted out over 800 children between June and September of last year, just before the new term. So that's just one area, and that shows, I think, the level of demand and pressure parents are under, and sadly it's something that has been ongoing for years. And we do see across our communities in some schools recycling initiatives, and I'd like to see that broadened out and really emphasise that it is something that is so valuable and it's good for our environment as well. If an increasing number of families are struggling to put food on the table and heat their homes, where will they find that money, that 90 extra pounds for a school blazer or £100 for a PE kit that will likely only be worn once a week? Schools have told us some parents are not sending their children to school at the start of term simply due to the fact that they cannot afford a school uniform, and essentially I feel that's a failure on us, and I think that we can do more, and that's why I'm glad we're debating this today. It is time to make school uniforms more affordable, more practical and more inclusive. I think this discussion here today is a really strong step in the right direction. And I think we really need to think about implementing a fairer system and requiring our schools to regularly review uniform costs and looking at the tendering process for suppliers as well. And it's on each of us to promote second-hand uniform sales, whether it's through school initiatives, parents' groups, charity shops and more. So to conclude, I think uniforms should foster pride, discipline and really a sense of belonging, but not at the expense of financial hardship faced so often by our parents. We need change, and by making school uniforms more affordable, inclusive and practical, we can ensure that no child is left unfairly disadvantaged. I welcome that we're working together today, and the SDLP will be supporting the Minister at the second stage of this bill to ensure that we have fairness when it comes to school uniforms, we allow for choice and most importantly affordability. Thank you.
Thank you. Cara, call on Pat Sheehan. Pat.
I've got a Cian Corlett, and I welcome the opportunity to speak on this bill at the second stage. The cost of school uniforms has been a serious issue for families across the north for far too long, and no parent should have to choose between heating their home, putting food on the table, or ensuring their child has the correct school uniform. Sinn Féin has consistently called for action on this issue, and I welcome the Minister's recognition that reform is needed. This bill is a welcome step. It places a legal requirement on the Department of Education to issue clear guidance to schools, ensuring that affordability is central to uniform policies. That is an important move. The commitment to addressing unfair costs, promoting clothing banks and supporting uniform lending schemes are positive measures that should help hard-pressed families who are already struggling in the face of a cost of living crisis. However, while this bill lays the groundwork, there are areas where it must go further to ensure real change. For too long, families have been locked into costly single supplier agreements for school uniforms, and this bill rightly seeks to challenge that. But we must ensure that it fully ends the practice of schools restricting parents to one expensive provider. Schools should be required to permit non-branded alternatives and ensure genuine choice for families. Likewise, the excessive costs of PE kits needs to be tackled head-on. Parents should not be forced to purchase expensive branded sports gear when perfectly suitable and affordable alternatives are available. There must be a clear and enforceable limit on branded items in uniform policies. I also note the potential for a financial cap on uniform costs, which is an important measure. However, Sinn Féin will be pressing to ensure that this is not left as an optional guideline, but as a firm and enforceable limit that genuinely reduces costs for families. Sinn Féin is committed to fairness and equality in education. No child should be at a disadvantage because their family cannot afford an expensive uniform. This bill is a step forward, but we will work constructively at committee stage to strengthen it, ensuring it delivers for families, not just in words, but in real enforceable action. Uniforms should not be a barrier to education, and this bill has the potential to ease financial pressures on parents and ensure a fairer approach to school uniform policy. With the right amendments, it can make a real difference to working families across the North. Sinn Féin will continue to stand up for families struggling with these costs, and we support the passage of this bill at second stage.
Thank you, Pat. I call on David Brooks.
Speaker, and today's discussion, I think, as we already can see, is going to be one where, while we may have some differences around the nuances and details, there's broad support of the direction of travel. And on that basis, I welcome and thank the Minister bringing it forward and advancing it. And like others, I look forward to the discussions at committee and the scrutiny we can give it there. This bill, Mr Deputy Speaker, delivers on a DUP manifesto pledge, one made in recognition of the ongoing financial pressures on families and the need to better support working parents. We all understand the significant and recurring cost of school uniforms, which becomes even more burdensome for families with multiple children. Sometimes children attending different schools. Many of us will remember from our own childhood the financial strain on parents as they try to afford expensive uniforms. I certainly recall visits to the local independent outfitters where blazers were bought a little too big in the hope that they would last a little longer. On top of that came the cost of school shoes, of bags, of stationery, and trips. These trips to the local outfitters often coincided with visits to Eason's or local sports shops for the other bits and pieces that you would need. Costs upon costs at the tail end of a summer where parents often face increased costs in terms of meeting children's needs through the holiday period. The DUP wants to ensure that all schools and school leaders prioritise affordability and consider the financial burden on families when setting uniform requirements. This aligns, as the Minister said, with the public consultation in June 2024, where of the 7,500 responses, over 77% supported making school uniform policy guidance statutory. Like them, I welcome the Minister's clear and decisive action in advancing this policy through legislation. While the majority of schools already act responsibly in this regard, this bill sends a clear message to any small minority that may continue to prioritise image and vanity over family finances, that such practices will no longer be tolerated. The purpose of a school uniform is, of course, to instil professionalism and discipline while ensuring pupil comfort, but crucially it is also meant to prevent children from being judged by what they wear and to avoid stark contrast between those who can afford expensive brands and those families who cannot. It is deeply counterproductive when uniforms themselves become a source of financial pressure, reinforcing rather than reducing social divides. No family should ever feel that the cost of a uniform determines whether they can send their child to a particular school. No child or parent should ever feel that their place on a school sports team is unattainable because of affordability of kit. That is why I welcome the Minister's decision to require schools to consult with parents and pupils. Thanks to this bill, schools will now have to publish information, as has been said, on how they have met this obligation, along with the rationale behind their uniform policies. I strongly support the Minister in giving legal force to uniform guidance. Some naysayers have downplayed this move, but let us be clear. The Department is no longer asking schools to review their policies, it is mandating that they take action. The Minister is not only embedding these rules in legislation, but ensuring that in future school inspections by the ETI will hold our schools accountable, preventing any school from ignoring the guidance without oversight. So too there is too often talk of being able to buy, so too there is often talk of being able to buy generic items in supermarkets rather than independent retailers because of the value of that. And this bill will helpfully see schools publishing the places that their uniform can be purchased from and guard against exclusivity agreements which can at times restrict a market to make parents captive to a set product and price, and that can be an unacceptable practice. But many, particularly but not exclusively, rural members will know that some of our independent retailers provide great value for money service and ensure availability of items that supermarkets and other providers ultimately cannot. And it's important that we are fair in that regard too. Most of us here have been pushing in the same direction with this issue. However, I recognise that there are some aspects that are more complex than they may initially be seen. I know, as I discussed, during the discussion on the Nolan Show in recent weeks, there have been enthusiasm for completely banning branded goods, and I support the Minister in his position that branded PE kits should not be made compulsory. But I think there are some things, and we'll probably bring this out to committee when it's discussed, particularly around branded sports gear, that there are different levels of brands and how we deal with that, and sometimes these things can make for simple sound bites, but you have your Adidas and your Nikes and so on at the top of the chain. You have some of the things that we're familiar with in terms of teamwear that we have seen with schools in Cookray and O'Neill's and others that are sort of mid-level. But I know and others that have played sport, and it's been some time, admittedly, since I played sport, as you would know, but we have, thanks to my colleague there, but that provide teamwear that would be, I think of ProStar back in the day, or others that actually provide very good value in terms of sports kit and so on at a low level, but technically they're still branded. So I fear that sometimes in looking at these things we simplify them, and actually we could reduce choice and value in that regard too. So I think it's important at committee stage we have some of those discussions, and that's probably getting into the weeds of it. But I just think that sometimes there are things that provide sound bites but need further investigation. So also, while the Minister has not introduced a price cap at this stage, he has reserved the power to do so if necessary, and that in itself serves as a deterrent. And I appear to have lost the last sheet of my speech, which is helpful. But that in itself will serve as a deterrent, and the Minister, in many aspects of this bill, as he has spoken to, has future-proofed this legislation so that if schools do not comply in the initial stages, that they know that there will be teeth moving forward to ensure that they do, and that there is fairness for our families moving forward. So I welcome this bill. I think we all welcome this bill, and I look forward to engaging with it at committee stage. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, David. I call on Michelle Guy. Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I thank the Minister for bringing forward this legislation and the work of his officials to get it to this point. And as a relatively new member, it's wonderful to have a piece of legislation to work through, especially one as worthy as this one. Every child has the right to a quality education, and there should be no barriers to that right. Families have long called for measures to be taken on cost and availability of uniforms, so it's good that following the relentless cycle of assembly collapse, we as legislators can finally respond to those calls. However, the reality is, right now families face financial barriers when sending their children to school, the cost and availability of uniforms being just one. Save the Children published research in 2023 showing that 1 in 3 parents have had to borrow money to cover the cost of school uniforms and PE kits. This is an unacceptable and untenable situation, so we must not miss the opportunity this legislation offers to give families like this certainty that the legislation will deliver for them. The level of engagement with the consultation on this bill, with over 3,500 survey responses, shows the strength of feeling and reflects the lived experience. So I look forward to working together as an Education Committee and with the Minister and officials to ensure this legislation delivers on its intention to remove, or at the very least to reduce, one of the financial barriers to children's education, the cost of school uniforms. I'm also looking to this legislation to ensure uniforms are comfortable and appropriate for our children and young people, to ensure clear consideration is shown to children with special educational needs who deserve a school uniform, which again is not a barrier to their right to education. As it stands, I have concerns the bill will not actually create the change families need to see. The Department have had non-statutory guidance in place since 2004, which urges schools to ensure that school uniforms are affordable. Many schools do that. Some, as is clear from the numerous reports and the consultation responses, continue to require families to purchase items from particular suppliers or spend huge amounts of money on specific items. Therefore, we really welcome the move to place guidance on a statutory footing. The legislation as it stands will give the Department as much scope as possible in terms of what to include in that statutory guidance. That makes sense. However, it does mean that the delivery of the ambition for this legislation rests on what the Department chooses to place within the guidance. So it will be important to understand the direction of travel the Minister and the Department as to what they intend to actually include and act on. what they do want to ensure that schools will adhere to. For example, the legislation says the department may include provision on styles and numbers of clothing items that are deemed to be reasonable. It also, in Clause 4, allows provision for a cost cap. Essentially, the department may or may not introduce a cost cap. I'm yet to be convinced that statutory guidance alone will ensure families in coming years won't continue to face huge costs. And the response to the consultation was clear. 88% of respondents were in favour of cost controls. And so Alliance still feels strongly that a cap shouldn't just be talked about, but should be implemented, ideally by an independent body or person. So I look forward to exploring that more in the committee stage. In terms of clarity on how the department will ensure adherence to new statutory guidelines, I would ask the Minister to provide some further information on how that process will work. Clause 7 appears to ensure engagement with the school manager if complaints are received, which is right, but it doesn't appear to ensure engagement with parents, young people, or whoever is making the complaint before a way forward is decided upon. In closing, school uniforms are important in ensuring a sense of community and equality. There should not be barriers either to accessing education or to fully participating in that education. And so I welcome this legislation and look forward to working on a cross-party basis to ensure it delivers for pupils and their families.
Thank you very much indeed, Michelle. I call on Colin Crawford.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and today I rise as the Ulster Unionist Party Education spokesperson to welcome and support the second stage of the School Uniforms Bill, a piece of legislation that deals with an important aspect of our children's education, schools' uniforms. I believe that it is essential that we support policies that enhance equality, reduce financial burdens on families and promote a positive learning environment. This bill, which seeks to regulate the cost and availability of school uniforms, addresses these issues in a fair and constructive manner. Mr Deputy Speaker, while the subject may seem mundane, its implications reach far beyond simple dress code. It is about important values such as equality and the significance of providing every student with the same opportunity to succeed, regardless of their background or financial circumstances. The idea of school uniform is deeply rooted in the values of unity, discipline and equality. Uniforms are intended to create an environment where students are not judged by their attire, but by their character, achievements and behaviour. Uniforms help to foster a sense of belonging and community within our schools, regardless of a student's background or economic status. This bill reinforces these values by seeking to ensure that uniforms remain accessible and affordable. I wish to acknowledge the core principle behind the bill to ensure that school uniform policies are fair, affordable and reasonable. The first issue we must address is the financial burden that the current state of school uniforms places on families. For many parents across the province, the cost of uniforms is a significant strain. As we all know, the cost of living continues to rise, and the expenses associated with education can be overwhelming. By setting clear guidelines around pricing, this bill will make uniforms more affordable for families, ensuring that no child is denied quality education simply because their family cannot afford the uniform. For too long, we have witnessed how the rising costs of school uniforms and unnecessary brand requirements have placed excessive pressure on parents and guardians. This is not just about saving money, it's about alleviating financial strain on households and giving each and every child the opportunity to focus on their education without being worried about the price of their uniform. We all know that school can be a difficult time for children. Peer pressure, bullying, and the need to fit in can take a toll on a child's mental and emotional well-being. An excessively expensive uniform can make these pressures worse. Many families find themselves restricted to specific retailers, often leading to inflated costs. Families should have more flexibility in how and where they purchase uniforms. making it easier to find affordable options without compromising on quality or adherence to school guidelines. The School Uniforms Bill is a positive and necessary step in the right direction for tackling poverty and inequality in our education system. We cannot allow something as simple as a uniform to become a barrier to learning. By supporting this bill, we are standing up for families who struggle to make ends meet and ensuring that their children can attend school with dignity and confidence. As members of the Ulster Unionist Party, we are committed to creating a society where opportunity is available to all. Education is the foundation of that society, and we must do everything in our power to remove barriers that would stand in the way of a child's success. This bill, I hope, will help to level the playing field for all students in Northern Ireland. Any legislation on school uniforms must include the following key considerations. Affordability. Uniforms should be affordable and accessible to all. This means ensuring that schools provide flexibility in uniform policies, such as allowing parents to purchase generic items from a variety of retailers rather than being restricted to expensive branded suppliers. We support setting reasonable price gaps on school uniforms and encouraging schools to work with local retailers to offer competitive pricing. Consultation with parents and students. It is essential that any changes to school uniform policies are developed in consultation with the parents and students who will directly be affected. Schools should engage with their communities to ensure that uniform policies reflect the needs and concerns of families. A one-size-fits-all approach will not work in a society as diverse as ours. Focus on education, not clothing. While school uniforms play a role in fostering discipline and unity, we must not lose sight of the primary purpose of our education system, to provide quality education and opportunities for all our children. In addition, I believe this bill will help improve the overall learning environment in our schools. When students are not preoccupied with concerns about their appearance or how they compare to their peers, they are more likely to focus on their studies. Uniforms promote a sense of discipline and order, qualities that are essential for fostering a productive and respectful atmosphere in our classrooms. I look forward to the committee stage where we will look at this further and test again to ensure that we will deliver something that brings about tangible change. In closing, this is a small change in the context of the broader educational landscape, but one that can have profound impact on the lives of our young people. We as members of this Assembly must ensure that we move forward to create an education system that is accessible, inclusive and fair for all. This is a common sense measure that will relieve financial pressure on families, promote equality in our education system and help create a positive learning environment for our students. By supporting this bill, we are sending a message that every child in Northern Ireland deserves the chance to succeed and that no one should be left behind because of financial hardship. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Colin. I call on Cathy Mason. Cathy.
It is welcome that the Minister has brought forward the second stage of this legislation here today to attempt to make school uniforms more affordable. This legislation should be a real opportunity to finally cut the cost of school uniforms and ease the pressure on families. Each summer and throughout the year, parents face astronomical costs when buying school uniforms and PE gears, hitting the pockets of workers and families. Parents are already struggling with rising living costs. They need and they deserve our support. We need to make sure that going to school is as easy as possible for every single child. That means removing unnecessary barriers to education. And this can start with making school uniforms more affordable for all families, and that's what this legislation must do. This issue is something that I have to say is very close to my heart and something I feel very strongly about. I will never forget the day that I sat with a grandmother in my constituency office, watching her break down in tears, completely overwhelmed with worry about how she would afford the new high school uniform for her grandchild, a school that child really, really wanted to go to. That moment reinforced my determination to push for change. This situation cannot continue, and that is why I proposed my private member's bill to tackle this issue head on. And while I welcome the Minister's progress on this legislation, it must be strong, robust and truly effective in making a difference. I am grateful that a local school uniform swap was able to help that woman from my office that day, an initiative that has already brought relief to so many families. Last year, when I was researching for my private member's bill, we undertook a survey that asked families their views on this subject. The response was overwhelming, and it really highlighted just how much this pressure was bringing to bear on parents and children. We cannot have a single parent having sleepless nights worrying whether they can get their child the expensive blazer, the family member working extra hours to get that PE uniform, or the grandparent spending their much-needed pension on their grandchild's branded jumper. Families are already struggling to make ends meet, and when the summer comes around, the cost of school uniforms really can be the final straw. Sinn Féin want to see legislation that will make a real difference in bringing down the cost of school uniforms. We need strong, robust legislation that ensures affordable school uniforms that meets the needs of all children. For this to be achieved, we must pass legislation that will drive down costs by ensuring schools have competitive tendering processes, remove requirements for expensive branded items, and permit the use of affordable high street alternatives. Families need to see action on this urgently. So I, alongside my Education Committee colleagues, will work to ensure that this legislation is the very best that it can be, and that it is passed through this Assembly as quickly as possible to ensure that money goes back into the pockets of families as soon as possible.
Thank you very much indeed, Cathy. I call on Peter Martin.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. I, like others in the House, very much welcome this bill this evening. I won't be alone. I am a parent, and I know first-hand this cost of school uniforms in general, and particularly the cost of PE kit for our children. We have two still at primary school and one at post-primary, and we are, as a family, in no doubt that year on year the cost of these uniforms mount up. To quote directly from a mum, Janet Ward, who runs the ADHD Hub in Newcastle, she said the bill is a very exciting thing to introduce as a parent with 2 secondary school children. I know how she feels, and I echo her comments. And I welcome the issues that members across the chamber, I assume the bill is going to be supported across the chamber, but I welcome the fact that these issues have been highlighted. Because actually, in reality, it shows you how important this piece of blue paper actually is. It's legislation. It's really what we are meant to be doing in this chamber, but this will have a positive effect for families across the province. At the moment, boards of governors have the legal right and duty to decide on uniform policy. We believe in this party that school uniform is important, as it provides a sense of identity, should level socio-economic backgrounds, and unifies the school in terms of dress codes. It should never be the case, as has been reflected by other members here this evening, that school uniform and the associated costs of it should ever be a consideration when parents are deciding which is the most appropriate school for their child. This bill will ensure that that will never be a worry for parents. The legislation will create a duty, as the Minister has already reflected on, for the Department of Education to create clear guidelines for schools in terms of their own uniform policies. And it also places a duty on those schools then to follow that policy. My colleague has already referenced the findings of the consultation, which was overwhelmingly, and the Minister mentioned this evening, to make school uniforms affordable, comfortable and sustainable. There are policy options available in the document, and there are policy options available in terms of the consultation, but it is my view that the one outlined in this bill is the one which will develop and deliver the best outcomes for parents. And I'm going to quickly, is there a time limit on this debate this evening, Mr Speaker? No, I can take full 45 minutes. Clause 2 will address the unfair costs which parents are having to pay. Clause 8 deals with the definition of what is meant by those unfair costs. And without going into the legal details of what that clause actually means, it's the conversations that parents have when they go to a shop and they find out the cost of a blazer. Clause 7 provides the ability for the department to direct schools to comply with this guidance, and this process can be started either by parents or the ETI inspection process. Effectively, this will be the non-compliance with the guidance issued by the department. And has been reflected by some this evening already. Clause 8 dealing with what is unfair costs, and that very vexed question that the member opposite mentioned regarding the limited choice of suppliers. Clause 9 will address those expensive branded items which can raise the cost of clothing considerably, especially, as has been discussed this evening already, sportswear. In my view, and others may be available in the chamber, navy leggings are navy leggings. White polo shirts are white polo shirts. Parents understand this, and as this bill progresses over subsequent stages, never before, I think, will leggings and polo shirts have been discussed in this Assembly so much. This party, however, has led the way on this issue. 4 years ago, Peter Weir, the then Education Minister, urged school principals to be flexible on uniform rules. This was then continued by subsequent Minister Michelle McIlveen, who, in 2022, instructed DA officials to implement guidelines to require schools to make uniforms more affordable to families. And then she went on to increase the school uniform grant by 20%, as much as the education budget could bear at that time. It should be said that many schools, after those guidelines were issued, put in place sensible policies for school uniforms, and I have experienced that as a parent. But, like in many other situations in life, there are always outliers, and this legislation will hopefully close that gap. Further, it will mean that schools will have to directly consult with pupils and parents on their uniform policy and publish information regarding it, and they'll further have to have a rationale for that policy. The current Education Minister, Paul Givan, said early on in this Assembly term that he would bring forward legislation on this issue, and it is a credit to him that he's done so and done it so quickly. I would further point out that not every Executive Minister could make that claim. To quote the Minister directly, I have listened to the concerns of parents, young people and children, and at a time of growing pressures on family budgets, I am extremely concerned that families are finding the cost of a school uniform a significant outlay, and that in some cases it deters them from applying to a particular school. And that, Mr. Speaker, is what this bill should stop. Never again should any child in Northern Ireland or any family face the prospect of having to choose a school based on the cost of that uniform. These aren't green or orange issues. These are not nationalist or unionist concerns. All families face them, regardless of their background. And this legislation will make a positive impact across all of our communities in Northern Ireland. The bill, my friend has already mentioned, will ensure that this party has fulfilled its promise made in our manifesto, which said that we would deal with the cost of school uniform and associated costs to that. The practical outworking of this legislation will mean that the final financial obstacles to school choice should be removed, and parents will no longer face that trip in the summer to buy next year's school uniform. And I thoroughly commend this bill to the House. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, Peter. I call on Danny Baker.
Sinn Féin wants to see the legislation delivered to make uniforms affordable, requiring schools to have competitive tendering processes, removing unnecessary branded items and replacing these with the use of cheaper high street alternatives. There is no doubt that the school uniform policy should be regulated by the Department of Education to ensure fairness. Any guidance which is placed on a statutory footing must be robust and clear in directing schools to ensure that they take the measures and implement changes to make the difference for children and their families. Going forward, it is vital that consideration is given to the needs of children and young people, including those with special educational needs. We all know the challenges experienced by children with special educational needs and their families in regard to school uniforms. They are often reported as one of the biggest barriers to attendance. Some children with special educational needs have difficulties related to dyspraxia, practical difficulties and sensory difficulties. Collars and blazers may be too stiff, buttons too tight, ties too restrictive, labels too itchy, and formal shoes uncomfortable. Transition between schools can also be a real worry for children with special educational needs, particularly with regard to the uniform policy. Many of these children and young people face further increased school uniform costs to requiring additional uniforms or alterations in order to meet their needs. Providing for a wide range of adjustments and flexibility required to accommodate children with special educational needs is essential to any school uniform legislation. All schools have a duty to provide reasonable adjustments for pupils with different needs. The Schools Uniform Bill provides a minister with an opportunity to enhance the rights of children and young people with special educational needs. I welcome the key principles in the bill that uniforms should be affordable, comfortable and sustainable. It is also a positive step that there has been engagement with children and young people. The minister should consider that a further principle is included, that school uniforms are part of the creation of an inclusive school environment to take consideration of all the protected equality characteristics, including children with physical disabilities, sensory needs and respecting the identity of the young person. As a member of the Education Committee, I look forward to scrutinising the bill and further working and delivering for real change for our children and their families.
Thank you, Danny. I call on Claire Subton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to support the second stage of the School Uniforms Bill. Every year, as the summer holidays draw to a close, I hear the same concerns from parents. The cost of school uniforms are simply too high. This isn't just an occasional complaint. Indeed, for many years I've been advocating on this issue, so I welcome the Minister in bringing forward a tangible action that will hopefully ease the burden that many families are feeling across Northern Ireland. In my constituency, parents have told me that they spend hundreds of pounds just to ensure their children meet uniform requirements when they start post-primary school. It's not just a blazer and a tie anymore. Families are expected to purchase multiple sports kits, expensive branded items and specific coloured shirts that aren't available in standard shops. It all adds up, and for those on lower incomes the strain is even greater. For families with more than one child, the cost multiplies, and for those already struggling with rising household bills, the pressure is significant. I fully support the principle of school uniforms. They promote a sense of belonging, reduce social pressures and contribute to school identity and safety. But a uniform should not be a financial obstacle. If a school uniform exists to unite pupils, it should not divide families based on what they can afford. This bill takes a step in the right direction and I welcome it, but for it to be truly effective, it must do more than just set out good intentions. It must deliver practical, enforceable change that ensures families see a real reduction in uniform costs, and the Minister has referred to how the bill will do this. The bill rightly places a duty on schools to consider affordability when setting uniform policies, and this is an important step. But affordability means different things to different people, and without a clear definition, there is a real risk that schools will technically comply while still setting expensive uniform requirements. If a school continues to demand multiple branded items, restricts where uniforms can be brought, or insists on specific colours that are only available from one supplier, then parents will still be left with high costs. Schools must be able to demonstrate how they have reduced financial pressures on family, not simply state that they have considered affordability before carrying on as usual. The timeline for implementation also needs to be clear. Parents who are struggling now need relief sooner rather than later, certainly before the end of this summer. Yet some of the key provisions in this bill will only take effect with further commencement. That means families could still be paying high uniform costs for another few years before they see any difference, so I welcome that clarity from the Minister. Schools do need time to adapt, and I appreciate that, but there is a difference between a reasonable transition period and unnecessary delay. If we are genuinely serious about reducing costs, then we need a clear and realistic deadline for schools to implement these changes so that families can actually benefit from this legislation as soon as possible. One of the most significant aspects of the bill is limiting single supplier policy, and this is very welcome. Parents should never be forced to buy from one expensive retailer when there are more affordable alternatives elsewhere. But while this change is positive, again, it must be properly enforced. If a school removes a single supplier policy but still insists on a blazer in a unique shade of green that isn't available anywhere else, then the cost problem remains. This restriction must be watertight, ensuring that families have real flexibility when purchasing uniforms. Transparency is another welcome part of this bill. Schools will now be required to publish their uniform policies, and the department will have the power to intervene if schools impose unreasonable costs. This is an important step, but enforcement again needs to be practical and accessible. Parents must have a clear and straightforward way to challenge uniform policies if they feel they are unfair. If a school continues to set unaffordable uniform requirements, families need to know what steps they can take, and there must be confidence that concerns will be taken seriously and acted upon. And the department must ensure that the robust process is in place so that schools are held accountable and families are not left struggling year after year. And schools themselves need to be supported. This is a new policy which will indeed put extra burden onto them, and it's something that they should be supported with as well. It's also worth recognising that primary schools do tend to take a more balanced approach to uniform policies, and this doesn't seem to be an issue in primary schools. Many allow parents to buy standard colour items from supermarkets, which keep costs low while ensuring a sense of uniformity. The most expensive item in a primary school uniform is often the badge or crest, but even here there are ways to make this more affordable. If primary schools can ensure that uniformity without excessive costs, then there is no reason why post-primary schools cannot do the same. Mr Deputy Speaker, this bill is a positive step forward, ensuring that school uniforms remain a source of identity and pride rather than a source of financial stress. It takes important measures to give parents more choice, to make affordability a central consideration, and to extend financial support to more families. But for this legislation to be as strong as it should be, schools must do more than simply acknowledge affordability. They must show how they are actively working to reduce costs. The timeline for implementation must also be clear so that parents feel the benefits sooner rather than later. Enforcement must be accessible so that families who are struggling to meet uniform costs have a clear route to challenge unfair policy. I support this bill and its aims, and I will continue to ensure that that it continues to ensure real and meaningful change for families across Northern Ireland. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Claire. Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Can I thank all the members who have participated in the debate today. A number of members have spoken around the detail to do with the clauses, but some have provided those examples as to what has been the motivation behind trying to achieve this. Peter Martin spoke of him being a father and the costs that he has. I have 3 girls in my house. I know come the end of the summer, as you're looking towards the school uniform purchases, it's significant in terms of what has to be met. I don't expect the public to have too much sympathy for a minister in meeting those costs, but it is something which is very real for a lot of families. I had 2 brothers, 2 sisters growing up. I would have regarded our family as working class, didn't qualify for uniform grants or support of that nature, but very much a working class family. I can remember Mum regularly having to save up the family allowance that we would have received, and that would have been trying to meet the costs of purchasing the new shoes and the new school uniforms that we would have to go to. A real financial challenge for a lot of families out there, and that's why we're taking this forward, because this bill is about making a difference for families who are struggling with the cost of school uniforms. That drives the need for the legislation and is the reason that I've brought this bill forward. And I know across the floor of this chamber we have points that we disagree on, but supporting families, making sure that school uniforms are affordable for all and are not a barrier for any child in terms of which school they attend, these are points that I know we can agree on. And I welcome the effective scrutiny of this bill. That is our role as elected representatives. Effective scrutiny will always support good legislation, and it is incumbent on us, all of us across this chamber, to make good legislation. We can debate the mays and the musts, but let us do so from the reasonable perspective that everyone working on this has the same shared goal. And I come back to us making a difference for struggling families. And if you consider that a particular matter should be covered by the legislation and you do not see the form of words that you expect, then by all means ask me, ask my officials. We will work with you to clarify and support this legislation. I remind you that the bill has been professionally drafted to provide the necessary powers to ensure that the statutory guidelines have authority And it does that. And I reiterate that it is not the role of the bill to replicate the contents of those statutory guidelines. And so Michelle Guy asked the question, will it do what we want it to do? Because the current guidance hasn't been able to provide the reassurances that every school is following it, because many schools are following the guidance, but there are those who aren't. The reason this bill, as drafted, as introduced, is to make sure that it works. I would not waste the time of this Assembly to bring forward a tick box exercise when it comes to legislation. It has to have teeth and have the impact, and I'm confident that it will. We've talked today about capping the costs of school uniforms and about the costs of branded PE kit in particular. We've talked about the importance of children and young people's views, of parents having a meaningful say. The bill, as introduced, contains all the necessary powers to address these matters. And as I stated in my opening remarks, the bill provides a power for the Department of Education to limit or cap the numbers of individual items of clothing or sets of clothing. And this is drafted by the reference, which I mentioned earlier, to specific styles. And that term, specific styles, is defined and includes clothing of particular makes or brands. And this term is utilised throughout the bill, including in relation to the definition of unfair costs aspects and in terms of what may deem reasonable for schools to require their pupils to wear. And additionally, the bill provides a power for costs of individual uniform items or costs of total uniform requirements to be capped. My officials are actively working on further details about how an effective cap could be set, monitored and managed. What is needed now are the correct powers in the legislation, including making sure that we do not set requirements in place that prevent us managing any unintended consequences arising from any cap. And as far as possible, we as legislators need to look to the future, and the bill allows for that. It provides for clauses specific to a cap to come into operation via commencement orders. This means that further work on the detail of how a cap might operate can be taken forward in parallel with, but without delaying, the implementation of statutory guidelines. The bill also provides the power to make regulations through the draft affirmative resolution process that will apply statutory guidelines to those preschool providers, should that become necessary in future. And I would remind members that statutory guidelines will also apply to independent and grant-aided primary and post-primary schools once the bill comes into operation. So this bill delivers the policy proposals that are highly supported through the consultation process. It gives statutory effect to the departmental guidance. It places a duty on relevant schools to adhere to that guidance. It provides a power of direction in the event of non-compliance, as well as specifically defining key terms to be addressed via a school uniform policy, such as specific styles, unfair costs, among others. It provides access as well to that uniform grant to eligible pupils currently attending independent schools. All of these actions, when taken together, will make an impact. And I hear from some members that would suggest the bill doesn't go far enough in terms of ensuring compliance with policy. Let me first of all recognise that many schools, they do work hard to reduce the costs of uniforms and have developed some innovative practices. And I want to thank those schools for their work in this area. To other schools who may need further support to change practice, should that be needed, the scrutiny period for the bill does give them time to review their policies, placing affordability for parents at the centre. And we will share case studies and examples of best practice which the Education and Training Inspectorate are developing and which will help those schools. So to those schools that currently aren't doing what we want them to do, they don't need to wait for the law to come in to place to do the right thing. They can take action now, and they have the opportunity to do so as the legislative process works through the Assembly to put their own house in order. What is important is that no child is prevented from applying for a particular school because their parents can't afford the uniform. Ultimately, the Department has the powers through this bill to direct schools to comply with the legislation. And I am confident, however, that taking all of the measures set out in the bill and in the subsequent guidelines, this will see a reduction in the costs of uniforms. I know that every school wishes to do their best for children and young people. So Mr Deputy Speaker, we next move to the committee stage, subject, of course, to the vote today, and I want to thank members for the remarks that they've made during this debate. The pace at which this legislation will now proceed will be determined by the members of this Assembly and by the Education Committee. I've carried out the consultation process, I've brought this through the Executive, secured the appropriate support, commissioned the Office of Legislative Counsel, introduced the legislation, and I've sought to do that at pace. It is now a matter for this Assembly how quickly they wish to take this forward. The introduction and the second stage today would allow for the committee to carry out its own work and the subsequent stages of this Assembly to be passed before the summer recess. I'll be happy to give way.
Thank you, Minister. I wasn't sure whether you were aware, but my party colleague, who's the chair of the Education Committee, is not well and isn't in the Assembly today, so it's just in case you were wondering why he wasn't in the chamber. Thank you.
Thank you. And I suspected there would be a good reason, because I know the chairman of the committee has had an interest in this area, but thank you for putting that on the record. And I know he will seek to diligently carry out the important scrutiny work without any undue delay. It is important that we get this right. I don't want to get it rushed. I very much want to get it right, but I believe that the efficiency of this Assembly, its procedures, the committee, would allow this to be passed before the summer recess, and the introduction of it and the second stage today would facilitate that within the normal timeframes of this Assembly. But it is now a creature of this Assembly, the legislation. I have brought it forward. I will diligently work with the committee and support the committee, but the timing of its conclusions will be a matter for this Assembly and its members to determine. So just to conclude, as you all scrutinise the bill, I just make some final marks. Let me remind members, there is a clear interlinkage across the clauses, including where definitions are provided, and the balance between how a power is articulated in legal terms on the face of the bill and what that enables the statutory guidelines to address. And these are important points to think about as members mull over any amendments which they would wish to make. The School Uniform Bill delivers. It delivers the necessary powers to make statutory provision through the guidelines and deliver the key principles which were consulted on. It delivers the necessary powers to cap branded items and or uniform costs. It delivers access to the uniform grant to eligible pupils attending independent schools. It delivers, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I commend the School Uniforms, Guidelines and Allowances Bill to you today.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. The question is that the second stage of the Schools, Uniforms, Guidelines and Allowances Bill be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. That concludes the second stage of the School Uniforms, Guidelines and Allowances Bill. The bill stands referred to the Committee for Education. Thank you very much indeed. The next item on the order paper is the adjournment. The question of the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned. Thank you very much indeed.